This is Audible.
The Cryptid Club. Written by Edward J. McFadden III. Narrated by Matthew Crow. 1. The SS Koya cut through the still water, sending a miniature tsunami across Lake Titicaca. Ash stood on the small ferry's bow, hands clasped behind his back, as he peered into the early morning gloom. A raspberry sherbet sky filtered through the Andes Mountains in the east as morning came on like a freight train. Thin ribbons of cloud trailing off the snow-capped peaks like smoke from a chimney. Calm, dark water stretched in every direction, interrupted only by an occasional island, both natural and man-made. The boat's engine growled, the deck vibrated, and the bow lifted as the vessel picked up speed. Ash didn't know exactly where the boat was taking him, but as the shoreline materialized in the dusk, the faint lights of Akakaki glowed to the south. Where he'd be taken from there, Ash could only speculate. He'd been met at Inca Manco Capac International Airport by a driver holding a sign with his name on it. The old Peruvian spoke a dialect of Arawak he couldn't hope to understand, so though the man rambled the entire journey through the brown hills of Hayachu to the edge of Lake Titicaca, Ash hadn't understood a word of it. Then he was dropped at the dock, where he met Captain Revere, who had ushered him onto the 26-foot launch without a word. They left immediately, despite there being no other passengers. Ash walked along the gunwale, a warm breeze pushing over the lake. It was mild for late April in this section of the Andes, though temperatures and weather varied greatly based on location. At an elevation of 12,000 feet, Lake Titicaca is the largest lake in South America, and it stretches between Bolivia and Peru. Ash figured that was the purpose of the boat trip. At some point, the SS Koya would pass from Peru into Bolivia, and there would be no record of him crossing the border. This worried Ash, but he'd agreed to this, along with many other things, when he'd accepted the invitation nestled in his jacket pocket. The wind whistled and brought the scent of smoke and diesel fuel as the vessel knifed through the lake, barely throwing spray, the rumble of the engines echoing off the mountains. Lester Treemont had gone to considerable expense to ensure Ash didn't socialize or make any stops en route to his estate. That was the only conclusion Ash could draw from the available facts. But despite his host's attempt at secrecy, everyone within 20 kilometers knew there was a boat churning across the lake. Ash supposed it didn't matter. If Tremont's place was close, surely the locals knew, and many probably played a role in stocking and maintaining the estate. With money on the line, in a place where comforts didn't run deep, if Ash stepped out of line, he'd be seen as an outsider who was jeopardizing what little economy they had, and would deal with him accordingly. Light spilled through an open bulkhead door, and Ash entered the passenger cabin. A line of lights ran down the center of the ceiling, and rows of seats filled the space, tinted windows blocking out the rising sun. He slid into one of the bench seats, nestling up against the bulkhead. His reflection in the tinted glass stared back at him. Dark bags hung beneath his brown eyes, his short-cropped black hair in a tangle. Black and gray stubble covered his face, and a thick salt and pepper mustache eased over pale red lips. His stomach gurgled with hunger as his heart galloped, his mouth dry as powder. He breathed deep, but it felt like his lungs weren't filling with air. He was at 12,000 feet, and the air was much thinner than back home in Stony Creek. Outside, the lake was coming alive. Shards of sunlight streaming through the snow-covered mountain peaks and shining like spotlights on the placid blue water. In the hills beyond the lake, a lone set of headlights pushed through the early morning dusk, following the road that ran along the eastern edge of the lake. He couldn't see what type of vehicle it was, but his gut told him it was his ride. His gut, and the fact that no other headlights pierced the dawn. Ash drew out the gold embossed invitation and turned it over in his hand. It was printed on high-end white paper, the kind you didn't see much anymore. Everything had become electronic, and getting snail mail of the non-bill variety was unusual for Ash. The thick cardstock was folded, and its envelope had been postmarked in Zurich, but he knew that meant nothing. Not unlike a wedding invitation, when Ash had first opened it, a reply card and self-addressed stamped envelope fell out. Ash had tracked the French return address to a card store, but it had turned out to be a dead-end P.O. box. The offer the invitation presented was simple enough. It invited Ash to join 8 others at Lester Tremont's infamous estate, where he conducted his cryptid research, and where it was rumored he housed cryptid specimens. Its exact location was unknown, and rumors had swirled about the facility's purpose for years in the shadowy cryptid community. After Ash received the invitation, he researched Treemont and his menagerie, but he didn't find much, and he'd been unable to locate anyone who had actually been to the estate. The invite explained that Treemont was dying, and the world's preeminent cryptozoologist planned to give his sizable fortune, assets, and research to the cryptozoologist he felt was most qualified to run the Cryptid Club, an exclusive group of cryptid hunters and researchers. Ash wasn't sure he believed the club existed, and he was still skeptical about Tremont's intentions and why he'd been selected to be in the group. Was he a cryptid hunter? Considering this brought bile up in his throat, as all the questions the invitation raised came rushing back like a tide. How had Treemont known about him? Ash was new to the cryptid culture, though his story had made all the conspiracy rags, as well as several national papers and news sites. Treemont had been watching him, that much was certain, and it worried him. Ash usually didn't race off into the unknown with no planning, no evidence to support his quest, but there was something in the timing of the invite and his current level of desperation that appealed to his sense of helplessness. He had nothing to lose, plenty of time, and Darcy could fill his shifts at the foot, so he'd taken the plunge and mailed back a yes response. All travel arrangements had been made for him free of charge, and thank some God for that, because Ash was on his last dime and wouldn't have been able to afford the $4,000 airfare from Eureka, California to Jaliaca, Peru. He'd become skilled at tempering his expectations, and he wasn't expecting much. If worst came to worst, he could leave, or so he thought. Through the tinted windows of the passenger cabin, Ash watched a gold Uru reed island slip by. The indigenous people lived on the lake on islands they made from cut totora, a thick, buoyant reed that grew abundantly along the edges of the lake. 4 reed houses stood dark, but several Uru walked around the island, their bright red shirts standing out under the early morning sun. Uru islands dotted the center of the lake, and more were lined up in the shallows around regular islands like cars in a parking lot. Ash slipped the invitation back in his pocket, the gentle sound of water crashing on water as the boat sliced through the still lake easing his nerves. He'd had a few close calls recently, and his entire world had been turned upside down. He'd gone from respected scientist to loose cannon nutcase in less than 2 years. He rubbed his temples. 2 years. Had it been that long? Static bleated from a speaker, and Ash jumped, a chill running through him. Isolation and loss had dominated his life since Ophelia had left. That had been what broke him. It hadn't been his colleagues, not believing him, or the university cutting him loose. None of that had mattered as long as he had Ophelia. But when she'd stopped believing, he started questioning his version of reality. A swirl of water appeared off the port bow, like a giant whale circled just before the surface. But there were no whales in Lake Titicaca. He inched forward on his seat, straining to see into the dark water. What creatures lay below the surface of the lake? Was that why Treemont had chosen this specific location for his research? Rumors said Treemont was obsessed with the Loch Ness Monster, a cryptid with many faces and many homes. He'd never heard of any sightings up this way, but that wasn't surprising. He glanced at his cell phone as a bolt of disconnection ran through him. No messages. No service. He sighed and rolled his shoulders. What the hell was he doing here? The moan of the engine lessened, the bow dipped, and Ash slid forward on his seat. The shoreline was close, several small houses standing out in the brown rolling hills. Green reeds lined the shoreline, and a thin dock stretched out into the lake. Lights sparkled on the hillside as houses came alive. It reminded Ash of the hills in Napa and Sonoma, which were just south of where he lived. Nothing moved on the road beyond the reeds, and there were no other boats. The rumble of the SS Koya's engine died as the vessel rubbed against the dock, a loud squeak reverberating over the stillness. Ash felt self-conscious in the silence, like every sound he made would be heard for 1,000 miles. An old beat-up Toyota pickup sat waiting at the end of the dock, its tailpipe puffing dark smoke. Ash gathered himself and got to his feet. He had to be getting close. He'd been traveling for 2 days, and he was tired and hungry. His feet hurt and his back ached from the plane ride that required he change his planes at 4 stops. Ash stood in the passenger cabin, waiting for the captain, stillness pressing on him like darkness. Water popped and snapped as it hit the boat, and wind pushed through the open bulkhead door. The captain didn't come to meet him, so Ash went out on deck, peering around for assistance, but found none. He collected his rucksack, flung it over a shoulder, and headed aft. The windows of the old pickup were tinted, and Ash couldn't see the driver. The town of Achikachi was several miles south, and Ash saw no other cars. If the Toyota wasn't his ride, he'd need to get comfortable. His brow furrowed, and he glanced at his phone. No messages, no service. The ferry was drifting away from the dock with the wind because it hadn't been tied off. No sign of the captain. Ash jumped across the 2-foot gap between the SS Koya and the dock, landing with a soft thud on slick wood. He slid in the morning dew and almost fell, but regained his balance by grabbing a support pole that rose above the dock. The pickup's passenger door opened, and a white hand extended from the dark cab and beckoned him on. Mist snaked down from the higher elevations, the sun baking off the morning moisture. Ash considered not getting in the truck. This could be his last opportunity to turn back and leave this all behind. Find a new life. Maybe even try and get back everything he'd lost. He looked around at the brown hills, the deserted road, the immense lake, and the block of ice in his stomach shifted, his nerves walking a tightrope. The SS Koya's engine rumbled to life and the vessel pulled away from the dock. So that was that. Ash headed for the Toyota, his footsteps thumping on the rickety pier. "Good morning to you," came a voice from the darkness of the pickup's cab. Ash arrived to find the opposite of what he expected. There was no old, wizened local hiding beneath a wool parka and knit cap. A young woman with short-cropped, bleached blonde hair sat behind the wheel, her blue eyes sparkling. She wore jeans, a black skull cap, and a t-shirt that read, "Climbers Do It Higher." A chain of carabiners hung from the rearview mirror, and 2 links of colorful rope sat on the seat next to her. "Morning to you," Ash said as he slid into the truck and pulled the door closed. "Surprised to see you." "Why's that?" "You're American?" "Aye?" "You're the first I've seen is all," Ash said. She laughed. "You just haven't gone to the right places." "Where are those?" She leaned forward and pointed up through the windshield at the tall mountain peaks to the east. Ash said nothing. "Not a climber, huh?" "Not a big fan of heights." "You're in the wrong place then, my friend." She put the pickup in gear and pulled out onto the road. "Where are you taking me?" Ash asked. He knew this was a strange question, which was confirmed by the odd sideways glance the driver gave him. "I mean, do you know my final destination?" "I was told to pick you up and bring you to the fields west of town." "Who hired you?" She hiked her shoulders and pointed at the Drive Me logo on her windshield. "I just drive. No idea who arranged the ride. The app doesn't tell me." "Have you already been paid?" She wagged her head. "Well." They didn't speak again as the old Toyota popped and farted its way south, working around Akakachi where the locals were setting up the day's market in the center of town. As the brown hills fleeted by, Ash cycled through the last few months in his mind, and all the failure and doubts built a mountain of angst. All the fruitless hunts, failed theories, and misguided searches making him question if Ophelia had been right. Maybe he was losing it, or perhaps he already had. Why else would he run off on a crazy quest to South America? What did he hope to find? The more he turned this over, the more helpless and foolish he felt. The pickup came around a bend in the road and an open field stretched into the distance. A jet-black Sikorsky S-76 sat in the center of hard-packed dirt, its four rotor blades still and drooping. It looked like Darth Vader's helmet shining in the early morning sunlight, and Ash saw the Toyota's reflection in the helicopter's dark glass windows. But it wasn't the copter that made Ash's mouth fall open a crack. It was the group of people standing beside it waiting to board. 2. 9 people stood next to the sleek black copter looking around like a group of teenagers who didn't know each other. A small pile of baggage sat behind them, and the copter's storage compartment door was open. The invitation was very specific about what you could and couldn't bring to Treemont's place. The Toyota rumbled to a stop, and the driver put the vehicle in park, the chain of carabiners hanging from the rear view clinking and clanging like a wind chime as the truck settled on its springs. Ash handed the driver a black paper bill he'd gotten as change at the airport. "Thank you." "You bet. Maybe we'll see each other down the road," she said, and winked. "I don't even know your name," Ash said as he slipped out of the car with his rucksack. "I know," she said. Then she leaned across the seat, pulled the door closed, and sped off, leaving a trail of dust. Ash watched the rusted pickup cruise around a hill and disappear from view. He threw his sack over his shoulder and headed for the copter. All 9 people were eyeing him like he was a steak and they hadn't eaten in a long time. Worry drained his lungs and sweat rolled down his back. Ash pulled his phone like a gunslinger. No messages, no service. As he walked, relief flooded through him when he realized he knew 2 of the people in the group, Candace Stockton and Sean McCrary. "Well, if it isn't the man from Bigfoot land," Sean said. The red-headed Scot was muscled and gruff, yet oddly comforting and humorous. "Treemont will let just about anyone up here." Most of the group averted their eyes at the mention of Tremont's name. Ash extended his hand. "How are you? Long time no see. When was it?" "Well, when you came nosing around a few years ago. Remember?" The men shook. "I do." Ash had broadened his horizons after he failed in Northern California, and he'd taken a trip to the Scottish Highlands to immerse himself in the Loch Ness mystery. The local hunters hadn't welcomed him with open arms. "And how are you, Candace?" The lanky blonde stood behind her on-again, off-again boyfriend. Candace slipped around Sean and pecked Ash on the cheek. "Very well, though this is all a bit odd," she said. Ash nodded, but said nothing. Sean saw Ash examining the throng and said, "Quite the odd group, wouldn't you say?" Ash would, but didn't. "Can we go? I am weary of waiting," said a man wearing a blue turban. "Goes by the name Snake. Quite the ass," Sean said. "Snake?" "Yes, that's it. Snake," Candace said. A dour man with a waxy complexion and salt-and-pepper hair stepped forward. He wore jeans and a blue dress shirt with silver epaulettes on the collar. A blue cap that said, "We drop 'em anywhere," sat crooked on his head. "Mr. Cohen," the man said. Ash hadn't heard his last name spoken in so long he didn't answer right away. Candace tugged on his elbow and Sean said, "You been nipping already?" Ash shook his head. "Yes, Ash Cohn. Call me Ash." "Good, very good. We're running late. My apologies, but arms out, please," the pilot said. The group leered at Ash. The invitation was very specific about its no weapons clause, and all guests were subject to search at any point during their stay. Ash lifted his arms and the pilot stepped forward and frisked him. The only weapon he was smuggling, a miniature folding karambit with a plastic handle and razor-sharp fiberglass blade, was sewn into the padding of his rucksack base. When the pilot found nothing on Ash, he said, "If you come this way," he extended an arm toward the waiting Sikorsky, "we'll get you right up to the ASAP. The man smiled as though he'd made a joke. Nobody laughed. "ASAS?" said Candace. "Not sure what the A stands for, but the rest is Special Animal Sanctuary." The pilot shifted on his feet. Flyboys always wanted to fly. Ash said, "Where is Mr. Treemont?" The pilot sighed and rolled his eyes. "As you can imagine, you're not the only one with questions, Ash. Please, Get aboard and everything will become clear. He smiled, yellow teeth and the scent of cigarettes revealing a smoking habit. The gesture was anything but reassuring. Ash added his rucksack to the pile of bags and joined the group as they filed into the copter. Ash saw his haggard reflection in the black-tinted glass and the faces of Candace and Sean behind him. He was happy they were here. Sean was an expert in everything Loch Ness, along with the creature's closely related relatives, Alti, Champ, Bessie, Tessie, and Chessie. Candace was a mystery wrapped in an enigma. Attractive, smart, yet she'd chosen to devote her life and her family fortune to investigating and exploring cryptids of all types. It was her dream to start a museum that would catalog all the reputable research and specimens in cryptozoology. Ash took a seat. Candace plopped down next to him, and Sean sat directly across from Candace, facing her. The pilot slid the helicopter's doors closed, and an uncomfortable silence filled the cabin as 9 people did their best not to look at each other, instead using fast glances and reflections. Directly across from him, a petite Asian woman stared at the deck, brow knitted, hands clasped before her. Ash thought he'd seen her somewhere, but concluded he hadn't. He would later recall that he had met Emika Sasai, but as she sat before him, he didn't recognize her. The rest of the strangers looked innocuous enough. A white-haired gentleman with blue eyes, clearly a German, a tall, skinny black man, and an Indian female. She wore a sari with a brightly colored floral pattern on it. A younger man with bushy, dirty blonde hair and a mischievous grin sat next to her. If Ash had to guess, he'd say the man was Australian. Snake looked to be a loose cannon, but that was no surprise. These were cryptid hunters, not astrophysicists. That thought made Ash remember why they were all here. One of them would be rich in a few days, and the rest wouldn't. These people weren't his friends or teammates. They were competitors. A thud echoed from below as the luggage compartment door closed, then the pilot's head bobbed past the window and a door slammed as he got into the cockpit. 2 heartbeats passed, and static blared from the copter's onboard speakers. Please prepare for takeoff. Seatbelts on, please. Everyone in the cabin ignored the command except the woman in the sari. The chopper's turbine whined, its drooping rotors lurching into motion. Ash shifted in his seat and rolled his shoulders. A wave of worry washed over him as he stared out the window at the brown hills dotted with green tola bushes. Something didn't feel right. He looked around at the 8 other people in the cabin. Only Snake watched him with hateful eyes. The rest appeared lost in their thoughts, much like Ash. The cabin went dark and the windows blackened. "What is this?" Sean said. "Yeah," said the white-haired man. With the cabin lights out, Ash saw nothing but blackness in the helicopter's windows. Mr. Treemont didn't want his guests to know the estate's exact location. Not surprising. Running lights along the floor came on, providing minimal illumination in the cabin. The Asian woman looked around and stabbed a black button on the bulkhead below a speaker. "Pilot, answer me now, pilot!" Static, then, "What can I do for you, Miss Sasai?" It was hard to hear him with the rotors cycling up. At the mention of her name, Ms. Sasai looked around at the group, her cheeks turning a light shade of red. "Why can't we see?" "Boss's orders, Miss Sasai. If you refer to your invitation, you'll see you agreed to—" She stabbed the button and cut him off. Yes, whatever." She threw herself back in her seat, turned to look out the window, then snorted. Curiouser and curiouser. Ash turned to Candace, and she gave him a nervous smile. "The weather is unusually good for this time of year. The visibility must be exceptional," said the white-haired man. "And you might be," Sean said. "Ido von Charlen. You?" The man didn't extend a hand. Sean chuckled softly and said, "Sean." Ido's steel-gray, unblinking eyes locked on Sean's, but he didn't respond. "Do you know the area well?" Ash asked. "I've never been here before, but Google." Ido held up his phone, its screen dark. "Are you able to get a signal?" said Candace. Ido shook his head no. Snake, the tall black man, the Indian woman, and the young Aussie said nothing as they listened to the conversation. Ash said, "Perhaps we should all introduce ourselves? I'm Ash Cohn from Stony Creek, California." Ido chuckled. "I've been there." "Really?" The Bigfoot capital of Northern California. How could I not visit? Ash sighed and said nothing. Bigfoot was his bane, and it didn't help that the cryptid had recently become the butt of many jokes. Stony Creek lives off hikers, river runners, and other outdoor activities, but the real bread and butter is the Bigfoot hunters, Ito said. I know, Ash said a little too strongly. I work at the foot. Oh, splendid, Ito said. Yeah, it all started in the 50s when a logger named Jerry Crew came to Stony Creek carrying a plaster cast of a giant footprint he'd found around his logging equipment. Since then, the town has been Sasquatch Central, Ash said. He hoped that was the end of it, but it wasn't. It's like a Bigfoot amusement park. There's several Bigfoot statues, a museum, several foot-related bars and hotels. The biggest one being your place of employment, the foot. And there's many companies that offer Bigfoot hunts to enthusiasts from all walks of life, Ito lectured. It's not that way anymore, Ash said. Ito frowned and cocked his head to one side. Ash continued. Now, despite Stony Creek's interesting history, several poorly planned and executed Bigfoot hoaxes recently got significant press, causing many tour companies in the area to suffer and the other businesses in town to suffer along with them. People don't like spending money to look like fools, and recently Bigfoot has made many people look foolish. The first blown hoax centered around two men who claimed to have found a Sasquatch corpse, but who had nothing more than a gorilla suit. Another involved a park ranger coming upon two men in the Appalachian Mountains who wore what the ranger called large prosthetic footwear that left large animal-like prints. There had been recent Sasquatch discoveries and sightings in the region, but they all immediately became suspect. Then a Montana man was hit by a car while lurking roadside wearing a Bigfoot suit made of real hair. Bigfoot is a joke. You helped with that, didn't you, mate? Sean said. Anger burned through Ash, but he tamped it down. Sean was an ally, at least, until he wasn't. When Ash spoke, his voice was calm and collected. Now you know about me. Anyone else want to share? Nobody said anything, not even Candace. Okay, then. We're all going to find out soon enough, Ash said. Sean sighed. Well, you already know my name. And mine, growled Snake. Candace gave her name, and Ms. Sasai said to call her Emeka. That left the majority of the group staring at the three undeclared. The young Aussie sighed. I go by Augie. The tall black man's voice carried a thick accent. I suppose you're right. I'm sure Mr. Treemont will introduce us. I'm Otto Landon. Don't tell me, Sean said. You're from Jersey. Otto looked at the floor, and Ash couldn't help but snicker with the others. So who is she? Asked Emeka. The woman wearing the colorful sari shifted her eyes to the deck and squirmed in her seat, all attention on her. A moment passed, and her head jerked up defiantly, and she stared at each member of the group in turn. A silent rebuke. Ash could almost hear the woman yelling, "It's none of your damn business," in his head. I know who she is, Snake said. The Indian gave the man a withering glare. Her name is Dipali Singh. I've heard of you, Candace said. You're an expert on burus. Among other things, Dipali said. The copter's rotors pounded and the party fell silent. The bird lifted from the hardpan, kicking up dust as it climbed. Candace shouted, Ash, any idea how far we might be traveling? No idea what direction we're going, but we can't go further than 500 miles without refueling. As the helicopter leveled out, the pounding of the rotors lessened. Sean said, So what do you make of this? Ash knew what the man was asking, but said, What do you mean? I mean, he paused to show his frustration, what do you think Treemont's real purpose is? The guy has a reputation as a fanatic. A twisted one, said Emeka, but I never met him, so I'm unsure. I heard he was a bit unhinged also. Killed a servant or something a few years back. There was an inquest and all that, but he was exonerated, Augie said. Ito asked, Clearly you have ideas in this regard, Mr. Sean. Could be a scam. He could be looking for some information he thinks we have. Yes, motives, said Augie. It's also possible his story is true, Otto said. Everyone looked at the man like that was the most unlikely possibility. You think he's going to just give one of us his money? Sean said. No strings, said Candace. No, He'll want something. Lester and I have had numerous fights on the internet about some of the more dubious claims he's made. Why he's included me here is somewhat of a mystery to me. I think he's up to something, Sean said. The copter flew on as shadows danced around the cabin. Time ticked by, the 8 passengers sizing each other up. Ash felt the fool. They all knew so much about him, and he only had scant memories of Sean and Candace. After what felt like 4 hours, but was actually 2.5, the cabin lights came back on, revealing the snow-capped peaks of the Andes Mountains. Blue sky and tattered clouds stretched to the horizon, the steepest peaks fading into the distance in their wake. The copter listed hard to port as it turned. The sounds of pounding rotors and ripping wind filled the cabin. The valley was no more than a crack in the Andes Mountains. The copter swung east and turned sharply, cutting between 2 large rolling hills and dipping down into an exotic vale. "Wow," Candace said. Green foliage filled the valley, and at its far end a house sat nestled against the mountainside. Sheer cliffs boxed in the gorge, and a lake ran along the southern cliff face. "How can there be so much vegetation?" asked Ash. "And that looks like a forest of white birch. They're not indigenous to these parts." "Cochabamba can't be far from here, and its climate is moderate, similar to your Stony Creek, in fact," said Otto. That was the second time Otto had corrected himself. All of them had secrets, everyone did, but this group, Ash didn't think this crew would fit the normal demographics associated with their age and economic bracket on the secret chart. DePolly gasped. "What is it?" snapped Sean. The woman pointed out the window. At the edge of the lake that ran along the southern edge of the valley, a long gray neck with an oblong head struck from the water, its mouth hanging open, dark baseball-sized eyes gleaming in the sunlight. 3. "It can't be," Sean said. "Nessie? It... The Scot's voice trailed off to a squeak. The massive gray form floated just below the surface of the lake, the beast's long serpentine neck protruding from the water, its flat, narrow head swaying back and forth, gleaming black eyes watching the copter. 4 large turtle-like flippers stroked the lake as the beast tread water, and as the copter approached, the creature lowered its head. "Some kind of Disney animatronic trick," Ito said. "It's quite real," Otto said. He looked at the deck and bit his lip. Otto was suddenly the center of attention, but none of the group pulled their gaze from the creature. "And you know this how?" Snake said, jaw set, eyes tracking the beast. "Mr. Treemont and I have corresponded. I've seen video, pictures. I'm certain the plesiosaur is legitimate." Ash thought the man was lying, but he said nothing. "You know Treemont personally? You've met him?" Emeka said. Otto said nothing. Ash couldn't contain himself any longer. "Whatever you think you saw in these videos and pictures, how do you know it was here? I don't see how the creature could have evolved in such a remote location. It makes no sense. And it certainly wasn't transported here. It looks like it weighs 30,000 pounds. He shifted his gaze and found Otto staring at him. Ash realized how Otto had almost used Lester's first name, then when he nearly revealed the valley was close to the town of Cochabamba. Now he was lying about how he knew the Loch Ness creature was real. "Have you met him or not, Otto?" "I owe you no explanation," Otto said, chin jutting out. "You seem chummy with him, on a first-name basis," Augie said. Otto looked at the other guests, and his eyes narrowed when he realized everyone was listening to the conversation. "Do you refer to friend-net friends you've never met by their first name?" "I don't really care," Sean barked. "How do you know the thing is real?" "Because Lester," Otto paused, "claims the creature was brought here as a calf." "How old is it?" Emeka said. "Supposedly." "Over 100 years," Otto said. Ito harumphed, and Ash sighed. This was going to be a long weekend. "Where did the calf come from?" Ash asked. Otto didn't answer. The Sikorsky's rotors thundered as it banked hard to starboard, knifing up the center of the valley. The creature's head dropped into the lake, white water surging over the surface like a breaking wave. When the lake began to settle, the beast was nowhere to be seen. The gorge was a thin cut in the mountainside, and tall snow-capped mountains and sheer cliff faces boxed the valley in on all sides except one. The eastern end was open, providing an amazing view of the lower Andes Mountains and the Amazon basin below. Sunlight angled into the gorge, the northern slope filled with lush vegetation, and the southern nothing but brown hills marked with green tola bushes. The valley floor, where sediment had built up over the eons of mountain runoff, was flat and packed with lush vegetation. Ash was good at estimating distances and size, and he figured the valley was no more than 2 miles from the northern wall to the southern, with a length of 6 miles. Stands of trees, both native and non-native, dotted the valley floor, and northern slope and dark brown wood walls zigzagged across the valley like a maze drawn by an infant. Paddocks, but Ash didn't see any of the beasts they contained. Nestled in the western tip of the valley, where the southern and northern cliff faces met, was a house unlike any Ash had ever seen. It was made of blue granite, its heavy quartz content sparkling in the sunlight. It had a red shale roof and thick timbers boxed in windows, some sealed with closed shutters, others with glass. A small greenhouse stuck from the blue brick on the front of the house, which faced east, and a thin trail of white smoke snaked from a dark stone chimney. Fields covered the land to the south of the house, and chickens and cows roamed behind wood fences. A yellow brick path wound through a round garden containing a large monument before continuing up the hill to the house. The Sikorsky leveled out and came in low, buzzing a line of trees that ran along the edge of the yellow brick path. The copter vibrated as it slowed, then stopped, hanging in the air above a patch of blue and red gravel in the middle of a green field. A blue stone path that shimmered in the sunlight led from the landing site to the yellow brick path. The helicopter touched down with a thump. The craft shook and swayed, and bumps and rattles rang through the cabin. The lights went out, and the 9 visitors were plunged into gray darkness, their exterior view blocked again. "I've had enough of this camel shit," Snake said. He went to pull open the copter's door, but it was locked. Minutes passed as the copter's rotor slowed, the whine of the turbine dying. The pilot's voice crackled through the onboard speaker, and Candace jumped. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived. Please disembark. If you've changed your mind, stay aboard and I will return you to our point of origin." The click of the cabin door unlocking echoed through the cabin. The copter's turbine cycled up, the rotors spinning faster as the craft prepared to lift off. Ash slid open the cabin door and the scent of flowers and smoke wafted into the cabin. Nobody wanted to be the first to get out, but Ash wasn't stepping back, not after everything it had taken to get here. He surveyed his companions, searching each face, considering who might stay on the copter. His quick evaluation came up with Dipali only. As he examined the woman, she appeared to read his mind because she lurched to her feet and jumped to the ground. Ash followed her, the pounding rotors kicking up dust, the wind swirling like a hurricane as the competitors leapt from the copter. The last out was Otto, and as soon as his feet hit the ground, the Sikorsky's turbine whined and the rotors picked up speed. The group stepped back as the helicopter lifted into the sky where it hovered, rotating its nose so it faced the open end of the valley. Then the copter roared and sprang forward, darting the length of the valley, rising as it went, the pounding of its rotors echoing off the cliff walls. The group of 9 stood in the swirling dust, watching the shining black dot disappear into the mountains, the whump, whump of its rotors fading. "Shit, our bags," Snake said. Ash sighed. "Why the hell all the rules about what we could bring?" Candace said, "Yeah, I mean—" A mighty roar pierced the day, the cry of a beast in great pain reverberating off the mountains. An uncomfortable silence ensued as a cool wind pushed down from the hills, the tall grass around the landing site shifting and swaying. The scent of cow manure, smoke, and earth carried on the breeze. The path glistened under the midday sun, creating a kaleidoscope of color that danced over the vegetation. "What, now head to the house?" Ito said. Ash looked to Candace, who shrugged, her long hair in a tangle. Sean stared longingly in the direction of the lake, and Augie glanced around like a little kid who was at Disneyland for the first time. Snake started down the path and Emeka followed. They didn't get far before they were met by a most peculiar servant. A rectangle-shaped robot glided out of the tall grass like a wraith. It looked like a shoebox standing on end, two long accordion arms protruding from its sides. The machine had a human face painted on it, and two camera lenses focused in and out above an open slit nose and a speaker-type mouth of metal. The bot was a light shade of brown, and as it eased down the path, its upper third shifted and turned. "What the?" said Sean. "It doesn't have wheels or legs," Ito said. To Ash, it looked like the robot was floating just above the ground like Luke Skywalker's land speeder. "Probably using streams of compressed air," said Ito. "See the small stabilizer thrusters along the bottom?" "You are correct, Mr. Von Charlin," said the robot, its voice metallic and hollow. "I am Rogers, the caretaker of Atavism's Special Animal Sanctuary." Candace turned to Sean and said, "Atavism? The A." Sean shrugged as he stared at the robot. No lights gleamed from the machine. There were no knobs, buttons, or switches. "Where is Mr. Treemont?" DePauli said. The robot beeped and said, "He's been delayed and will join you shortly. I've been instructed to provide you with anything you require." "My luggage would be nice," Candace said. Beeps, a chirp, an elongated squeak, but no words. Leaves rustled, wind whistled through the valley, birds chattered, and under it all, a hum that sounded like an electric motor. "What about our clothes?" Augie said. "Are you hungry? Would anyone like something to eat? Dinner isn't until 6, Rogers said. Ash glanced at his watch, 4:19 p.m. He was hungry and wanted something to eat, but he didn't respond. Neither did anyone else. The faces of his companions looked tired and aggravated. What kind of host didn't show up to greet his guests? "If there are no further questions, please follow me," Rogers said. Ash looked at Sean and Candace and rolled his eyes. The robot started down the bluestone path, the group falling in behind it. The walkway twisted and turned, and the tall grass gave way to another brick path that led up to the house. The yellow sandstone was worn and chipped, and it passed through a portcullis with a rusted gate that looked like it hadn't been closed in years. A garden of evergreen bushes and wildflowers stretched out before the party, and at its center was a huge stone statue. The robot paused when the group stopped to gape at it. The monument had been chiseled from a spire of gray granite that jutted from the valley floor like a rotten tooth, and it was an amazing feat of sculpture. The granite had been rounded off at the top, and a hole the size of a garbage pail lid had been bored through the round section at an angle. All around the hole, reflective stones had been mounted in a mosaic pattern that created dancing lights across the garden. Chiseled into the gray spire, all along its length, with a finery only achievable over a long period of time and with great skill, were the distorted images of the world's most mysterious creatures. The beasts climbed over each other like ants, their carven visages trying to reach the monument's pinnacle first. A great kraken adorned the left side, its serpentine tentacles wrapping around what looked to be a yeti or Sasquatch, and a humanoid-type creature with wings and a large mouth with long fangs. Below was a huge turtle with a cracked shell, two wolf-like creatures, a huge ape head, and a giant lizard standing on two legs. On the opposite side, a massive bird stretched its stone wings, and above it, a version of Nessie, various smaller creatures, a giant spider, and an oversized cat clawed and climbed, all the beasts entwined in the gray stone. An enormous dragon sat perched atop the monument, wings spread, its stone eyes staring down at the valley floor. Ash walked around the sculpture as it sparkled in the sun. "It must have taken years to complete," he said. "Rogers, do you know who did this?" Emeka asked. "I don't know who the artist was, though I am certain the information is in the sanctuary's library. I do know the founder of the club commissioned the piece, madam," the robot said. "And who would that be?" Snake growled. "Why, Bernard Helvelmans, of course. He lived here for a time." Ash knew of Helvelmans. He'd written On the Track of Unknown Animals, the primary text in cryptozoology. On the eastern side of the sculpture, a block of polished black marble with white veins adorned the front of the monument, and at its top the following was etched therein: Atavism Special Animal Sanctuary. Below the title was the following verse: Atavism, old longings, nomadic leap, chafing at custom's chain. Again from its brumal sleep wakens the ferine strain. Helots of houses no more, let us be out, be free. Fragrance through the window and door, wafts from the woods, the sea. After the torpor of will, morbid the inner strife, welcome the animal thrill, lending a zest to life. Banish the volumes revered, sever from centuries dead. Ceilings the lamp flicker cheered, barter for stars instead. Temple thy dreams with the trees, nature thy god alone. Worship the sun and the breeze, altars where none atone. Voices of solitude call, whisper of sedge and stream. Loosen the fetters that gall, back to the primal scheme. Feel the great throbbing terrene, pulse in thy body beat, conscious again of the green verdure beneath the feet. Callous to pain as the rose, breathe with instinct's delight, live the existence that goes, soulless, into the night. At the base of the black slab chiseled into the smooth stone was the name John Myers O'Hara, and next to it, 1902. Out of reach, set atop the 15-foot-tall black rectangle of stone like prayer rocks on a headstone, were 9 small statues, each a different color and made of a different variety of stone. From right to left, there was a red hairy humanoid figure that resembled a Yeti or Sasquatch, a black dragon, wings spread, a gray Loch Ness Nessie monster, a brown coiled serpent, a spider, a salt and pepper dog that looked like a seal and was clearly a bunyip, a clear skinny humanoid with wings, a ferocious yellow bear standing on 2 legs, and a blue creature that looked half machine. "Shall we continue on?" Rogers said. One by one, the group pulled themselves from the monument and walked in a loose line behind Rogers as the bot glided down the yellow brick path. Sunlight poured through the hole at the top of the sculpture, throwing a giant spotlight on the mountainside to the north. A beast screeched, cows bleated, and insects buzzed as Ash made his way toward the gleaming house of blue stone. Ash was starting to think he might be out of his league. Cryptid hunters and conspiracy theorists usually weren't the most stable people, and Ash had expected to come to Peru and find a broken-down mansion in the mountains with a damp room filled with dusty books. What he'd found was altogether different. He pulled his phone. No messages, no signal. Rogers saw Ash looking at the phone and said, "Those will do you no good here." "You don't say," said Ash. 4. The scene was postcard-like. The bluestone house sitting on a hill surrounded by greenery, the steep mountain cliffs in the backdrop. The party entered a stand of trees, the path's edge lined with wild dandelions. The trees had dark bark and broad, deep green leaves shaped like a human hand. Ash thought they were a type of oak, but knew that species wasn't native to the area. As if reading his mind, Emeka said, "What type of trees are these?" "A hybrid variety of black oak," the bot said. "And how did they get here?" Ash said. "They were created and laid down a long time ago, Professor Cohn. You'll discover—" "Don't call me that," Ash snapped. Everyone eyed him. "I'm not a professor anymore." "Very good," Rogers continued. "Mr. Cohn, you will discover that every resident of the valley brought their own flair to the sanctuary. Because of the wet, temperate climate, many species of flora and fauna can survive here, even at the high elevation." "How high up are we?" Snake said. Rogers beeped, but didn't answer. It was becoming clear the robot servant had limited knowledge, and that Treemont left vast chunks of information out of the bot's database. So far, Rogers had been no more than a frequently asked questions page. A line of tall, untrimmed hedges boxed in the yellow brick path, and the party was funneled toward the house's main entrance. Up close, it looked even more of a marvel. Though Rogers hadn't answered Snake's question, Ash estimated the estate was at least 10,000 feet above sea level, so getting supplies of any kind to the valley would be a Herculean task. He knew the Andes Mountains had mines that produced blue granite, but he'd never seen it until now. Specks of quartz in the blue rocks sparkled in the midday sun, and the red roof and dark wood accents made the non-stone portions of the house look dull and drab by comparison. Something flitted through the trees to Ash's left, and he tracked it, straining his eyes to see through the gloom beneath the dense tree canopy. He slowed his pace and dropped to the rear of the group, covertly searching the dark woods. The underbrush of Tola was thick, and roots snaked across the ground and dead leaves swirled like tumbleweeds. A branch snapped, and Ash froze. None of his companions had stopped walking, nor had anyone looked back in his direction. He tuned his hearing, blocking the wind, the call of a bird, and the steady sigh of the mountains. Below it all, he heard faint breathing, and a gurgle echoed through the forest, then a growl. Ash's hand went for the knife he usually carried in his back pocket, but it wasn't there. His karambit was gone, along with his underwear, and suddenly he felt very alone and vulnerable. The shadow of a thin form with extended arms cut across the path, and Ash's fight-or-flight response kicked in. With no weapon, no clue what the beast was, flight was agreed upon by his brain's tribunal in a tenth of a second, and before Ash realized what he was doing, he was sprinting down the path after his companions. They weren't far, but when he reached them, he was panting. Rogers beeped and moved in close to Ash. The bot said in a low, metallic voice, "He said you might be the one, Mr. Cohn." "What?" Ash said. Rogers beeped and glided forward, joining the others and ignoring Ash's question. The greenhouse attached to the front of the house was small and ornate. It served as the house's foyer and was filled with exotic plants and trees from all around the world. The greenhouse's large wood entrance door stood closed. Ito opened the door and held it as the party passed inside. Tall tropical trees with broad leaves and a multitude of flowers and ornamental plants filled the greenhouse with a perfume-like scent that tickled Ash's nose. The yellow brick path cut through the dense foliage that led to the house's entrance, where it wove into salt and pepper-colored stone steps. The warm humidity inside the controlled environment felt good, and as sweat rolled down his back, Ash pictured the place in winter, snow covering the large windows and blocking out the sun. "Do you clean the snow off the glass in winter?" Ash asked. "That is rarely needed, but perhaps you might find out." "Why is that?" DePolly asked. She ran a hand through her long black hair, gold bracelets on her wrists tinkling. "We get less snow at this location than you might think, Ms. Singh. But early season storms can be fierce," Rogers said. The interior walls of the house were covered in poplar boards, a light brown wood with streaks of black and dark brown. To the right of the front door was a sitting room with a large fireplace. To the left, a switchback staircase to the second floor. Rogers beeped, and a light came on above, a modern LED that looked newer than the fixtures in Ash's apartment back in Stony Creek. He hadn't seen any solar farms during the descent into the valley, and he wondered where the power was coming from. When the party of 9 was all standing in the entranceway, Rogers said, "You are free to explore the house and valley, but first if I may show you to your room so you can refresh yourselves before dinner." The bot floated up the steps, and Snake followed. "We just going to trail after this thing?" Augie asked. "I'm hungry. Sooner we can get on with it, the sooner I can eat," Snake said. Ash's watch read 5:19. His stomach growled. It was going to be a long 45 minutes. Rogers paused on the first stair landing. Then, with an eerie foresight, the servant bot said, "You will find refreshment in your rooms to hold you until dinner, which will be served on the veranda on the side of the house at 6. Every room has an intercom, so you can call me any time, day or night, and I will assist you. Now follow me, please." The robot continued up the steps with Snake in tow. Emeka sighed, then started to climb, followed by Ito, DePolly, Otto, and Augie. Candace and Sean held back with Ash. "You okay?" Sean asked. "What happened to you back there? You look like you'd seen a ghost." Maybe I did." Sean's head jerked back, his lips thinned, and he squinted. A basic WTF face. "I don't know what I saw, heard. I didn't see anything. A shadow, maybe?" Candace perked up at this new information. "What did you hear?" Ash said nothing. Candace sighed and started up the steps. "You're going to have to trust someone if you want to make it through this, mate." Sean turned and followed Candace, leaving Ash standing alone at the bottom of the staircase. You've got no idea," Ash mumbled as he climbed. At the top of the stairs, a hallway ran to the right and left, 6 doors on each side. Stainless steel electronic locks shined beneath modern lights, the floor covered with a fine red carpet worn white down its center. Roger showed each guest to their rooms, and when the door closed behind Ash, he fell on the large double bed exhausted. He'd been going 50 hours, traversing more than 4,000 miles and 2 continents. He stared up at the wood ceiling, a large black and purple knot staring down at him like a bruised eye. He rolled over when a gust of wind pushed through the room, thick white curtains blowing inward from an open balcony door. Ash sat up, legs hanging off the bed, and stretched. He bounced on the mattress and found it had no spring. He pressed his palms into the coverlet. Felt like a feather bed. He rose and went to the balcony, pulling aside the drapes and gazing out on the valley. His room faced east, and below, the greenhouse glittered in the sun, the eastern end of the valley open like a window on the world. The Amazon rainforest a lush green carpet on the horizon. Wrought iron spikes, twisted to points, held iron grating in place atop the bulwark, and Ash stuck his nose through a gap in the wrought iron, peering down at the greenhouse. There was no way he could climb down. He'd probably skewer himself on the spikes before he got over the balustrade. A glint of metal caught Ash's eye, and he turned to find his rucksack sitting on a desk across from the bed. The metal rings on the bag straps shined, and Ash smiled. How had their host pulled off that trick? They'd waited at least 10 minutes for the copter's rotors to cycle down, and Rogers must have quickly relocated the baggage. Or Rogers wasn't the only servant. Perhaps it had been Treemont himself. Little mouse feet clawed at his spine, ice filled his stomach, and his cheeks grew hot when he thought about his host. Ash had come a long way based solely on Tremont's word, and from what he'd seen so far, the guy was a little cracked. Though he had to admit the estate was magnificent and was surely worth a fortune. He retrieved his bag and emptied the minimal contents out onto the bed. Some clothes, essential toiletries, his journal, a picture of Ophelia, and a folder with his travel documents. He reached into the sack, felt around the bottom, and was pleased to find the karambit still there. Ash removed a ring from his finger. It was a silver raised star with a diamond at its center. Ash was the only one who knew the ring's multiple edges were sharp, and not only could it serve as a weapon, it also doubled as a miniature knife. He stripped off the ring and held it between his index finger and thumb, and cut open the bottom of the rucksack, just a thin slit along the seam. When that was done, he slipped the ring back on and inserted his index finger in the hole he'd made, fishing around for the knife. When he found it, a smile spread over his face. He pulled the small folding karambit free and slipped his index finger through the finger ring. Ash jerked his wrist, flipping the knife in his hand and releasing the curved, razor-sharp fiberglass blade. He shadowboxed with the knife, lashing out with quick strikes, punching and weaving. He tossed his head side to side and rolled his shoulders, then he folded the knife, slipped it from his finger, and dropped it in his back pocket. He felt much better. Ash stuffed his clothes back in his bag and poured a glass of wine from a crystal decanter that sat on the desk next to a tray of crackers and cheese. He picked up one of the crackers, examining it, then stopped just short of putting it in his mouth. What if the food was drugged or poisoned? Why would Treemont do such a thing after inviting him to come? It made no sense. To that, the rational side of his brain said, but many things hadn't made sense in the last 24 hours. His bathroom had a wash basin full of clear water and a ceramic bowl containing warm towels. He rinsed his face, put on a clean shirt, combed his hair, and examined himself in a floor mirror that sat in a corner. He looked tired, black bags hanging beneath his eyes, thin red blood vessels spidering over his eyes. What the hell had he been thinking coming here? Well, he hadn't. He'd been desperate. Well, still was, though his expectations had changed considerably. The gentlemanly competition he'd created in his mind was turning dark, and he thought of running. He glanced out the double doors leading to the balcony and the snow-capped peaks beyond. Run to where? He turned the knob on his door and the electronic lock disengaged. The odd juxtaposition of the metal receiver box mounted next to the old, ornately decorated wood door frame looked strange. Ash stepped out into the hall, and Rogers eased down the passageway in his direction. Going to dinner, sir? Yeah. He had planned to take a short exploratory walk first, but there was plenty of time for that. Plus, he could get some answers from the bot. "This place is amazing," Ash said. "How did it get built way up here? Couldn't have been easy transporting materials." The robot squeaked and hissed, and it sounded to Ash like Rogers was laughing. "There is a full description of how the house was built in the library. Almost everything you see, minus the tech and fixtures, was created using mined or milled local resources. There is a mine on site, and plenty of shale, sandstone, marble, and sedimentary rocks to make mortar. And the odd trees and plants? Some of the flora in the valley was planted and cultivated by former owners. And who might they be?" Rogers chirped, but didn't answer. "Did you hear me?" Ash was getting frustrated. "Yes, sir, but that question falls outside my ability to respond." "Of course." The bot led Ash down the staircase and through the sitting room, where Ito and Emika sat drinking and playing chess. On the far end of the room, wide double doors stood open, a patio with a roof of grapevines and an amazing view of the valley's northern slope beyond. In the center of the stone portico was a dark wood table with 8 place settings. A large roasted bird, bottles of wine, pitchers of water, bowls of vegetables, and a board with a loaf of bread and bar of butter rested on the table. Tall blue candles ran down the table's center, their flickering light casting dancing shadows over the gray stone floor and ornate railing that surrounded the patio. Snake and DePolly were already drinking and eating. None of the others had arrived. Ash took a seat next to Snake. When push came to shove and allies needed to be made, why not be friends with a tough guy? Nobody would care about personalities if bullets started flying. Between bites, Snake said, "Well, the food's not bad." "Sorry I didn't wait. My parents taught me better, but I was starving," DePolly said. No worries," said Ash. A chatter of voices floated from within the house, and Sean and Candace appeared with Rogers in tow. "The party can start," said the Scot. "Anyone seen Augie and Otto?" Candace said. Otto had faded into the background after their brief debate on the helicopter about the Loch Ness creature. It was almost as if he'd realized he'd exposed himself and was trying to put the paste back in the tube. Not recently," Ash said. "Why?" "Otto, there's just something off. I don't trust the guy," Candace said. "I don't trust anyone here. No offense to present company," Sean said. He nodded at Snake and DePolly. Snake was shoveling it in and didn't look up. DePolly smiled and said, "The question you should be asking is, why are there only 9 place settings?" 5. Snake stopped eating and looked up. Candace's eyes grew wide, and Sean counted, head bobbing as his eyes shifted down the long table. Ash had noticed their host's missing dinner plate right off. Perhaps he'd underestimated DePolly. "What do you make of that?" Ash said. DePolly shrugged. "Seems obvious, no?" Ash said nothing, and Sean snickered. "He doesn't mean to join us for dinner," DePolly said, her soft brown eyes shifting to the patio entrance as Ito and Emika joined the party, followed by Otto and Augie. "G'day, all," said Augie. He dropped into a seat and started filling his plate. "Evening," Ash said. "We were just discussing the absence of our host." "He won't be joining us," said Ito as he took the seat on the other side of Snake. Ash smiled. Great minds think alike. "It doesn't look like it," he said, sweeping his arm in a wide arc, indicating the 9 spots at the table. Ito's eyes shifted and scanned, and he raised an eyebrow. "It appears there's a fly in the ointment," he said. Otto and Emika took the 2 remaining seats. A bird cawed from the thick boughs of a tall birch tree next to the portico. It was like the beast was trying to speak. "It's all a bit odd, isn't it?" Candace said. "The entire thing, I mean." She's got a point," Sean said. "We came here based on nothing. We don't even have a treasure map, and we're surprised when this Treemont character messes with us." "Also good points," Ash said. Rows of liquor bottles filled a table against the blue granite wall of the house, and as Ash went to get a cocktail, he said, "Can I get anyone a drink?" "That's Roger's job," Snake growled. "Where is the levitating garbage pail?" "Right here, sir. How may I assist you?" Rogers glided onto the patio, head rotating as the robot's eyes scanned the table. "You're all here. Splendid." "Where is Mr. Treemont?" Ash said. Rogers beeped, whined, and squeaked, but didn't speak. "He won't be joining us for dinner?" DePauli asked. "No, Miss Singh, he will not be joining the party for supper." "Get me a martini, neat. Chop chop," Otto said. The other 8 guests leered at him like he just insulted a little girl's dress, then cast furtive glances at each other. "What? It's only a machine." "It's a slur, dipshit," Candace said. Everyone gave their drink orders, and Rogers glided to the collection of bottles and mixed the cocktails, the servos moving the bot's accordion arms buzzing in the stillness. The group filled their plates and ate. Ash received his whiskey and soda, tipped the glass to his lips, emptied it, and handed the glass back to Rogers. The robot chirped and eased off to refill the glass. Ash mounded his plate with turkey and vegetables as he waited, and when Rogers returned with his second drink, he only took a sip before putting it down. Ash ate in silence as he dispassionately summed up his fellow competitors. Snake was the most open book of the group, his blue turban and its pin, a crescent moon with a star, marking him as Afghani. Though he wore the Sunni symbol, he clearly wasn't devout based on the food he'd been eating and the amount of vodka he'd consumed. He was big of stature and personality, but small in size. Ash could tell by the vacant stares that spread over his face too often that he wasn't the sharpest sword in the armory, and he was aggressive, which meant he was probably hasty and insecure. He wore black pants with brown leather boots that went to his knees, his shirt a green safari-type thing that looked like it had seen better days. Snake looked up when he felt Ash eyeing him, so Ash looked away. Sean and Candace were no great mystery, though he knew little about either of them other than their areas of cryptozoology specialization and that they couldn't make up their minds if they were into each other. Candace was beautiful, her spiral curled blonde hair falling around her shoulders, her bright blue eyes heavenly pools. Sean's bushy red hair, freckled face, and red cheeks identified him as Scottish, making his specialty of Loch Ness an easy deduction. Candace's philanthropy and research were well known, so Ash didn't think his knowledge of his 2 acquaintances was of any value when it came to the competition, whatever the hell said competition was. DePauli had a beauty that crept up on you. At first he'd made all the stereotypical judgments and filed her away in the spoiled her entire life file. His first impression had been wrong, however. Her sari was loose-fitting, but when she moved, the fabric tightened, and Ash saw the fine lines of her body, her ample breasts and toned legs. She pecked at the food on her plate, not really eating. She squinted, mouth bent in a frown. Clearly, she wasn't used to not being in control. Ito, Emeka, and Augie were blank slates. Ito's short white hair was slicked back, his blue eyes dark and penetrating. Ash felt the knowledge behind those eyes. Competitiveness. His accent marked him as a German, and Ash understood on some primal level that Ito shouldn't be underestimated. Emeka had mastered an aloof and distant persona. Her short black hair, dark narrow eyes, and pale complexion told Ash she didn't get outside much, which was odd for a cryptid hunter, if that's what she was. She was probably a research rat and never left her lab. Augie did a much better job concealing his strength and competitiveness beneath a veneer of friendly banter and an easygoing style. He was good-looking, even by a man's standards, and Ash was having a hard time getting a read on him. Otto was a different animal altogether. The thin black man gave off an aura of ice, dark eyes always shifting and watching, short black hair balding in the middle. He was holding back. Everyone had noticed it. Was he Otto Tremont's inside man? Ash turned to Snake and asked, "So, what is it you hunt?" Snake didn't look like he appreciated pointless pleasantries. The man's turban dipped as he looked at the floor and chuckled. "You won't have a guess?" Anacondas? Sea serpents?" Ash said. Then he added with a smile, "Giant snakes." "Ding ding, we have a winner." The man went back to gnawing on a turkey bone. "Any particular place?" Ash pushed. Snake dropped his bone and looked up at Ash. "Are we friends? Do I look like I want to make friends?" "Just making conversation," Ash said. "Don't," Snake said. "I know all about him," Emeka said. "He's chased giant anaconda all over the world. Amazon basin, Africa, anywhere there be jungle." Snake growled but said nothing. "I saw a picture of him standing next to a giant snake. Didn't look real," Emeka said. Snake slammed both his fists on the table, all the plates shook, and Ash caught his wine glass before it tipped over. "It was most certainly real," Snake said. "Do you think he might have one here?" Sean asked. "Like Nessie?" "I have no idea what this madman might have. But like your Nessie, I don't see how the species could have developed here, so if there are specimens, they were brought here," Snake said. "I suppose we could ask Rogers. Not that the tin can would answer," Candace said. Her plate was empty and she sipped on a vodka and soda. Ash said, "I think we can assume none of the cryptids in the valley, if there are any at all, are native to the area." "A yeti might be the exception. This environment suits them," Augie said. "And there are other examples." Otto leaned back in his chair, eyes shifting from speaker to speaker. When he caught Ash watching him, he winked. "Rogers, what creatures live here in the valley?" Sean asked. Rogers beeped so loud, Ash thought Sean's question had broken the servant bot. Finally, it said, "As I have already stated, the house library contains an accounting of the sanctuary. Can I get anyone anything? Are you ready for dessert?" "I am," Snake barked. Me too," Augie said. "Me three," said Ash. He was on his third whiskey and was feeling much better about his situation. Magic, whiskey was. These folks might not be the world's most upstanding, forthright citizens, but his worry drained away as the companion spoke. Ash knew everyone was being guarded with their comments, the information they provided, for fear of giving their competitors an advantage. He didn't take it personally. Rogers buzzed from the portico, disappearing through a thin door in the corner of the patio. A gust of wind pushed up the valley, bringing the scent of flowers, cow manure, and something else. The screaming bird was back at it, and the beast's mournful cry echoed over the portico like a warning klaxon. Ash let his hand drop below the table, and he felt his back pocket, making sure the karambit was still there. "And what of you, Ash?" Snake said. He wiped his face with his stained napkin and put his elbows on the table. Topali opened her mouth to speak, then shut it. Ash laughed to himself. Old habits die hard, and Ash's mother had scolded him to get his elbows off the table many times. "You're asking a lot of questions," Otto said, "for a guy with your reputation that doesn't want to be friends." An uncomfortable silence permeated the veranda, like a fart in a movie theater. Then Ash laughed. "My reputation?" He'd been afraid of this. "You were an associate professor of zoology at Humboldt State University, where you specialized in comparative physiology and physiological ecology, especially of bats, no?" Otto said. He smiled broadly and appeared to think he'd scored a point. "Oh, you can read. Oh, good for you," Ash said. He felt his face get hot, sweat dripping down his back as anger built in him like a surging wave. Otto threw up a hand. "You all know the rest, yes?" Ash looked to Sean and Candace. Sean looked at the ceiling, and Candace frowned as she stared at her hands, which were folded in her lap. "He was," started Otto. "I'll tell it," interrupted Ash. If his story had to be told, he was going to tell it. He took a long pull of whiskey and soda, then sighed. "I was spelunking in Northern California, a great spot just east of Redding in the Cascades. I spent many days there observing bats, cataloging their comings and goings. Like a hunter, I had my perfect spots, places where the bats would funnel through in great numbers. I was at one of my favorite places just before dusk, the sun just starting to sink on the horizon, when I saw an enormous hulking shape emerge from the foliage outside the cave. The beast was huge, covered in brown, shaggy hair, and stood 10 feet tall if it was 5. But none of that is what made me fall from my perch atop a large stone just inside the cave mouth." Ash paused for effect and to collect his thoughts. His nerves were walking over hot coals, and he was suddenly sweating. The group shifted in their seats, the whir of Rogers' stabilization jets puffing in the stillness. Topali coughed and Sean sniffled. The bot chose that moment to glide across the veranda with the dessert tray. Each guest selected a treat, and coffee was served. Ash continued. "What threw me was the creature's red eyes. The only way they searched the oncoming dusk. They glowed. That's the only way I can describe how they shined," Ash said. Snake laughed. You think you saw Sasquatch? Bigfoot, if you will, Augie said. The man sounded skeptical at best. Ash said nothing. The rest of the story was nobody's business, but Otto wouldn't let it be. Then you know what he does. He goes to the... Otto said. Ash cut him off. Enough about me. What about you, Otto? His story was the only one Ash really cared about. Otto stared at Ash, looked up and down the table, lifted his fork to his mouth, and stuffed in a piece of chocolate cake. Several minutes passed as everyone ate, and as dessert wound down, a sharp beeping sound cut across the terrace. The party went silent, cutlery ceased tinkling on plates, and even the annoying bird stopped screaming. Rogers hovered at the end of the table, the lenses that were its eyes shining in the shade beneath the ceiling of grapevines. The robot servant said, "Mr. Treemont will receive you now." Stunned silence as the party considered this. Looking around at each other, their faces masks of confusion, excitement, and fear. Ito grunted, Sean whistled, and Emeka harumphed. Otto bounced to his feet, and that started a wave as the companions dropped napkins, took final pulls of drinks, and brushed crumbs from shirts. "This way, please," Rogers said. The bot didn't head for the wide double doors Ash had come through, but instead went to the far end of the porch where a narrow door stood open. Rogers had been going in and out of the doorway throughout dinner, and Ash thought the room beyond was the kitchen. As he had been several times already on this day, he was wrong. The party nodded together before the narrow door, a line forming as they filed into a hexagonal room with no other doors and a single white light fixture in the center of the ceiling. The walls were covered in poplar boards, like the rest of the house. A single portrait hanging on 4 of the walls, the other 2 unadorned. Rogers paused in the center of the room, and the door the guests had entered through slid closed. "Is one of these pictures Treemont?" Sean asked. "No, sir. Leaders of the Cryptid Club don't get their portrait in the gallery until their term is over. Mr. McCrary, sir." Sean looked at Ash, who hiked his shoulders. Always a piece of the answer, never the complete puzzle. The light went out and the room was plunged into darkness. Sharp intakes of breath, and a gasp that Ash thought was Candace. "Camel farts, what is this? Turn on the..." Snake began. "Ladies and gentlemen," the human voice was harsh and melodious. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?" A slice of light knifed through the darkness, and a door slid open, revealing an antechamber beyond. 6. "Please take your seats," said the disembodied shrill voice. "There is room for all 9 of you. Rogers, ask if anyone needs drinks." The door slid open further, the sliver of light becoming a rectangle. "Can I get anyone anything?" Rogers intoned. "Scotch. Double," Sean said. The voice had stopped, and a heartbeat of nervous silence filled the room. The drink orders started pouring from the group. Rogers listened patiently, and when the assembled were done barking orders at the bot, the door the party had come through opened, and the bot floated away without a word. "Ladies and gentlemen, please join me," came the voice. Ash stayed where he was, staring into the rectangle of white light, trying to determine what lay beyond. Snake shuffled forward, leaning over like a broken old man, peering into the brightly lit chamber beyond. Emeka huffed and pushed past him, disappearing into the light. Snake followed, then Augie. Candace and Sean stood with their backs to Ash, and they both turned as if asking for permission to continue. Ash shrugged and said, "We've come this far." "Get on then," said Sean, waving an arm and ushering Ash forward. Ito hovered at the door's threshold, his head plunged into the bright light like he was bobbing for apples. Otto stood next to him, ramrod straight. Ash didn't sense any recognition or familiarity in the man now. Whatever he knew or didn't know, this was new to him. DePolly fell in beside Ash, and from habit, she reached out to take his arm, then pressed it tight to her side. Ash threaded past Sean and Candace, and DePolly matched him stride for stride. As they stepped into the white light, Ash was momentarily blinded, and he squinted. The lights dimmed, and when his vision cleared, he was looking at a ghost. At least that's what the hologram looked like. 9 black leather chairs sat evenly spaced around a black metal box, and above it, A 4-foot projection of a man floated like Princess Leia speaking to R2-D2. The aberration had a thick beard and his hands were on his hips. He smiled jovially, his blue eyes sparkling through a mane of brown hair that fell about his shoulders, loose strands cutting across his face. The hologram was paused. Emeka and Snake were already seated, and this time Ash used reverse psychology and sat as far from the irritable man as possible. Zapali sat next to him on one side, Candace the other, with Sean next to her. When everyone was seated, Rogers glided into the room and served the drinks. Ash had ordered a double Jack Daniels. He took a long pull of the whiskey, its sharp burn tingling his senses and kicking his brain in the ass. A simulation, a fancy message. Treemont wasn't here. The hologram flickered, then came back stronger and jerked into motion. "Very good, good. Please take your seats," the projection said. A thin beam of light shot upward from the black box, and fog leaked from small jets at the box's edges like a smoke machine. The image was projected on the white steam as it formed a thick cloud above the box. Nobody spoke, and outside Ash heard the bird calling for attention. "Good. Now that you are all here, let us begin. I am Lester Treemont, for the dullards among you, and I'm here." "This is preposterous," Otto yelled. He sprang to his feet, realized he'd overreacted, and sat back down and crossed his arms over his chest. Tremont's image paused. Rogers said, "Please do not interrupt the—" "I'll interrupt you," Snake shouted. The big man pressed himself to his feet, the arms of the leather chair squeaking under the strain. He balled his fists and went for Rogers, but Ito leapt in his way. "Break the bot and we're really screwed," the German said. Snake panted, anger seeping from him like bad breath. "Food, water, let's hear what Treemont has to say. That's why you came, isn't it?" Ito said. Snake said nothing, but he eased back and sat down. Ito looked around and sat. The hologram restarted. Ash figured there were sound and motion sensors at work. That was the only explanation that made sense. Unless someone was watching? Ash glanced over his shoulders, studied the 4 walls, but found nothing but brown poplar boards. "To tell you why you've been chosen, what lies ahead, and what's at stake." Tremont's image continued. "This isn't what we were—" Candace started, but stopped when the hologram froze. She sighed and mumbled, "Sorry." The projection went on. "First off, I'm sure you're all wondering, why you? If I thought you were so important and deserved to have the valley and everything that goes with it, why didn't I introduce myself prior? Yes, you're thinking that's a very curious question indeed, and I'm certain you all considered this prior to deciding to come here, yes?" The projection paused as if it were actually speaking to the group. "Good, yes," Treemont continued. "In the past, members of the club were allowed to come to the sanctuary to reaffirm their commitment to cryptozoology. But times have changed. It used to be like a trek to Mecca or an American Indian's test in the wild to become a man. Otto can tell you all about it if he's there. Are you there, Otto?" The hologram paused and mockingly put a hand to an ear. Everyone looked at Otto, who seemed to shrink under the hostile stares. "This true?" Ash said. The image of Treemont stayed paused. Otto looked at the floor, then looked up in defiance. "Yes, it's true. I came here as a boy with my father, but I don't recall much." "Well, wouldn't you think that information might be relevant?" Sean said. He had his fists on the arm of his chair and his ass was an inch off his seat. "For who?" Otto said. "It's really none of your business." "That's how you knew about the creature in the lake, and used Tremont's first name. You've met him?" The companions sat in stunned silence. The hologram started. "You all still questioning Otto?" The projection paused when half the party yelled yes. "So, what have you got to say for yourself, mate?" Augie said. "Nothing I haven't already said," Otto answered. "Have I met him? Technically, yes, but as I said, it was a long time ago. I wouldn't know him today if I passed him in the street." "And you've had no contact with him since?" Emeka asked. Otto didn't answer. Candace said, "He said they'd corresponded." "But that's it," blurted Otto. "That is until I got my invitation." That seemed to shut everyone down. "We're not done with this," Ash said. With his suspicions verified, he wondered what he hadn't thought of. 5 seconds of silence slipped by, the bird outside going full tilt. Then Treemont continued. Yes, please leave poor Otto alone if he's there. His trip to the sanctuary as a boy won't give him any advantages in this competition, I assure you all. So, by now, you've figured out I made this recording prior to your arrival, and thus didn't know for sure who would come. Think of your invitation like an offer to go to a wedding. The invites to your top guests go out first, then the people you'd like to invite but can't, and those folks get the slots not taken by the first wave, and so on. So yes, you, whoever is sitting and watching this message, may not have been my first choices, but have faith that I had a pretty good idea. If you can't believe that, get over it. The projection paused 2 seconds for effect. As your invitation informed you, I am dying. Indeed, it is my illness that stops me from being with you, and as you watch this, I may already be dead. No matter. Plans have been made, precautions taken, but I warn you now, don't get too upset or excited. I don't want any of you keeling over from mountain sickness or edema. The valley's elevation is on the upper end of the high-altitude region scale, and the air in the valley, while not as bad as the peaks, is most likely considerably thinner than what most of you are used to, and it will take time for your bodies to fully acclimatize, so have a care. The effects of high altitude are considerable, and could kill you if you're not careful. The percentage of oxygen saturation in your hemoglobin determines the content of oxygen in your blood. After the human body reaches around 7,000 feet above sea level, the saturation of oxyhemoglobin begins to decrease, but fear not. Your body has both short-term and long-term adaptations to altitude that will allow it to compensate for the lack of oxygen, but you'll need to take it easy for a time. I'm sure you've all noticed your shortness of breath. Ash had, and he'd understood why. But hearing it put in such stark terms made him wonder, for the millionth time, why he'd come to the valley. Then all his problems and desperation came roaring back like a bad ex. His chest heaved, his brain reminding him the air contained much less oxygen than he was used to, and somehow he'd need to find the strength to compete. Treemont rubbed his nose and static rippled over the projection. Yes, well, perhaps I should have written all this down, the hologram chuckled. But I didn't, so bear with me, please. It is the long-standing tradition of the club that its new leader be selected by its 9 most worthy members via a competition, officiated by the club's current leader. And if that's not possible, the guidelines for ascendancy would be followed by Rogers. As membership in the club's current incarnation is non-existent, you 9 have been invited here for a chance to carry on the tradition and become owner of the valley and the leader of the Cryptid Club. How you choose to handle future membership, and the valley, will be your decision. Know, however, that I kept the sanctuary secret and didn't cultivate membership, because in today's age of technology, I feared for the traditions and research that have carried me through my life. Indeed, each of you, most likely unknowingly, has participated in that life and its successes and failures. Bringing you here puts over 100 years of work in potential jeopardy. The image paused. Sean sniffled and Ash wet his lips with his tongue. He didn't know what to think. Tremont's image said, As I'm sure you've all already deduced, I've been watching you for some time, using the wealth of the club and its resources to track your research and progress. You are the 9 best cryptozoologists on Earth, or at least the 9 most adventurous, or desperate. Make no mistake, I know your type, even if I don't know you personally. You yearn for answers traditional science doesn't seek because what they'd find would invalidate everything they believe to be true. It is this drive that brings you here, though I am not naive. Whatever emotional baggage you brought to the sanctuary, I suggest you shed it. And I know you all have matching sets of luggage. I invited you here, after all. A pause, then. Okay, let's get on with the meat and potatoes, as my pa used to say. Who am I? How was the Cryptid Club formed, and by who and why? What are its goals, and— The hologram waved a finger at the assembled. How will I decide who will succeed me? Yes, I said I because everything to come has been preordained. by me." "Hogwash," snapped Snake, and the projection froze. "Hogwash?" Ash said. "How much of this are we supposed to take?" Snake said. "All of it," Ito said. Silence. The bird. Then, "It began in 1878, when cryptozoologist Franklin Lensington discovered the valley while searching the Andes for Yeti. Though there'd been no credible sightings up this way, Franklin left no stone unturned, and as a man of means with access to his family fortune, he hired residents for the labor and constructed the house you now sit in from local resources. The remains of the blue granite quarry are below the house, and a well bored into the mountain provides geothermic energy which we use to provide power and heat. As you saw when you arrived, the valley has a contingent of livestock, as well as vegetable gardens, finds for wine production, and even indoor beehives to make honey, and when the weather is good, pollinate the valley. We're quite self-sufficient, so if you thought maybe you'd stow away on the supply helicopter, think again. The house is stocked and supply runs have been suspended until further notice. Those who think they can scale the mountain cliffs, I implore you not to try. An ascent is impossible, except by the most experienced climbers, with help, and the most up-to-date gear." Ash knew that was bullshit. There had to be a footpath that led out of the valley, and job one would be to find it. If things went south, he needed an escape plan. Treemont continued. "Over the last 150-plus years, paddocks were added, modern amenities, and as technology and transportation became more advanced and the valley more accessible, Franklin got the idea to make the valley a sanctuary for his small collection of cryptids. Franklin understood atavism, knew that if the creatures he discovered weren't protected, in defending their lives, the beasts would revert to their primal tendencies. As his plans came to fruition, he included others, and Franklin's successor was a member of the club and deeply involved in its creation and the sanctuary's construction. Each leader's sense has brought something new to the club and the valley." Treemont took a breath and reached outside the hologram's halo and brought a glass to his lips. The projection tipped back its head, drank, then made a satisfied sound. "So yes, I'm not going to bore you with 150 years of history, but if you're curious, all active competitors will have access to the house library. The history and background of former leaders is there, all the old wet fart stories, but know as you waste your time wading through the pompous accounts of their terms as leaders of the club, it's the creatures here in the valley that truly matter. Now, if you're like me, you have many questions. Yes, the black hands that pull the levers of the world know the location of the sanctuary, but not its purpose. In the old days, there weren't satellites watching everyone, no Google taking pictures of ants' asses from space. So the valley was developed in relative secret, and is safe as long as things stay that way, which was why I didn't cultivate membership. There's simply too much temptation to blow it all up for 15 minutes of fame. Everyone I invited will put the creatures first, or so I believe." "Active competitors," the hologram said. "Yes, you heard that right. Some of you, hopefully not all, may not want to continue. That's fine. Nobody is being held against their will. However, if you fail to participate in the competition, and I mean if you miss one contest or you refuse to compete, you will be sequestered in your room until the competition is over. Why? The valley holds many secrets, and non-competitors will not be permitted to discover them. What's to keep one competitor from helping another? Nothing. But know I have eyes and ears everywhere, and though Rogers looks to be nothing more than a floating service tray, the bot has access to resources that could make your stay in the valley unpleasant. So, before you decide to be the squeaky wheel, remember you agreed to come here." Ash coughed, and DePauli offered a silk handkerchief, which he accepted with a nod. He wiped his nose as Treemont continued. "You're all probably wondering what will happen if you decide not to compete or to quit. How long might the competition last? Fair enough, fair enough. No one will be permitted to leave the valley until the competition is complete, regardless of how long that may take. The helicopter won't return until there is a new leader of the Cryptid Club." 7. The assembled cryptid hunters and researchers gasped, sighed, and growled. The sounds were enough to freeze the hologram, a smile running across Treemont's frozen face from ear to ear. Then everyone started talking at once, a cacophony of bitching and human braying that made Ash want to yell. So he did. "I can't hear myself think." When the rumble of complaining voices didn't cease, he whistled, and the piercing shriek stopped the chatter. "Why don't we hear the rest of the message before we try and determine what it might mean?" The rest of the group stared at him like he was crazy, and the break in the action was long enough for Tremont's projection to start up again. "Look, I get it. I was pissed the first time I came here. I thought Mason had lied to me, cheated me out of the opportunity to control my own life. I felt manipulated. Again, get over it. Each of you were chosen for your strength. There are no cupcakes among you, no wallflowers." Tremont's image took another pull from an unseen glass. "You might be wondering who the hell I am." He laughed. "Fair, fair. I was an inquisitive lad, probably not unlike all of you. I dug where others didn't, ventured places others feared, and I wasn't afraid to believe what my eyes told me was real. Of course, I didn't have much use for organized school, and my dad was a military man, and we were always moving around. He paid little attention to me, and my family's travels took me all around the world. I did pretty much whatever I wanted. When I saw a Jersey devil in the swamps of the Meadowlands, everything changed." The hologram said. "You've seen one?" Dipali blurted. She put a hand over her mouth and said, "Oh, sorry." Ash knew how the woman felt. It was infuriating having to listen to Treemont but not have the ability to ask questions. Dipali's question caused a momentary pause, and Ash felt himself getting bored and frustrated. He didn't give a yeti's ass whether Lester had a good childhood. He wanted to get on with it. He was tired and wanted to hit the rack, though his twisting gut told him the night was far from over. The leader of the Cryptid Club foresaw the interruption, and when the projection jerked into motion, Treemont was laughing, the hologram's beard jerking up and down. "Yes." The word slithered from his mouth. "When I was 16, I sought out Manson Gregory. You've all heard of him, I gather?" A pause, then, "For those who haven't, he was the foremost cryptozoologist at the time. Specialized in Sasquatch and Yeti, Loch Ness, Chupacabra, all the good ones. He was well funded, and when he asked me to be his assistant, I jumped at the chance. Little did I know that meant membership in the club, and that eventually I'd become caretaker of the sanctuary." When none of the party interrupted or spoke, Treemont went on. "So, what else? The hologram stroked its chin. "I've told you the valley is home to a myriad of unique creatures, both big and small. Most came here as younglings, but not all. Is there a list of beasts in residence, you might ask? A zoological operation to take care of them? Feed them? The answer to those questions is no. We put out food in the winter, but other than a few necessary exceptions for specimens that require—" Treemont paused, took a drink from the invisible glass. "I'm sorry, I get tired so fast. My throat is like sandpaper." A pause, and it was then Ash knew for certain they were all dealing with a madman. This was all too well thought out. Treemont continued. "Some of the creatures require assistance due to habitat and food supply constraints, but most of the creatures in the sanctuary fend for themselves, and there are a few species in the valley I haven't seen for several years. In the library you will find accounts of most of the beasts, but don't put too much stock in what you find there, for there are many conflicting opinions and accounts. You will see some of these beasts with your own eyes, even meet one, which brings me to the rules. Pay very close attention," Treemont said, then paused. Ash sighed. It was getting annoying having a recording dictating the conversation. But at this point he saw no option that made sense other than to let Treemont finish. He took a deep breath and let it out slow. He was feeling the effects of the altitude. In typical showman fashion, Treemont had kept the important information for last to keep his audience's gnat-like attention spans from fading out. "I have contrived for there to be a series of tests. Each involves your knowledge of mysterious animals. your ability to interact with them, and your problem-solving skills. These tests will not always be timed or clear. Everything you do here at the Atavism Special Animal Sanctuary will be weighed, measured, and ultimately I will decide who wins. If I am unable to make that decision due to my death, a series of protocols have been put in place to make the decision for me, and leave no doubts. The winner will be clear and undisputed, and a clear rationale will be provided by Rogers or his designee should it not be obvious to all. Designee? Ash wondered what that meant. At this point, anything could be possible, but he didn't speak up. You are not allowed to interfere with other competitors without their permission. You may help each other, but there will be no sabotage. If you are accused of such, you will be removed from the competition. The hologram laughed. Some of you just said to yourself, "So you say." The projection laughed again. If you attempt to sabotage the contest— Treemont paused and the hologram crackled. There will be undesirable consequences. These are, of course, always possible. It's dangerous walking out your front door. But I digress. You will report when asked. You will compete when instructed. Failure to complete a given task, as I've already told you, will lead to your removal from the competition. Treemont paused to let that sink in. You will meet Tallboy here in the sanctuary. If you're lucky and he likes you, you might have the opportunity to interact with the Sasquatch. Though he can't speak, at least not in the way you might think. He's tamed, domesticated, if you will. This is the product of 2 generations of breeding and living in the valley, but take care. Not all the specimens of Bigfoot and the like in the valley are as tame. Well, that's it, from first to last. Questions can be placed in the complaint box. Tremont's image chuckled and it rippled, static cutting through the hologram. Oh, and I almost forgot. You've already met Rogers. He can attend to your every need, treat most medical issues you might encounter, and can dispense basic medications should you require any. You may ask him questions, but as you've already no doubt deduced, his knowledge base is limited. I hope to greet the winner at the completion of the competition, but that might not be possible, so I'd like to thank you all for coming, and for participating in my little contest. It is a most dangerous game, but I'm confident in your abilities. You've all done questionable things, and in the days ahead you'll face your greatest fears, so take care. It would be a shame if you all didn't make it out of Atavism's Special Animal Sanctuary alive. Tremont's hologram smiled, waved, and blinked out. What a load of cow crap, Sean said. A half hour of speaking, yet he said nothing, Snake said. We still don't know shit. I'm forced to agree with you, Ash said. Despite Treemont laying out what he called the rules, he'd hardly given them any information. This guy is mad, Ito said. What about that last line, make it out alive? I didn't much like the sound of that, Candace said. Maybe I'm the only one here who didn't go to university, but would someone tell me what the hell the word atavism means? Augie said. Ito said, It means a tendency to revert to something ancient or ancestral, like an animal returns to its natural tendencies given certain circumstances. Ash nodded. He guessed that made sense. When in the wild, animals act a certain way, in captivity, another. That was why so many species had trouble reacclimating after being with humans. I don't know about any of that, but I want to hear from Otto, Dipali said. She looked at Ash, lips curling. Ash agreed. You're the only one who's ever even been here before. What do you remember? You must have seen something other than the lake monster you can recall. Otto sat silent, his elbow resting on his knee, chin in hand as he stared at the black box that had projected the hologram. The mist had dissipated and a chemical scent pervaded the room. Otto looked up and locked eyes with Ash. I didn't tell you all for this very reason. There really is nothing to tell. Please believe me, he said. I didn't even remember the lake monster until I saw it. I was 4 years old, for shit's sake. There was a hint of desperation in the man's voice, all his confidence having fled with Tremont's image. The message had affected others in the group as well. Candace bit her nails. Sean's eyebrows were scrunched together, and Emika stared at the ceiling, her dark eyes wet with the slightest sheen of tears. Snake threw up his hands, and his turban pitched back on his head. I'll be the asshole. Anyone else buying Otto shit, he's a mole.
That makes no sense, Emika said. If he's a plant, why expose him?
Snake's head tilted, and he pressed his lips together, but said nothing. Why expose me? Great question, Otto said. Perhaps I'll remember more if I see it. If I do, I promise to share what I remember with all of you, competition or not. Ash's opinion of Otto was rising like beer stocks before the Super Bowl. The guy had been so quiet and gruff, Ash had assumed, ass out of you and me, that he was an elite dipshit. Maybe not. Ash hoped his batting average improved, because so far he'd been wrong more than he'd been right. He tossed Otto an olive branch and changed the subject. Ito, what do you make of all this? The German searched the room, his blue eyes sizing up each competitor. He sounded sad when he replied. I don't think I'm prepared to give an opinion. I need another drink, Augie said.
Yes, sir. The same?
Rogers said. Everyone turned to look at the robot. Ash had forgotten Rogers was there. The bot hadn't made a sound throughout Tremont's dissertation. Yes, please, Rogers, right away, Augie said. Others chimed in, and as the service bot floated off to get the beverages, silence crept over the room. The 8 companions searching each other's faces for clues, any hint of what they might be thinking. Ash was thinking he was screwed and that he'd made a huge mistake. The bot returned and passed out the drinks. Ash asked, Rogers, did you start that hologram? Rogers paused, accordion arm extended. Candace's glass of wine halfway to her. The bot buzzed and squeaked, camera lens eyes scoping in and out, and replied,
Yes, sir, following Mr. Tremont's instructions.
Snake spoke, teeth grinding, his tone dangerously polite. Can you replay the message?
No, sir.
Snake took 2 fast steps and pushed the servant robot, who deftly balanced the wine and didn't spill a drop.
Sir Snake, please don't do that.
Candace put herself between the bot and Snake and plucked her wine from the robot's claw.
Stop attacking an inanimate object and ask yourself if we can trust the information we've been given, she said.
Ash said, That's an excellent question. What do we all know of Treemont other than what he's told us? What we've read on the net?
Has anyone here other than Otto?
Emika paused and everyone looked at Otto.
Has anyone else met him?
The whir of the service's bot stabilizer jets, the faint whistle of the wind, and the hum of the old blue granite house filled the silence. Ash took a deep breath in through his nose and let it out slowly through his mouth. It was getting easier to breathe, but it was still an effort. Sean said, I've never met him. Nobody spoke. I get that, as competitors, you might want to play your cards close, but I think this guy is nuts. Might be time to step out of the contest for a bit, the Scot said. Candace and DePauli nodded. You could be lying, Ito said. Sean's face scrunched and his blue eyes narrowed. I suppose that's true. All the same, should we share any information we have? He pulled his invitation from a back pocket. You all got one of these, yes? Nods in general agreement. We should compare them, Augie said. At some point, yes, but I think you'll find they're all the same, save for a few details specific to us. Have I met him? No, Ash said. Am I willing to lay out my life's mistakes to 7 strangers so they understand why I take a shot in the dark? Maybe, but right now, no. I think the question is, as Candace said, do we think what Treemont has said is true? His story is preposterous, Ito said. DePauli's frustration bubbled over.
This is simple. We stay and play. We band together and attempt to escape, or it's every man and woman for themselves.
A deep silence spread over the room, the puff and hiss of Rogers' jets the only sounds. Is there anyone else in the valley, Rogers? Ash asked. He had a feeling there were staff and Treemont lackeys lurking behind the scenes, though he'd seen no one.
No, Mr. Cohn. You 9 are the only humans in the valley.
Bullshit, mate, Augie said. I'm forced to agree with my Australian friend. How can we be sure? Ash said. After that last comment about surviving in the valley, he was starting to think that, as odd as the situation was, he didn't know the half of it. So what do we do? Search the valley? Snake said. That would prove most fruitless.
If someone wanted to hide, like Treemont, it would be easy. There are many tall trees, probably caves, Otto said. Not to mention secret rooms here in the house. We could search for a month and not find every nook and cranny of the valley, Candace said. What we can do is search and secure the house, Ash said. Agreed. Teams of two, Sean said. The scramble for companions reminded Ash of a high school dance when the last slow song of the night comes on, or better yet, musical chairs. Sean took Candace's hand, and Emeka and Ito looked at each other, nodded, and clasped hands. Augie smiled at DePolly, who grimaced and took Ash's arm. The woman's hands were like claws, and her eyes grew wide when Ash pulled back. Quickly surveying his remaining options, Ash said, No, perfect. He pulled DePolly toward him and stroked her arm. DePolly smiled, her brown eyes darting around. In that moment, Ash got a weird vibe from her, the heat between them dissipating, her smile cat-like. Thoughts of needing allies to win screamed in his head, and he smiled back as wide as he could. That left Snake, Otto, and Augie, and none of the men looked happy. Let's start by securing all the doors and windows. If we... A guttural, non-human shriek echoed through the stone house. 8. What was that? Candace asked. Sounded like it came from outside, Ash said. What he didn't say was the beast, whatever it was, didn't sound happy. The walls of the hexagonal room pressed in on Ash, and he felt alone and vulnerable. He needed sleep. Time to think things through, but not until he was reasonably assured he wasn't going to be attacked in his bed. Sweat dripped down his back as he downed his whiskey and got to his feet. Whatever it is, it doesn't sound happy. Let's get all the doors and windows secured. Sean, why don't you and Candace check the upstairs? Ito, Otto, Emeka, DePolly, and I'll handle the main floor, and Augie and Snake can check the basement. Fair? Is it a good idea to split up? Emeka asked. Ash had seen plenty of horror movies and understood her concern. Why, you don't trust me? Snake said and leered. Ash ignored him. I understand where you're coming from, but we need to search this place as fast as possible. I think it's worth the risk. Is this the start of the competition? Otto said. Nobody spoke. The wind gusted outside as the weather picked up. The crying bird had packed it in for the night. If there are no other concerns, time is of the essence, so let's get to it, Ash said. Drinks were finished, and Rogers collected the glasses as the party separated and started searching. DePolly stood watching Rogers, her brown eyes locked on the bot as it went about cleaning the meeting room. I don't trust that thing, she said. Ash thought she was lying. What do you trust? She looked him up and down, a slight smile spreading over her face. Why? You want to be my friend? Her bracelets clinked when she moved, and as she got closer, Ash felt the heat building between them. Allies, allies. And she smelled like summer and spice. He patted her hand and said, Well, let's see if we can get through the night. Ito and Emeka left the octagonal room, heading for the front of the house, so Ash went the opposite way. A hallway ran back to the portico, and a doorway led into the kitchen. Say what you want, but this place is amazing, DePolly said. She trailed her hand over the thick butcher block countertop and examined the old stove like a would-be purchaser. A refrigerator with a rounded door sat in one corner, a sink next to it. Ash had noticed the house had minimal plumbing, and he'd seen 2 bathrooms so far, each with a commode and shower. He made a mental note to examine all the house's systems. Perhaps there was an advantage to be had. Ash and DePolly crossed the kitchen to a swinging door that led into the dining room. He'd already shifted his mindset as his competitive, desperate mind searched for ways to get an advantage over the other competitors. The dining room was clear, and they made their way through the library, pausing to eyeball the shelves of books and papers that chronicled the history of the Cryptid Club. I've read about this place, DePolly said. She was reading the spines of books, wiping away dust. Candace will be sleeping in here, Ash said. What do you know of her? Her and Sean are solid people. For hunters, Ash said. You say that name with such derision, DePolly said. Are you ashamed to be a cryptid scientist? It wasn't a choice, Ash said. You? The pair locked the dining room windows as they chatted. When you get to know me better, you'll see I'm not overly dramatic, but I can honestly say my life has been mostly devoid of choices. Ash chuckled. I know the feeling. Not a cryptid hunter by choice, then.
Not at all. I was born in the slums of New Delhi, and my family got separated when our house burned down and my parents were killed. Family took in my brother and I, but as that system support failed, I found myself on the streets until I met Miss Glenda.
I've been to New Delhi. Not easy streets to live on. She harumphed.
Understatement of our short friendship.
DePauli smiled as she said friendship, and Ash smiled back. It hurt, even though he liked this woman. There was something about her that kept him on edge, like talking to a cop after he'd been pulled over.
I did okay, but I'm alive today because Miss Glenda took pity on me. Took me in and taught me. It was on an expedition with her that I saw the monkey man of Old Delhi, what you might call a Sasquatch, Bigfoot, or Yeti. Like you, that experience changed everything for me. But unlike you, my newfound obsession helped pull me from the muck. Glenda was wealthy and eccentric, and her love for all things cryptid sucked me in.
The pair left the dining room and entered a coat room. There was a sitting room through a large doorway to the left leading to double doors that opened out on a garden, and to the right there was a closed door. Ash secured the sitting room doors and DePauli locked the windows as she continued her confession.
I was 19 when I first heard of this place, of the club. Glenda and Treemont communicated via letter for years, then email, and she claimed to have met him once while they were both hunting Monkey Man in India. I never saw any proof, though Glenda had no reason to lie.
Ash nodded. Like him, and most likely most of the other competitors, joining the cryptozoology culture wasn't a choice or a calling. You didn't do it to better the world or to help humanity. You searched to prove you weren't insane. That what you believe to be true is true, and not a figment of an overactive imagination looking for anything to distract from the fact that Ash's life had been slipping away long before his encounter with Bigfoot in the mountains of Northern California. He figured that was one of the reasons he'd come on this crazy quest. On some level, he still needed to prove to himself that his colleagues at the university and his wife had been wrong. He wasn't cracked, and he'd show them. The scream of a person in great pain came from beyond the closed door. Ash looked to DePauli, who shrugged. The door was sturdy wood and had no lock, and that told Ash it didn't lead to the outside, so he reached out to twist the knob.
Wait,
DePauli said. She darted back into the sitting room and returned with 2 ornate silver candlesticks with heavy bases. She stripped off the candles and handed one of the makeshift weapons to Ash, who accepted it. Ash was no longer surprised at DePauli's survival instinct, now that he knew a little about her. Anybody who'd lived on the streets of New Delhi wasn't someone he wanted to mess with, but as he watched her, Ash found he was attracted to her. Like Clue, he said.
In the drawing room,
she joked. He nodded and threw open the door. A short passageway led to the back door, and a red line ran down the center of the hallway, a track of bloody footprints next to it, the poplar-covered walls splattered with blood. Ash and DePauli moved down the passageway, being careful not to step in the blood. The dark red prints were huge and had 5 toes, each accompanied by scratches in the stone floor that foretold of long, sharp claws. The door at the end of the hall was cracked open, and the blood trail led out into the darkness. Ash inched through the doorway, and DePauli pulled him back.
Where are you going?
Her brown eyes were wide, and worry lines cut across her smooth brown face.
Lock the door and live to fight another day.
Ash glanced back the way they'd come. Was he better off outside with the beasts, or locked inside with the humans? I've got to see what caused this, whose blood this is, Ash said. A scream echoed from the thick forest. Someone needs help. Do you want to wait here? I'll be right back, Ash said. She shook her head violently and fell in behind him. Moonlight streamed into the valley and shadows danced under every branch and bush. Ash pushed on through the thick evening gloom, DePauli matching him stride for stride. When he reached the tree line, he paused, looking back over his shoulder at the house. The dark outline of the open door he'd exited through stood out on the blue stone, and for an instant, Ash thought he saw a silhouette therein, but when he squinted, there was nothing there. Ash put out his hand to stop DePauli and listened, blocking out the push of the wind, the rattle of leaves, and the never-ending groan of the mountains. Below it all lay an oppressive silence that filled in the valley between the sheer cliff walls. He inched into the trees. Stray beams of moonlight pierced the thick tree canopy and spotlights marked the forest floor. A thin path ran through the underbrush, and DePauli squeaked. Ash's heart galloped in his chest, and he felt like an ice pick had been jammed in his ear. Pain raced down his back as every instinctual alarm Ash had sounded off like a 5-alarm fire raged beneath his feet. Sweat dripped down his back, and he glanced back at DePauli, her wide eyes white orbs in the darkness. What the hell was he doing? DePauli was right, this was crazy. But curiosity dragged him on. The huge footprints had faded, but the thick red line still ran across the ground, weaving between trees and bushes. Drips of blood splattered the hard pan and dripped from the leaves. Ash strained to see into the depths of the forest, and a dread crept over him he couldn't explain. Something was watching them. DePauli stopped walking and pointed at the ground, her gold bracelets jingling. Another set of footprints crossed the path of the first, a splash of moonlight illuminating a puddle of blood. "These tracks are larger, if you can believe that," Ash said. A beep sounded off behind Ash, and he whirled, crouching as he searched the underbrush. Rogers pushed through the vegetation, camera eyes glowing in the darkness.
"Are you in need of assistance?"
the bot asked.
"Shush," DePauli said. "You scared me half to death."
"I'm sorry, madam.
Shut it before I shut you down," DePauli said.
Ash plunged deeper into the forest, following the trail of blood. He heard DePauli struggling behind him as he picked up speed, underbrush slapping his face. Ash formed a picture in his mind that matched the footprints. A large beast with long claws that walked on 2 legs. Ash's pulse raced, the trail of blood growing from a thin red line to a wide mark that confirmed Ash's earlier suspicions. Something, or someone, had been dragged through the forest. The line of blood wove through the trees, the path becoming clearer with each step. Ash pushed through underbrush, climbed over rocks, and traversed walls of trees. A smell like that of rotting flesh filled the woods as a puff of wind pushed through the valley. Snake's blood-smeared turban lay crumpled next to a tree, its pin gone. DePauli pleaded with Ash to go back to the house, but he was adamant. "Go back if you want, but I'm going on," Ash said, and he hoped that would deter the woman, but it didn't. Ash felt something had subtly shifted, his nerves walking a wire, and he needed to know what had killed Snake. A stick snapped. Ash froze, and stepped behind a large oak tree that looked over 100 years old. Its thick trunk hid Ash and DePauli from view, but the creature they were following was aware of them. The beast's shadow lifted its head, sniffed, and huffed, a loud intake of air that sounded a little like laughter. Ash paused in the darkness, something on the ground blocking his way, and DePauli bumped into him. They stared down at Snake's twisted, bloodied body, and a snarl reverberated through the forest, an ear-splitting cry of agony that wasn't human but not quite animal. The scent of rot grew, and the tang of blood carried on the air. Snake's body had been torn in 2, his legs at a 90-degree angle from his waist. His frizzy black hair fell across his face, dark eyes staring blankly up at the star-filled sky. Claw marks streaked across his face, half his right arm was missing, and a large bloody wound covered what was left of his chest. A large hulking shape wheezed in the shadows, white eyes peering through the underbrush at them. Ash went cold, and every bad scenario he'd envisioned since receiving the invitation came rushing back like a piece of mail with no postage. His knees came unhinged, and Ash dropped to the ground. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. DePauli knelt beside him.
No, don't you check out on me," she said. "Not yet."
Ash hardly heard her. Sean's words rang in his head. This guy is crazy. Staring down at Snake's body, he couldn't help but think his murder was no accident. DePauli helped Ash to his feet as they watched the Sasquatch. Ash had forgotten Rogers was with them, and when the bot beeped, he jumped and the creature froze. Ash pulled his karambit and flicked it open.
"Where did you—"
DePauli's voice trailed off when the beast stepped into a cone of moonlight. The creature was covered in dark brown fur and blood. Its face ape-like, eyes shining in the moonlight, it lifted its huge clawed hand as if to wave, then let it fall to its side. The beast gurgled, its teeth glowing in the moon's spotlight. The Bigfoot inched forward, sniffing the air, watching Ash and DePauli as they stood frozen over Snake's lifeless body. Rogers inched forward, eye cameras scoping in and out, servos whining. "Tall boy?" the bot said. DePauli gripped Ash's arm, her hand vice-like. The Sasquatch lumbered forward, eyes rolling in its head, blood dripping from the 2-inch claws at the end of each of the beast's digits. "So much for domestication," Ash said. The Sasquatch threw back its head and wailed, teeth glinting in the moonlight. Ash reeled and DePauli gripped his arm tighter as Tall Boy disappeared into the trees. 9. It happened so fast. Ash blinked and shook his head, his mouth falling open a crack. A chill breeze swept through the valley and he shivered. Trees creaked and leaves rattled, moonlight cutting through the dense canopy. Shadows danced behind every tree trunk and under every leaf and bough. A haze hung over the valley and the insects had gone silent. They couldn't take it all in. Ash and DePauli stood frozen, staring at the bloodied and torn-up corpse of Snake. Rogers had gone still, his camera eyes locked on the corpse. DePauli broke her grip on Ash's arm and backed away from the body, eyes growing wide.
"He's dead?"
"He doesn't look alive," Ash said.
"Not funny,"
she said. An owl hooted loudly 3 times. "I'm sorry, you're right. I should check him to be sure." Ash knelt and examined the corpse without touching it. Snake's remaining eye was open, his chest unmoving, lips blue. Deep gashes raked across his chest, his clothes tattered. A garbage can lid-sized pool of dark blood congealed on the hard pan beneath the body, and the right leg was twisted at an odd angle. The left hand was missing, and gristle, muscle, shattered bone, and blood leaked from the stump. Ash reached out and felt for a pulse. Nothing. "He's gone for sure."
"Just like that,"
she said, a bit too flippant for Ash. Ash got to his feet and scanned the forest, but said nothing. He knew how she felt. The 9, 8 of them were already walking the high wire without a net, and now one of the beasts had killed a guest.
"He was an ass,"
DePauli said as she stared up at the stars. "Seemed tough, though. A fighter," Ash said.
"Yes,"
DePauli said.
"How could he have been caught? Killed so easily?"
"Without a weapon? You saw the size of that thing. It looked 10 feet tall. And speaking of getting caught, where's his partner?" Snake had been paired with Augie. "Rogers, do you know where Augie is?" Ash asked. Rogers made no sign, the bot's eyes locked on Snake's crumpled body. "Anyone out there?" Ito's call came from the forest. "Over here!" Ash yelled. He hid behind a bush and pulled DePauli with him. There's a good chance Tallboy didn't leave. DePauli's head twisted around and her face hardened.
"Wish I had a weapon."
"Stay close to me." Ash pulled his karambit, the blade singing as he flipped it on his finger. Ito and Emeka appeared out of the gloom, and Ash and DePauli stepped from their hiding spot.
"Are you guys okay? We heard the screaming. What the— Oh, shit,"
Emeka said. "What happened?" Ito asked. He examined the body, his nose crinkling and his eyes narrowed as they followed the drips of blood that trailed away into the forest the way Tallboy had gone. "Did you see it?" DePauli and Ash nodded in unison but said nothing.
"We followed the blood trail from the house. The beast was in the house?"
Emeka asked. Ash nodded. Ash and Ito carried the body through the forest back to the house and laid it out on a patch of turf by the back door. "Rogers, any clue what we should do with this?" The bot had floated back with them but hadn't made a sound. It was like the robot's core programming had been erased. Its camera eyes were still lit, but the bot's arms didn't move and its head didn't turn. Ito said, "We have to bring the body inside until we can figure out how and where to bury it. If we leave it out here, the animals will get to it." Ash nodded. "Let's go Augie inched out into the moonlight through the back door, followed by Candace, Sean, and Otto. Candace gasped. Augie looked away, but Sean and Otto strode forward, eyes scanning the body. "What the hell got a piece of him?" Sean said. "Tall boy," Roger's mechanical voice shrieked. Everyone turned in the bot's direction. Roger's camera eyes scoped in and out, but the machine said nothing more. "That true?" Otto asked. Ash quickly told everyone what had happened from the moment they'd seen the trail of blood. Which reminds me, where were you, Augie? You didn't see anything? We were in the basement where you sent us. It's a maze down there. Snake thought he heard something back the way we'd come, and he took off in the dark. We got separated, and it took me a few minutes to find my way out.
You didn't see the blood trail, or us?
DePauli asked.
I saw the blood when I came up. Guess we missed each other,
Augie said. Ash looked at Candace, and suspicious glances carried from person to person like a virus. Something about the man's posture made Ash think he was lying. Rogers beeped, and the bot's head spun, stabilizer jets puffing as it glided forward and retrieved Snake's body. Where are you going with that? Ash said. The robot ignored the question. Snake's corpse sagged in accordion arms as Rogers whirred off into the darkness.
Hey,
called Ito.
Should we try and stop it?
Sean said.
How?
Emeka asked. Sean shrugged.
I don't know about you all, but I've had enough for one day,
Candace said. A man is dead. Don't we need to do something? Say something? Ash said. He hadn't liked Snake, but there came a time when bullshit became bullshit, and the man was dead. Did he have a wife? Children? People who were waiting for him to come home? Sorrow washed over Ash. Suddenly his game in the mountains had gotten real.
Tomorrow,
Ito said.
Now we need to rest up and get through the night.
Nods and mumbles of agreement as the party shuffled back into the blue granite house via the rear entrance.
I assume Rogers will clean this up?
Emeka said, referring to the trail of blood that ran down the center of the hallway.
We'll see,
Ash said. The group didn't speak as they made their way to the staircase and headed up to the bedrooms. It was a slow, weary, and dejected procession. When they got to the top of the steps, the party separated. Otto, Candace, DePauli, and Sean going right, and Ash, Emeka, Augie, and Ito left. Like the Boston Symphony Orchestra, electronic door locks beeped and clicked in a musical jingle 24 notes long. Ash stood in the darkness of his room, the door clicking closed behind him. There was a beep and 2 clicks missing from the symphony. Had Tremont's house been an old wooden structure with a creaking wood frame and dark shadows around every corner, Ash may have been more concerned. But the blue granite house was solid, its doors thick wood. There were no possible hidden compartments, and why provide the updated door locks? They could be disengaged with a tap of a button, so Ash had to assume they were for his protection. Ash's stomach ached, but he poured himself a glass of wine anyway. Despite his rationalization of the fancy locks and granite, he still propped the desk chair beneath the door's handle. If Rogers or Treemont wanted to access his room, there was nothing he could do to stop them, but the chair might buy him some warning time. Not that it mattered. He walked out onto the balcony that overlooked the valley, the scent of pine and earth floating on the night air. He pulled the doors closed and dogged down the latch. He slept fitfully, tossing and turning most of the night, and finally falling into a deep sleep what felt like 5 minutes before Rogers tapped on his door and woke him. The bot appeared to be back to its clueless self and ignored all questions about the prior night as it floated into Ash's room and filled his wash basin with steaming water. He left 2 towels and a white envelope.
Breakfast is at 8. Don't be late. There will be instructions.
Ash lifted an eyebrow. The wall clock read 7:38 a.m. Well, the show must go on. That's why you play the game. Every man for himself and all that. Looked like the competition was proceeding as if nothing had happened. Ash wasn't sure he was comfortable with that. Did he care about Snake? Not a fly's fart, but what if Tallboy came after him? There had to be guns in the valley, and he needed to find them. Birdsong floated in through the open veranda doors, and everything went still when a shrill cry cut across the morning. He splashed water on his face and got dressed, slipping the folded karambit into his back pocket. He opened the envelope. Unlike the fancy gold-embossed invitation that had drawn him to Atavism's special animal sanctuary, this paper was so thin Ash saw through it. Words comprised of black dots filled the page, and Ash smiled. Dot matrix printers hadn't been used for decades. The note read, "I've chosen to make your first challenge clear and defined. I've selected a test of faith. You must trust in that which you know and can see. Would it surprise you to know that the Loch Ness Monster, Alti, Champ, Bessie, Tessie, or whatever name they've roamed the earth under are plant eaters? It explains how the Loch Ness Monster and its siblings can live and support themselves at such large sizes with a limited food supply. It eats lake vegetation, but it's not above eating fish, and that's where your test comes in. Report to the lakefront after breakfast. Good luck, be safe, and trust what you know. The printout was signed Lester Treemont. When Ash arrived at breakfast, Sean, Candace, and Ito already had their letters laid out on the table. Breakfast was on the large veranda on the side of the house where they'd had dinner, but this meal felt much different. The mood was subdued, the prior night's events hovering over the group like a dark rain cloud. When the remaining competitors were seated, they ate stacks of pancakes, ham and bacon, toast, scrambled eggs, fruit, and drank water, coffee, and tea. Rogers appeared but didn't take drink orders. Apparently, Bloody Marys were taboo on game day. Ash supposed that was best. "Rogers, what did you do with Snake's body?" Sean asked. The bot said, "It has been buried in the graveyard with the other living things that have died in the valley." "Can we go see where?" Ash asked. "I will show you if you'd like." "I'd like," Ash said. "First, we have some business to attend to," the bot said. "Because Mr. Treemont is a fair man and we're just starting, I will give some additional background about the creature commonly referred to as the Loch Ness Monster for those who have limited knowledge in that area of cryptozoology." When nobody interrupted, the bot continued. "Crussell, as she was named when she was brought here from the highlands as a calf, and if you're interested in the species of her capture, a full account is available in the library. Crussell is believed to be the last of her kind. Nessie and the other comparable creatures seen around the globe may be similar species or totally different, but despite extensive attempts to document the existence of such beasts, to date no credible evidence exists except Crussell. All the Loch Ness Monster-type cryptids are believed to be mutant plesiosaurs, prehistoric beasts of the sea. The myths about these mutants have grown in furiousness over time, but most tales of aggression are believed to be false." The bot paused, its camera eyes scanning the 7 competitors. "As your letter has stated, the beasts are believed to be primarily plant eaters, and your task today is one of Mr. Tremont's favorite things to do. Today, you must each feed Crussell a fish by hand. This way." Rogers whirred across the stone portico and disappeared down the rear steps that led to the garden below. The 8 cryptid hunters sat around the table staring at each other as if trying to figure out whose turn it was to do the dishes. Emeka dropped her napkin and followed Rogers, and that started a rush. Ash got to his feet and followed to Polly, but when he saw Candace hanging back with Sean, he paused. "What's up?" "What's up?" Sean shook his head and looked at Candace. "My mate here wants to know what's up." Sean got to his feet and got in Ash's face. "What's up is these beasties are 50 meters in length, weigh 10 tons and can suck you under with a breath. Do I believe they're violent? Damn right. Plesiosaurs were up there with the apex predators of their day." "But what about the food argument?" Candace said. Sean shot her a glance but said nothing. Ash helped her out. "Didn't you tell me Nessie ate plants?" Sean huffed but nodded. "There's not enough big game in the lochs." "Or here," Candace said. "It's your call," Ash said. "Shit," Sean said. He vaulted to his feet and trailed after the others. They followed a dirt path that ran through a patch of tall grass and into a forest of conifers and oak. A tall wall rose to the west, and Ash guessed it was the border of a paddock. He covered his nose as he followed Candace and Sean into the forest, the scent of rot like the sea at low tide growing stronger as he worked his way through the thin woods that encroached to the lake's western edge. Its southern and easterly shores ended up against the steep cliffs. Ash broke free of the forest, the smell of dead fish, moisture, and sodium filling the air. A narrow dock led from a thin rock-strewn shoreline out into the crystal-clear water. Rogers stood on a platform at the dock's end with Emeka and Ito. DePolly and Otto were making their way out on the thin dock. Sean stopped, gazing up and down the shoreline, then out at the dock. A thick, serpentine neck wriggled from the water, a narrow, gator-like head swaying at its tip. White teeth glinted below black softball-sized eyes that were locked on Rogers, Emeka, and Ito. 4 powerful flippers knifed through the clear water, undulating up and down, driving the slick gray beast through the lake, a knot of white water surging before it. Cressel moaned and dove beneath the lake's surface, disappearing in a swirl of water and sparkle of sunlight. Sean said, "In a Scottish fjord called Loch Ness, so deep there is no redress for proof, Nessie dwells, alone and aloof." 10. The old dock creaked and swayed as Sean, Candace, and Ash made their way out to the platform to join the rest of the party. The sun was hot on Ash's neck, and he instinctively rubbed it and brushed the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. He smelled Sean's body odor. Washing up with a basin of warm water wasn't the same thing as taking a shower. Candace's sneakers squeaked behind him, her shallow breaths labored. She was nervous and afraid. That was understandable. Ash felt the same way. "Very good. We are now all here," Rogers said as Ash and the others arrived. "We can get started." A thin dock, almost like a gangplank, jutted from the end of the platform and extended out into the lake 20 feet. A metal bucket sat at the end of the pier. Swirls of water dotted the lake, like whales were endlessly circling, driving their prey into a single mass so they could feed. "It's real," Sean blurted. He stood gaping at the swirls of water, a crooked smile cutting across his face. "Yes, Mr. McCrary, very real," Rogers said. "Gather around." Sean tore his gaze from the water, his freckled face a contorted mess of frustration and anger. He shuffled over to the group like a child who's been told they need to stop playing and come have dinner. Sean passed his tongue over dry lips, his eyes wide as quarters, face tight. "It's just I'd come to believe I'd never see her. One. Clearly there's more than one." "As I stated earlier, that is an unknown. Cressel is the only specimen ever verified. Using records in the sanctuary library, Mr. Treemont calculated her age at over 100 years. Lake water rippled, birds sang, and somewhere far off an animal bleated. Ash looked over his shoulder and searched the tree break, expecting to see Tallboy watching them, but there was nothing. A rank scent wafted from the forest and across the lake. The stench of rot and decay like the sea at low tide. "Right, so this test is easy. Each of you must give Cressel a fish. You may not toss, flip, drop, or in any way throw the fish. Cressel must take it from your hand. Understood," Rogers said. The party stood silent, each struggling with their own levels of confusion, frustration, and anger. Candace looked like she'd just taken a gulp of sour milk, and Sean and Emeka's faces were scrunched up in anger. Otto stared vacantly at the lake as if trying to persuade old memories from the shadows of his past. DePolly's bracelets rang as she fidgeted, her face oddly confident. "Who wants to go first?" Rogers said. Ash felt the familiar feeling deep in his stomach, a cold dread that seeped through him like sewage in clear water. Regret prodded him, stoked the fire that was the rational side of his brain. It had been a mistake to come here. That thought, like a maggot burrowing through dead flesh, preoccupied his thoughts. But he knew one thing, a lesson his father had drilled into him like it was the most important piece of wisdom he could pass on. "Never volunteer," he'd said. He'd learned that lesson the hard way in the military. Be part of the team, don't stand out, because if you lift your head above the rim of the foxhole to take a look, it might get shot off. "We get to choose?" Ito said, sarcasm dripping from his frustrated tone. "This time," Rogers said. "I'll go," Sean said. "I've been waiting for this moment most of my life, after all." The Scot inched forward across the platform, his eyes straying from the gangplank dock to the lake. "How will it know it's feeding time?" Emeka asked. A gritty, harsh, mechanical crackling static emanated from Rogers and echoed over the lake. "You laugh now?" Ash said. "Always could, sir. I just haven't heard anything funny lately," Rogers said. His monotone, tinny voice had returned. Sean hugged Candace, a bit over-dramatically, in Ash's opinion. Then he nodded to Ash and turned his back on the rest of the party, staring out at the lake. The water was still, small ripples rolling over the lake. Fish jumped and splashed, snakes wriggled along the surface, and a group of birds flew overhead in a V formation. The birds squawked and hollered as they banked low, picking up the air currents in the valley. Sean crept out onto the thin pier, and it creaked and popped as it bent under his weight. He didn't look back, but his head jerked side to side. A loud crack reverberated over the water, and Sean froze, bouncing up and down slightly as the pier moved. "It's quite safe, I assure you," Roger said. "Shut your oil hole, you AC duct," Sean said. He was moving again and was halfway to the end of the dock where the gray metal pail waited. "Nobody asked for your input." Sean reached the end of the dock and braced himself, legs spread apart. He bent, his hand fishing in the pail and retrieving a 10-inch yellow-striped killifish, its scales glinting in the sunlight. He held the fish up, extending his hand out over the water. A gust of cold wind pushed through the valley, bringing the foul scent of rot and decay. Insects hummed, beasts mewed and clicked. Birds chirped and yelled, and beneath it all, the steady buzz-like hum of the valley supported it all. "What now?" Sean yelled. He hadn't moved or looked back, arm out, the fish still extended over the lake. Rogers beeped, then began to sing in a series of chimes, bleeps, whistles, and farts that went on for several seconds. A bird dive-bombed a fish. Something croaked. But Kressel didn't show. Rogers repeated his call, getting faster and louder each time. To the west, a fist of white water rose from the smooth surface and rolled toward the pier. Sean shifted on his feet but stayed where he was. Bile rose in Ash's throat as the knot of water grew. Eyes appeared in the white water, an open mouth with rows of teeth. Waves slapped the shoreline, popping and snapping. A growl that was more moo than roar bellowed over the lake as the creature's head rose from the water like a periscope from a submarine. The reptilian head bobbed, its dark eyes searching. Flippers surged through the water as the beast changed direction, pointing its nose toward the dock. Sean stood still as stone, the breeze pushing around his red hair. The mound of water grew, then crested, white water spilling over the lake's surface as the beast's mouth opened wider. Kressel breached, surging from the water, its mouth swiping the fish from Sean's hand and crashing back into the lake. Water splashed Sean, but the Scot didn't move. Water washed over the pier, and waves sucked at the shoreline. The beast circled, heading out toward the center of the lake, its head falling to the waterline as it ate. Sean screamed, and Ash tore his gaze from the monster. The Scotsman thrust his fist in the air and hooted. "Damn, that was amazing! Someone got a picture of that, right?" he yelled. His fist fell to his side, and he turned toward the group, his joy falling from his face. "Of course. Nobody did." With no cell service in the valley, Ash had forgotten about his phone. He pulled it from a back pocket to find its battery dead. Sean walked down the rickety dock and joined the others on the main platform. "Guess Treemont is right, yeah?" Ito said. Sean harumphed. "Who knows? Kressel was raised in captivity. Things probably would have gone much differently had we been out on the loch." The party said nothing. "Who's next?" Rogers said. "She'll be expecting more." When nobody volunteered, Rogers said, "Emeka, you're up." Kressel had made a full circle and was heading back toward the dock, her head lifting from the water in preparation for another food grab. Emeka hurried to the end of the pier and got in position, and the massive beast took the fish as it had before. Up next was Ito, DePolly, Candace, and then Ash's name was called. How many times will the beast come? Is it used to getting a certain number of fish? He'd watched 5 people feed the beast, and there'd been no problems, yet his instincts still sounded their warning alarms. Asking a creature the size of Kressel to take food from your hand was nuts, and it didn't really matter whether the creature was an aggressive meat eater or not. It was an animal, and beasts do strange things when they feel threatened or are hungry. Ash's worries were for naught. He walked the plank, held out his fish, and it was taken like the others without incident. His stomach churned as the beast approached, its evil-looking eyes peering out through the white water, sharp teeth glistening in the midday sunlight, but he'd felt nothing as the fish was taken from his hand. Otto went next, and that left Augie for last. Having seen his 7 companions successfully complete the challenge, the Australian didn't look nervous at all as he strode to the end of the pier and lifted the last fish. The creature didn't come right away. It circled out to the center of the lake, and Rogers had to call it again. Kressel responded, and the beast knifed through the lake and surged from the water, taking Augie's fish. He wore a smile ear to ear as he approached the group. "Can we do that again?" Augie asked. "Perhaps," Rogers said. "So, who won?" Ash asked. The crackle of Rogers laughing. "Stop that," DePauli said. Rogers' mechanical cackling ceased. "Nobody has won, sir. You've all completed the task and may move on to the next challenge, which begins now." Startled exclamations, gasps, and chirps. "Now?" Emeka said. Rogers squawked. "Now." The bot's stabilizer jets puffed, and Rogers glided down the dock toward shore. "Wait," Ash said. "What's the test?" "Rules?" Ito echoed. Rogers said nothing. The bot glided off the dock and paused on the thin shoreline, waiting. "This sucks," Emeka said. "Who's up for trying to get the hell out of here?" Nobody answered. "No sense in staying out here," Candace said as she headed for shore. Sean and the others followed, the dock swaying and creaking, waves lapping on the shoreline. The scent of rot and low tide had subsided. "Sir Chambers, you might find that of interest," Rogers said. Ash started. Who the hell was Chambers? Augie paused, staring up and down the rock-strewn beach. Something dark shot through the clear water like a torpedo, leaving twisting swirls of lake water in its wake. Augie stepped down off the dock, his eyes never leaving the shape as it sighed through the water. A head popped above the surface, and to Ash it looked like a dog or a seal. "Devil," Augie said as he strode forward in a daze. "Hey, Augie," Ito said. "You might want to give that thing some space." Augie either didn't hear him or didn't care, and he continued down the thin beach, the dark figure growing in size as it approached the shoreline. "Bunyips are your specialty, are they not, Mr. Chambers?" Rogers said. Pebbles crunched and popped beneath Augie's feet as he walked down the beach. He didn't answer Rogers and didn't look back. Augie paused, transfixed by the creature as it slowly rose from the darkness. Candace and DePauli gasped, and Otto whistled. The beast broke the surface, its tail flukes driving the creature forward as it snaked through the water. Its angular head was a foot long and had 2 pointed ears that were thrown back. 2 long fangs hung from a long mouth below deep-set eyes, its slick black skin shining in the sunlight. The beast's neck and torso were corded with rippling muscles, and as it breached from the lake, Augie realized he was in danger. He jumped back, looking toward Ash and the others as if asking for help. "Run," Candace said in a low whisper, as if willing Augie on. The bunyip landed in the shallows with a splash, muscles twitching and tightening beneath seal-like skin. The beast growled, throwing back its head like a lion. It pulled itself toward shore, using its 2 forward flippers like arms, its tail flukes digging into the soft lake bottom, pushing the beast forward. Augie took 2 hesitant steps backward, then stopped. "Rogers, what should he do?" Ash said. The bunyip splashed its way onto the rock beach, tossing its head and gurgling, its dark eyes finding Augie. Rogers answered. "The bunyip is a creature of Australian mythology. Augie called it a devil because that's the Aboriginal translation of bunyip. It's been alleged that the beasts steal children and are very aggressive, thus the various childhood stories. This particular specimen—" "Augie, get the hell out of there!" Ash yelled. The others looked at him, surprised, and in that moment, the bunyip attacked. The creature coiled and launched from the shallows, jaws distended, forward flippers hitting the ground like legs and supporting the beast. A surge of whitewater rolled over the beach and Augie ran, but it was too late. The bunyip moved with amazing speed and agility, its tail flukes pounding the rocky beach as its front flippers propelled it forward, its odd gait reminding Ash of a running spider. The beast was on Augie in seconds, and it launched itself, mouth open, teeth bared. Augie screamed as the bunyip's jaws locked down on his legs, cutting him to the ground. The Aussie pitched and heaved, kicking out with his feet, trying to stay away from the creature. The bunyip snipped and pawed, taking small bits from Augie. Ash jerked forward, intent on helping, then he pulled up. He only had his small karambit. What could he do? The bunyip and Augie thrashed on the ground for 10 seconds before the creature's jaws finally found purchase and locked down on Augie's arm. Otto screamed. Blood poured from Augie's mouth as he was dragged toward the lake, his hands clawing at the beach, legs kicking. "Help!" he kept yelling. Ash stood with his feet nailed to the dock, staring out at the chaos, the bunyip thrashing its head as it tore Augie apart. A red cloud of blood spread over the lake as the beast dove, and Augie disappeared underwater, bloody bubbles popping and snapping on the surface. 11. Slowly, the forest static came back online, and the creatures of the valley went about their business, as though a man hadn't just been killed and eaten by a seal dog the size of a pony with foot-long fangs. Waves snapped and popped on the shoreline, the undertow pulling pebbles over stones. The sound was oddly relaxing, and as Augie's blood cloud dissipated, pieces of fat and skin drifting away like leaves, the tension that had been pulling Ash apart eased. There was no question any longer that their host Lester Treemont was a madman and meant to kill them all. Except perhaps one.
"Anyone want to answer my question now?" Emeka said. "There's got to be a way out of the valley, a footpath."
Nobody spoke. Ash had thought the same thing, but they had no idea how far away from civilization they really were. They didn't have weapons, climbing gear, proper provisions. To Ash it seemed impossible, and an escape attempt would be a folly and a last resort. Ash sucked his lips. "What are we supposed to do? Do you have any information for us, Rogers?" The bot beeped and said, "Take care. Lunch at the bell." Ash rubbed his temples with the tips of his fingers, patience draining from him. He said, "Sean, maybe you're right. Maybe it's time to find out what happens when we break something." "Gladly," Sean said. The Scot jumped from the dock onto shore and headed for Rogers. The bot was unmoved, its lens eyes scoping in and out as Sean approached. Ito stepped between them again. "Step aside," Sean said. "No." Sean turned to Ash, freckled face red, eyes blazing. Ash shrugged. Sean turned back to Ito and said, "Move, or I'll move you." Ito's left foot eased back and his hands came up. He rolled his shoulders as he stared at Sean. The Scot sighed as Rogers disappeared into the forest. "Now it's gone," Sean said.
"Why are you so hell-bent on protecting that tin spy?" Candace said.
"Propaganda," Ito said. "We've got to start being smart, feeding the bot information to flush out Treemont. Clearly he's watching us." "Thanks, Mr. Obvious. He told us as much," Sean said. He had, and suddenly Ash felt exposed, and he looked around for cameras but saw none. He knew that meant nothing. Cameras the size of pinheads could be placed anywhere, and advances in solar cells allowed for an easy and indefinite power supply. He thought of the Truman Show.
"I think we should all stop playing," Candace said.
"I think you should start," Ito said. He stalked off after Rogers, but nobody followed. "He is an impatient person," Otto said. Sean, Ash, DePauli, Emeka, and Candace exchanged glances. "What, he is?" "I'm heading back up to the house to look around, check out the food supply and stuff," Sean said. "Candace, you coming with?" She looked to Ash, but when he made no sign, she said, "Right behind you." When Sean disappeared into the trees, she pecked Ash on the cheek and said, "Holler if you need us." Ash actually thought she meant it. The footpath that led up to the house wasn't the path less traveled, and with his allies, Sean and Candace, checking out the house, he decided to reconnoiter the surrounding area alone. Maybe scope out some of the paddocks and try to see some of the creatures that live therein. The bookworm in him wanted to search the sanctuary library, but there was time for that after dark. He worked his way west along the shoreline, searching for another path, but there was nothing but thin animal trails, and without a machete it would be difficult to follow them. Animals tended to stay away from areas trafficked by humans, and in this case that was what he was looking for. Ash laughed at himself. He had no idea what he was looking for, but it was a classic case of he'd know it when he saw it. Ash reached the sheer rock wall that marked the southwestern edge of the valley. The forest ran along the wall to the west, and to the east the lake stretched into the distance. A veil of shade lay over the southern slope, the northern side of the valley baking under the midday heat. Sweat ran down his back into his underwear, and his knees ached, his stomach reminding him it was almost lunchtime. Trees swayed and shifted, and a gentle chirping sound, like the coo of a dove, carried on the breeze. Ash did an about-face and headed back along the shoreline the way he'd come, pausing at the entrance to a thin animal trail that led north into the darkness beneath the dense forest canopy. Shadows danced, and Ash's hands were clammy and cold. He caught the scent of decomposing flesh wafting from the forest, and sniffed, but the smell was gone. Ash ducked under a branch and itched into the woods. The trail zigzagged around dense conifers, dead spiked leaves covering the forest floor like a swarm of copper-colored ants. The peeping and squawking got louder as he worked his way deeper into the woods, a pain-filled whimper rising over the frantic chirping. A branch snapped, and Ash froze as his head jerked toward the sound. Tall boy hid behind a bush, watching something Ash couldn't see. The fur on the beast's chest and around its mouth was matted with blood, the ape-like face smeared dark red. Crouched low, Tall boy was the same height as Ash, and the Sasquatch's head slowly turned in his direction. Dark eyes found Ash and grew wide. Tall boy shook like a wet dog trying to dry itself, then darted off into the underbrush. Curiosity pulled Ash onward. He needed to see what Tall boy had been looking at. He inched forward, watching every step, slipping under branches and around roots and vines. The land fell away, a depression 200 yards across stretching out before Ash. A fence made of timber ran away to the north and south, and through the gaps between boards, Ash saw the most amazing thing he'd ever seen. Seeing Bigfoot had changed his life, mostly for the worst, but it had been incredible. That he couldn't deny, even though he knew that obsession is what had directly resulted in his fall. But this? A dragon? Ash could find no other image to compare the creature to. It was white, with black striations, large bony humps running from the top of its gator-like head to the tip of its whipped tail. It was twice the size of an elephant, and it appeared that the creature's large opaque wings had been clipped. Yet that wasn't what disturbed Ash the most. A metal collar ran around the beast's neck, and a chain ran to a ring that was mounted to the face of a huge stone. The creature was asleep, gentle breaths puffing from its half-open, tooth-filled mouth. Rogers beeped, and Ash jumped. What the hell? How about warning a guy next time? I see you found Smog, Rogers said. Ash knew the name from somewhere, but couldn't place it. His curiosity beat back his anger. What is it? We don't know, Rogers said. Based on where and how the specimen was obtained, Mr. Treemont believes 3 brazen, insistent, loud horn blasts echoed through the valley. Ash ignored the sounds and watched Rogers, waiting for an answer to his question. Torpor can kill. It would be best if you went, Rogers said. What? Where? To the sound of the horn. The signal resounded through the valley again, and Ash judged the horn blasts had come from the north toward the house. No path ran that way, so he backtracked. When he looked to see if Rogers was following, he saw the bot was gone. The lake was flat, the shoreline silent as Ash worked his way back to the main path that ran up to the house. He saw Emeka in the distance and followed her past the back door to the northern side of the house. Ash saw the portico where they ate meals, and as the horn blasted 3 final times, the path was clear. Emeka saw him trailing after her and waited for him. Where you been? Around. She harumphed. A brick path ran to the northeast toward the open end of the valley, and shadows danced behind every tree and bush on the northern slope as the afternoon sun angled into the valley like spotlights on a Broadway stage, not a cloud in the sky. The air was brisk and fresh, and as he walked with Emeka, Ash felt confident. The feeling didn't last long. A paddock wall rose out of the vegetation, and Sean, Candace, DePolly, Otto, and Ito waited behind a closed gate. Where you been, mate? I think we're waiting on you, Sean said. Ash said nothing. Have you seen Rogers? Candace asked. Ash shifted on his feet and said nothing. The paddock door had a fancy electronic lock like the ones on their bedroom doors, and its indicator light glowed red. Hoots, squawks, chirps, and grunts floated from the forest, echoing off the valley walls. The 7 surviving competitors waited in silence, eyeing each other. Ash felt Otto watching him. Why did the man pay extra attention to him? He didn't appear to even care about anyone else. Was it he saw Ash as his biggest threat? Could be. But since the man knew little about him, Ash didn't know how Otto could make such a determination. He'd been told he had a presence, but when Ash pressed people to explain what they meant by that, they usually came up with he was big and loud. The paddock door lock chirped and the indicator light flipped to green. Emika was the first to react, and before Ash knew what she was doing, the woman had flung open the gate and passed through. The competitors clogged the opening, pressing each other aside, pushing and shoving their way through the open gate. It never ceased to amaze Ash how fast people reverted to their primal tendencies. That thought stuck in his mind like a popcorn kernel shell wedged between tooth and gum. Where had he heard something similar? Very recently. He couldn't piece it together, and the inside of the paddock drove all needless thoughts from his mind. The wood wall of the enclosure ran away to Ash's right and left, curving inward to create a circle with a diameter of roughly 500 feet. Metal mesh covered the top of the paddock, and at its center was a mound of disorganized stone with a man-made cave on its side. Thick, cord-like webbing draped over all the vegetation like slimy white snow, the hardpan torn up. A rifle leaned against the stone pile's topmost rock, its metal barrel casting a thin shadow across the enclosure. A low clicking sound, like teeth mashing together, floated on the breeze, the sweet smell of meat and the coppery scent of blood filling Ash's nostrils. Sean started forward and Candace grabbed his arm. "What?" the Scot said, his freckled face haggard. "I don't see anything." "That's what worries me," Candace said. Emika darted forward, weaving in and out of the web-encrusted vegetation. A low hiss emanated from the rock cave, but Emika didn't stop. She launched herself onto the lowermost stone and climbed for the gun. "Screw this," Sean said. He ran after her, veering away toward a section of the pile that looked easier to climb. Ito, DePauli, and Candace looked to Ash, and when he started running, they followed. They'd gone 10 feet when a giant spider lumbered from the cave. The 8-legged monstrosity was black, and white hair-like fuzz covered its body and legs. 6 wet eyes of various sizes were barely perceptible against the beast's dark body, and they undulated and rotated until they locked on Ash and the others. Ash skidded to a halt, and Ito and Candace ran into him, and the 3 companions went down in a tangle. The massive spider hissed, curved fangs hanging from its cruel mouth. 8 3-jointed legs scuttled across the hardpan as the beast came at Ash. The creature skidded to a stop without warning, its attention turning to the mound of boulders and rocks. Sean stood halfway up the side of the pile, tossing stones at the spider. He was connecting with every third throw or so, and the creature was getting irritated. The spider pushed upward and hissed, spinning around and shuffling toward the rock pile with incredible speed. Before Ash could get to his feet, the spider was spinning web and working its way toward Sean and Emika. Sean kept tossing stones, but as the beast got closer, his angle got worse. When he no longer had a direct line of fire, he disappeared into the rock pile. Emika remained focused, eyes locked on the rifle as she pulled herself hand over hand. She was almost to the top. "No!" Ito said, and he darted forward, running at full speed toward the rock pile. The spider was almost on top of Emika. Ito skidded to a stop at the bottom of the pile, the giant arachnid climbing above him. He picked up a stone and threw it at the beast, missed, and tried again. He kept trying and kept missing, the spider ignoring him. Emika reached the pinnacle, grabbed the rifle, and held it up. Ito yelled, "Emika, look out!" Emika spun, pulling open the rifle's bolt and checking the chamber. She slammed it home and brought the rifle stock to her shoulder. The spider's legs churned, working from rock to rock. 5 more seconds and it would be at the top. Emika fired, the crack of the gunpowder expanding and the zip of the shell bringing a smile to Ash's face. The bullet zipped past the spider and buried itself in the ground, a puff of dust lifting from the hardpan. She flipped the gun, holding it by the barrel like a club. The scene was comical. Emika standing at the summit of the rock pile, her small figure silhouetted against the clear blue sky as she swung the gun. Ito picked up a baseball-sized stone, planted his feet, and launched the rock. It hit the beast square on the back of its head. Like a house spider crawling across the ceiling when hit with a slipper, the massive beast dropped on a tether of silk, landing on Ito with a thud that sent a tremor through the valley. 12. A cloud of dust lifted from the ground, and Emika screamed, surged forward in her anger, and slipped. Her arms shot out for balance, and she dropped the rifle, and it clattered down the rock pile and disappeared into the dirt haze. Clicking and hissing filled the paddock, and as the dust cleared, a giant black spider came into view. Its 8 legs churned, pounding the hard pan as it looked for Ito, whose broken and flattened corpse lay beneath the creature. A dark pool spread across the ground, the beast's 8 legs splattering blood on the surrounding vegetation. Ash screamed, a primal call of rage that had been building since he'd walked through the enclosure's gate. He picked up a stone and hurled it at the spider but missed, and the beast didn't even notice as the stone sailed over its head. Sean was trying to reach Emika, but what he'd do when he reached her, Ash didn't know. Emika had dropped the gun, but unless she had a pocket full of .22 caliber shells, it didn't really matter. Candace, DePauli, and Otto followed Ash's lead, and the 4 companions threw rocks trying to get the beast's attention. The creature had found Ito and was pecking and ripping at the corpse, using its forward legs to shovel chunks of flesh into its maw. Blood dripped from its fangs, its wet eyes focused on its task. When Sean reached Emika, they both disappeared from the summit as they climbed down the back of the pile out of view. "We need to do something," Ash said. "No, we don't," Otto said. "He's gone. There's nothing we can do." Ash fought with himself and got his bravado under control. What was he going to do? Fight the thing using his hands? Otto was right. None of them could bring Ito back. What they could do was save themselves. "Let's go." "You keep an eye on the thing. I'll lead the way," Otto said. Ash nodded. He backed away from the spider, never taking his eyes off the beast. DePauli took his hand and headed toward the gate, Otto leading the way, Candace in tow. The 4 companions shuffled along for a minute, a human chain, the spider tearing and pulling at what was left of Ito. Sean's head appeared above a large stone as he planted his route to the gate. Emika peered around him. The dining spider wasn't directly in their path, but they needed a diversion, and throwing rocks hadn't worked. The spider's 8 legs strummed the ground, and the beast's torso lifted and swayed as it consumed Ito. Otto reached the gate and passed through, followed by DePauli, Candace, then Ash. Otto pushed the gate closed, and Ash held it open a crack, staring through the slit between the gate and fence post. Sean and Emika were nowhere to be seen, and the spider was done eating. The cryptid walked casually around the rock pile, its instincts telling it there was more prey to be had. Crack! A stone the size of a football connected with the spider's torso, bouncing onto the hard pan and connecting with a boulder. The arachnid spun, searching for the source of the rock, legs churning. Sean stood next to the rock mound, waving his arms and yelling. The beast trundled forward, 8 legs spilling over each other in an odd sideways gallop, wet eyes locked on Sean. "What the hell is he doing?" Candace crouched, peering through the open gate. The tone of her voice made Ash's stomach hurt. When the spider was 20 yards from Sean, he yelled, "No!" Then he turned and ran, disappearing around the back of the rock pile. Emika appeared on the opposite side of the pile. As the spider chased Sean, she sprinted to the gate and slipped through. "You okay?" Ash said. Emika nodded as she caught her breath. Sean came around the rocks like a tight end going for the end zone, all awkward muscle and pure force. He threw himself forward, legs pumping. "He's gonna make it," Ash said. As if Sean had heard him, the Scot skidded to a halt and searched the hardpan. "What the hell is he doing now?" Candace said. "The gun," Otto said. He joined Candace and peered through the cracked open gate. The spider emerged from the back of the stone pile, a cloud of dust and dirt trailing after the creature. Ash searched for the gun, but Sean found it first. It was wedged between 2 rocks, its barrel sticking up like a signpost, and the Scot bolted toward it, pulling it free without breaking stride. The spider hissed and called, but they were cries of frustration. The beast had seen Sean, but he was almost to the exit. The spider made a sound that would wake Ash from sleep for years to come. A wail, like an infant in great pain, fizzled out to a hiss as Sean slipped through the open gate and Ash slammed it closed and dropped the latch. He put his back to the gate and slid to the ground, his head falling into his hands.
Thanks,
Emeka said.
You're welcome. I didn't come here to watch people get murdered,
Sean said. Nobody spoke. That discussion was for another time. The 6 remaining guests stared at each other, unsure what came next. The beeps and chirps of Rogers solved that problem.
Rogers.
Disgust spread over Sean's face like spilt, spoiled milk.
Always showing up at the perfect time, like he knows what we're going to do before we do.
Perhaps he does, Ash said. Rogers stopped and examined the group.
Where is Mr. Van Charlen?
Nobody spoke. The bot beeped, sighed, and clicked.
Dinner is at 6.
Rogers spun and headed back toward the house. The sun had disappeared behind the lip of the valley, casting tall shadows over the forest. Emeka and Dipali went back to the house with Candace and Sean, tears running down Candace's face, creating brown rivers in the coating of dirt that covered her head to toe. Otto hung back with Ash, and when the others were out of earshot, he said,
Do they realize the situation?
Ash cocked his head. When he'd first met Otto, he thought the man an ass, but as time wore on, Ash felt like he might be able to work with him. With contestants dropping like flies, it wouldn't hurt to have as many allies as possible. Sean and Candace would stand by him, maybe Dipali, but would any of them choose him first? When push came to shove and blood started flying?
I'm not sure I've got a handle on the situation myself, Otto,
Ash said.
Otto nodded. See you at Chow?
Ash nodded. The weather turned thick, dark clouds filled the sky, and the temperature dropped 10 degrees. The difference between 57 degrees and 47 had crushed civilizations and transformed continents. But for the guests of the Atavism Special Animal Sanctuary, all it meant was they couldn't eat out on the veranda and instead crammed themselves into the stuffy dining room. Old oil paintings adorned the poplar-covered walls, scenes of ships at sea and storms, jungles getting pelted by rainstorms, and night scenes featuring sharp lightning bolts. All the pictures depicted destruction and violence. Ash was the first to arrive, and he poured himself a glass of wine with a trembling hand as he took a seat. The wind howled outside, the window shutters creaking and slapping the blue granite. Emeka arrived, her laser-like eyes scanning the room.
You'd think there'd be drawings of cryptids and such, she said as she joined Ash at the table.
In the library, Ash said. She said,
Let me know what you find in there. After I eat, I'm going to my room, locking my door, and sleeping until Rogers makes me get out of bed.
The rest of the competitors arrived and took seats. When they were all seated, Rogers took drink orders, but dinner was a short, subdued affair. Ash was lost in his thoughts, turning over ideas and trying to make sense of the 3 deaths. His companions ate in silence, the whistle of the wind leaking through the room's window panes, creating an eerie melody. Emeka was true to her word, and after she'd eaten, she disappeared upstairs without so much as a good night. She'd been shaken by Ito's death. So had Ash, but she felt responsible because the man had been trying to help her. Otto and Dipali said goodnight, and when Ash went to leave, Sean pulled him aside.
Can Candace and I speak with you in private?
Ash looked around. They were the only ones left, except for Rogers. The bot sat unobtrusively in a corner, camera eyes watching.
Where? Let's take a walk. Get your coat.
Ash went to his room, rinsed his face, grabbed his jacket, and met Sean and Candace in the foyer. Candace looked frightened but excited, her face a contorted mess of smile and angst. The trio strolled through the greenhouse, pausing to admire the flowers.
So, what's this all about?
Ash said.
You'll see,
Sean said. A wide smile spread across Candace's face as the companions made their way down the yellow brick path to the monument.
Something stuck in my brain when Sean commented about the stink down by the lake, how it smelled like the sea at low tide. Fragrance through the window and door, wafts from the woods, the sea.
Candace smiled, eyes wide, awaiting signs of comprehension.
You don't remember those words?
Ash shook his head no. The stone monument, decorated with cryptids and the atavism sanctuary motto, loomed in the darkness. The yellow path bent and twisted, and when the trio came to a stop before the massive granite sculpture, Ash took in a sharp breath.
Oh, shit,
he said. Yep, Sean said.
Old longings nomadic leap, chafing at custom's chain, again from its brumal sleep, wakens the ferine strain,
Candace said. Tall boy, reverting to his primal ways. Waken the ferine strain, Ash said. And so the rest becomes clear, Sean said. Helots of houses no more. Let us be out, be free. Fragrance through the window and door, wafts from the woods, the sea. I know you noticed that nasty smell when we went down to the lake, and then Augie dies when attacked by a sea creature. Ash read the third verse. Ito's death rushing back like a fire backdraft. After the torpor of will, morbid the inner strife, welcome the animal thrill, lending a zest to life. Dear God, he said. I don't think he can help, Sean said. And it gets worse. Notice anything else? Moonlight shined through the hole in the monument's rounded top, casting a spotlight to the north of the house. The pinpricks of pale light danced around the garden like fireflies, as the mosaic pattern of reflective stones around the hole caught moonlight. The spire of granite cast a long shadow, and in the darkness it was difficult to see the distorted images chiseled into the monument all along its length. Here, Sean said. He handed Ash a flashlight. Ash turned on the light and panned it over the beasts, climbing over each other like snakes, their carven visages trying to reach the monument's pinnacle first. The kraken, its serpentine tentacles wrapping around what looked to be a yeti or Sasquatch. The humanoid creature with wings and a large mouth with long fangs. Ash panned the light down, revealing the huge turtle with a cracked shell, two wolf-like creatures, the huge ape head, and a giant lizard standing on two legs.
Look at this,
Candace said. She and Sean still stood in front of the slab of stone with the poem on it. On the opposite side, a massive bird stretched its stone wings, and above a version of Nessie, various smaller creatures, a giant spider and an oversized cat clawed and climbed. All the beasts entwined in the gray stone. An enormous dragon sat perched atop the topmost portion of the sculpture, wings spread wide, stone eyes staring down at the valley floor. There, she said. There had been 9 small figurines atop the rectangle of granite, each a different color and made of a different variety of stone. The red hairy humanoid figure that resembled a yeti or Sasquatch was gone, as was the coiled serpent and the bunyip. That left 6. The black dragon, wings spread, the gray Loch Ness Nessie monster, the clear, skinny humanoid with wings, a ferocious yellow bear standing on 2 legs, the spider, and the blue creature that looked half machine. Someone stole 3 statues when we weren't around, so what? Ash said. He knew it sounded stupid, but part of him just couldn't believe it.
Not just any 3,
Candace said. The serpent, snake. The bunyip was Augie's area of specialization. But Ito, what did he have to do with Bigfoot? Ash said. I don't know. Some of it makes sense if you look at it a certain way, but then from another angle it doesn't.
Either way, this is all crazy. We've got to get out of here,
Candace said. Or focus on survival. Team up and take this place for ourselves, Sean said. Candace, you didn't tell anybody else? Ash said. About what? It was Otto. Ash and the others turned as Otto emerged from the shadows, moonlight cutting across his brown face. How long have you been lurking? Sean said. The burly Scot stepped forward and bumped Otto. You're always sneaking around like Rogers. Was he here when you were a kid? Yes. Otto looked at Sean, surprise blooming over his face. Actually, yes. He was here. I just remembered. Well, good for you. Sean bumped Otto again. Knock it off, Ash said. He slipped between the 2 men.
Ash wasn't sure why he was defending Otto, though he knew it was more than the need for allies because his gut persisted in its message that he'd been wrong about the man. "Look," Sean said, straightening and pulling himself up to his full height. "3 men are dead, and shit just got real." "Screw you, Sean," Otto said and stormed into the darkness.
Nice, real nice, Sean. Why do you always need to be the obnoxious ass? Candace said.
Sean's cheeks puffed up and his mouth opened to yell, but he said nothing and trailed after Otto, disappearing into the blackness. Ash and Candace stood in the moonlight, the monument looming up in the shadows behind them. Candace pulled a flask from her jacket pocket. "Drink?" 13. "Amazing how that beam of light shifts," Ash said. He and Candace had their backs to the monument, facing the house at the west end of the valley. Moonlight shone through the circle of stone at the pinnacle of the sculpture, casting a circle of light on the cliffside to the northwest of the house. Ash took a pull of whiskey and handed the flask back to Candace. He felt the outline of his folded karambit through his back pocket, the feel of the hard crescent edge of the closed blade comforting. Sean had taken the rifle with him when he'd stalked off, and Ash hadn't said anything. Until ammo was found, the gun was nothing more than an awkward club or bluff.
"I think it's meant to show us something," Candace said. "The spotlight, I mean."
She took a long sip and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Her lipstick was long gone, her face covered in a sheen of dust, but she was still an attractive woman. She had an energy that made Ash want to be near her. "You mean like in Raiders of the Lost Ark, the map room scene?" Ash said.
"I was thinking The Hobbit, but yeah," she said.
Ash wasn't a literary scholar, but he'd read The Hobbit. He searched his memory.
"Stand by the grey stone when the thrush knocks, and the setting sun with the last light of Durin's day will shine upon the keyhole,"
Candace recited. That knocked it home.
Sun or moon, time, the date? It could point to a series of things, she said. A trail of breadcrumbs.
That cone of light is pretty big.
I have a feeling we'll find out. In the meantime, drink this.
She burped as she handed him the flask. Ash tipped it back, heat coating his mouth and throat as the liquor spread through him. He licked his lips and looked at the flask. Candace's hand gripped his leg, and a finger went to her lips. She was staring south into the garden that surrounded the monument. Patches of wildflowers and brambles filled the clearing, the yellow brick path and its tributaries angling west toward the house.
"Do you see it?"
Candace whispered.
"It's watching us."
"I don't—" "Shush," she said as she let go of his arm and snatched the flask from his hand.
"See the bend in the path to the west? That large bush overhanging the trail."
Ash's eyes traced the yellow pathway to the curve, saw the bush. Beneath the lowest bough, a figure stood silhouetted against the moonlight. Tall and slender with lanky arms, the creature's glowing eyes stared through the foliage in their direction. It came forward through the underbrush, 2 pointy ears sticking up from a narrow head. "Is that—" Ash said, but his words caught in his throat.
"A Jersey devil? I don't see wings,"
Candace said. Ash recalled the dragon-like creature with the clipped wings he'd seen. Had they severed the Jersey devil's wings to keep it from escaping the valley? What monstrosities had Treemont and his forefathers created in the name of the sanctuary? Ash shifted his position for a better view, and the creature disappeared into the forest.
"Nice work."
She took a sip of whiskey and handed Ash the flask. She looked around, her head on a spring.
"It is a pleasant place for all its oddities. The valley, I mean."
"Yes," Ash said. He took a thin pull of booze, but didn't give Candace the flask back. "Seems nice a place as any to wait it out."
"Wait for what?"
Candace's speech was slurred, but her eyes shined with determination and accusation. "The end of all this," Ash said. "You know that better than me." He felt lightheaded, the liquor loosening his lips and breaking down carefully built walls designed to keep him away from anyone who might care about him, take an interest. He might be a cryptid hunter, but he also felt a tremendous guilt for everything that had happened, even though he knew most of it wasn't his fault. But that was the rub. He could have walked away, blinked, pretended he hadn't seen a thing, denial. Some people live their entire lives in its embrace, yet Ash wasn't able to let himself off the hook that easy. We're all just waiting around for the end, aren't we? Candace's smirk faded and she reached out for the flask, but Ash didn't give it to her.
I'm not sure I'm following you, she said.
None of us is ever going to leave here, Ash said. He couldn't believe he'd vocalized the fear that had been eating at him since the windows of the helicopter went dark. That's Tremont's plan. What other conclusion can we draw? Shit. Ash took another pull of whiskey and handed off the flask. Sean's right. We need to get out of here.
Go where? How?
She drank. In a way, it feels good knowing we don't have to play games anymore, with everything out in the open. Or most of it anyway. Whatever Otto didn't hear, he'll learn soon enough, and Emika is no fool.
She wanted to team up. If the 6 of us stick together, maybe...
A roar echoed through the valley, silencing the night symphony. Well, whatever we do, the beasts are going to have a say, Ash said. How the hell did you get into all this anyway? Beautiful, well-off woman like you from a good family? Rebellion? Pissing off Dad and Mom? She sipped and handed him the flask.
As you can imagine, I had everything as a child.
Even a pony?
2. I wanted for nothing. My parents adored and smothered me. It wasn't so bad, but when I went off to university, I was like a member of an Amazonian tribe venturing out into civilization for the first time. I was so angry at first. Why hadn't my parents let me experience anything? I lashed out.
With cryptids? She chuckled.
Not at first, but let's just say I got involved with a boy who had a peculiar vision of what science meant. His dad was a conspiracy nut, and by second year, I was in the back of his van tearing ass around Britain like Velma and Scooby-Doo.
You didn't have a sighting? A moment? She shook her head no.
I've never seen proof of any cryptid with my own eyes until I came here.
Why do you think Treemont asked you here? Ash said. It was becoming clear that there was more to Tremont's motivations than the future of the sanctuary. With 3 competitors dead, all under suspicious circumstances, Ash felt like he had a target on his back.
I don't know. It's fairly well known that I want to start a cryptid museum, and that I plan to spend a considerable number of pounds to make it happen. Maybe he wants me to take care of the creatures here. Feels I have the best resources available.
Ash harumphed. That's better than any reason I've got. He took a long pull and handed her back the whiskey. Where'd you get the flask?
Sean found a bar behind the kitchen,
Candace said. So are, you two? Her eyes blazed as her hand shot out. Ash handed her the whiskey. She took a long pull and looked up at the monument, the 5 remaining figurines staring down at them from their perch atop the slab of granite. Didn't mean to poke a wound, Ash said.
You didn't,
she said. I kinda did. On purpose. Ash's eyes grew wide when she set her jaw and her lips thinned. So are you guys together or not? Sean's a mate, and I wouldn't... Ash was so bad at this, he was amazing himself. There'd been nobody since Ophelia. He had no desire and no opportunity, but Candace. When he was around her, old stirrings churned and possibilities fought through the storm clouds of Ash's sullen attitude.
You wouldn't what?
Candace said. She drank until the flask was empty and she handed it to Ash.
Make sure that finds the sink, will you?
Ash laughed. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean... She closed the space between them like a cat, throwing her arms around him and wrapping her leg around his. She caressed the back of his head and kissed him hard, jamming her tongue drunkenly down his throat. Ash stood like a teenager, nerves pulsing, knees weak, like he was being kissed by his grade school teacher crush. She pushed him away and smiled.
See you when I see you.
She sauntered off down the yellow brick road, the irony not lost on Ash. He pushed himself to his feet using the monument as support. He'd had wine at dinner, but the whiskey... His stomach gurgled and his vision was a bit blurry. He hadn't been this drunk in a long time. Real smart, he said aloud. Cricket song rang through the valley, stars twinkling across a hazy sky. When the sun had gone down, the temperature dropped further. Ash was chilled, and he rubbed his hands together and started up the path to the house, but something made him stop. That feeling of being watched, but not in a threatening way. He sniffed the air. Something grunted in the dense forest that ran along the northern edge of the house. He hadn't been up there yet, but he knew there were paddocks in that direction. He'd seen them when they swooped into the valley. Going up there in the dark made no sense, but suddenly he wasn't comfortable walking the main path and waltzing through the front door. He left the path and cut through a field of wildflowers and tall grass. Creatures fled before him, and the bleating of several unseen beasts put Ash's nerves on edge. It sounded as if something was gnashing its teeth, which could mean many things, most of which wouldn't be good for him. Ash went tree to tree, slowly working his way along the northern side of the house. The atrium at the front entrance glowed in the darkness, and pale light leaked from the doors onto the dining portico above. Ash stopped short. Tallboy stood looking in a first-floor window, his huge hulking form blocking out the candlelight coming from the study. Ash sucked in a breath and got low. The Sasquatch put the palms of his ape-like hands on the clear glass, leaning forward as he struggled to see. A scream pierced the silence inside the house, and Tallboy turned from the window and bolted away into the forest, snapping branches and braying birds marking the Bigfoot's trail. The window slid open and Otto's head peeked out into the darkness. Ash stepped behind a tree. He didn't know why. Otto looked around for Tallboy, then slammed the window. Ash chuckled but went still when a laugh-like gurgle echoed through the forest. Was Tallboy laughing? Imitating him? Ash slipped away, backtracking around to the front of the house and entering via the atrium. Otto waited on a bench within a triangle of tropical foliage from around the world. Each specimen was labeled with a tag. "Did you see Tallboy out there?" Otto asked. "No," Ash lied, but again he didn't know why. "Why are you lying? I saw you." Ash sighed. Otto looked at him quizzically but said nothing. Blackness pressed in around them, the flickering light from the candelabras on the walls dancing and swaying. Otto was angry, and again, Ash told himself he'd misjudged the man. Ash said, "Tallboy was looking in the window, that was all." Otto's eyes scrunched up and he shook his head. "And you didn't do anything? Just stood there and let him watch me?" I just arrived, and he really wasn't doing anything. He seemed enthralled, and when you screamed, he ran," Ash said, recounting the facts that Otto already knew. "Speaking of which, where is everyone? You screamed pretty loud." "Emeka didn't show her face, and I yelled up to Candace and Sean. Candace came through a little while ago, wasted. You know anything about that?" Ash said nothing. Otto pursed his lips and said, "You heading to the library?" "The library and my investigation of the house will have to wait," Ash said. "I'm exhausted, and if I don't get some rest, I'll be useless when it counts. I'm sure there's more challenges on tap for the new day, and I don't see them getting any easier." Otto nodded, and the two men went in the main entrance and up the staircase. When they faced each other, they shook hands. "Holler if you need me tonight, okay?" Ash said. "I mean it." "I will." Otto went right, and Ash left. "Ash? Yeah? Thanks." The click, beep, and tap of Otto entering his room echoed down the hallway. A cold sweat washed over Ash, and drips of perspiration ran down his back into his ass crack. He put an ear to his door and heard the steady strum of the house, the gentle push of air moving down the hallway. Somewhere, two people chatted. A man and a woman. Had to be Candace and Sean. Would they leave without him? Did he care? Ash punched in his code and the lock chirped, metal slipping on metal as the door closed with a click. He stood in the darkness, letting his eyes adjust, scanning the room. His bag was where he'd left it. A basin of water with a fresh towel stood on his dresser. Nothing appeared out of place. He stripped off his clothes and washed up, scrubbing his armpits and putting on clean underwear. The room was chilly, and he checked the balcony door before he propped his chair beneath the door handle. With everything secured, he threw back the covers of his bed. A wool blanket covered the cotton sheets, and they smelled fresh and felt clean as Ash tucked himself in, pulling the covers around himself like a cocoon as he buried his head in the feather pillow. Something hard pushed against his head through the feather-filled pillow. How had he been so lazy, so reckless? He should have searched his room, standard procedure. Fearing an explosive of some type with a pressure trigger, he quickly rolled off the bed onto the hardwood floor, his hip bone hitting the wood perfectly, jarring pain knifing through him. Ash whelped and covered his head, but there was no explosion. No poison darts shooting from the walls. He knelt next to his bed, watching for movement, but everything was still. Ash jerked the pillow away, and there, resting in a fold of the sheet, was the pin from Snake's turban. 14. Ash's second morning in the valley dawned bright and crisp. The storm had moved on, and not a single cloud marred the pristine blue sky, the sun angling into the valley through its open end to the east like a wave of light. The view from Ash's balcony was postcard-like, sunshine casting long shadows across the deep green forest that covered the valley's northern face. A cloud of birds burst from the forest to the northwest where the trees met a notch in the mountainside. Ash recalled seeing a paddock wall running diagonally through the forest in that direction, and he'd seen the wall the prior day during his travels. There was a tapping at the door. "Breakfast, sir?" Roger's tinny voice was starting to grate on Ash. He said, "On my way." Like dinner the prior night, breakfast was a silent affair. The 6 remaining competitors weighing their options, turning things over in their minds. If they were anything like Ash, they'd all come to the same conclusion he had. Play out the string. What other choice did they have? The party ate on the veranda as they were serenaded by birdsong and the whistle of the wind. Sean was shoveling eggs into his mouth like he hadn't eaten in days. Candace, watching him with a disgusted look. Otto watched the group over the lip of his coffee mug, revealing nothing, as was his norm. DePolly ate in silence, her bracelets ringing each time she moved. Emika sat frozen, a piece of bacon on the end of her fork poised halfway to her mouth. She cocked her head to one side.
"Do you hear that?"
she said, and ate the piece of bacon.
"Are those footsteps?"
They all heard it, and glances flew around the table as each guest verified what they knew to be true. As far as they knew, everyone in the valley was present at the table. As if sharing one brain, the party rose, dropping napkins and forks and putting down glasses. The group watched the entrance to the veranda, in that moment, as one. Rogers glided from the house, his beeping, tapping, and chirping louder than normal. To Ash it sounded like the bot was yelling. Sean bolted past Rogers and peered into the house, his head jerking side to side as he surveyed the room beyond. He turned back to the group and shrugged. The pounding of footfalls got louder, and Ash ran to the edge of the veranda, gripping the stone balustrade and searching the ground below. A cloud of dust floated at the edge of the forest, but when the wind cleared it away, there was nothing there. Rogers continued to bray and chirp. "Oh, will you stop it, Rogers?" Sean yelled. "What are you yapping about? Speak English before I—" Candace put a hand on Sean's shoulder and he deflated like a balloon. The stress of the situation was getting to everyone, and Ash felt the icy fingers of worry and fear walk up his spine. He turned back to the group and retook his seat, and the others resumed eating. Ash had lost his appetite. Roger stopped beeping and floated next to the table, eye lenses scoping in and out as everything the party did and said was recorded and monitored. Ash was starting to think Ito had only been partly right. Yes, destroying the robot wasn't smart, but what about confining it? Cutting it off from communication with Treemont, that seemed like a half measure worth considering. The companions found conversation difficult. There was no more talking of cryptids or their adventures. Suspicious eyes and furtive glances told Ash all he needed to know. The competitors had never been friends, and now they were considering whether they were enemies. When Rogers piped up and broke the silence, Ash was almost happy for it.
"I see you are all almost done eating, so in the interest of time, I will begin."
Birds chirped, insects buzzed, and the faint breeze brought the scent of flowers and earth.
"Beneath the house you will find a maze, and at its center there lies a prize." "Funny how the only people I've met who went down there are dead," Emika said.
She'd been quiet all morning, but with the challenge afoot, her indignant attitude came shining through. Rogers paused, like the hologram of Treemont had, waiting patiently. Emika sighed, but didn't speak again. Rogers continued.
"Within the maze, you will find creatures that may interest you, but be wary, they are dangerous, so take care."
A crow cawed, and in the distance, a beast rumbled.
There are many false paths, and though some may lead to unexpected findings, keep in mind at all times what your main goal is: to find the statue at the center of the maze and bring it to the monument in the garden out front. This must be done by sundown today."
Silence. Even the birds appeared to be listening now. "The second task of the day has no rules, no time limits or constraints. Today, at any point during your day, you must provide me with satisfactory proof of the existence of a cryptid, any cryptid of your choice." Sean laughed, and so did Ash. This was ridiculous. How the hell could he prove definitively that he'd seen anything, beast or not? Wasn't that the crux of his entire life's failure? Rogers said, "Of course, you're all wondering how you'll prove the feat. You must bring a feather, lock of hair, scales, bones, something that proves the existence of the cryptid you choose." "What about pictures?" Ash said. He pulled his phone free and tapped the screen. Nothing. He tried to charge it overnight. Still dead.
"Mine as well,"
Emeka said.
"I think you'll all find your phones are non-functional. Permanently,"
Rogers said. Permanently? Ash couldn't believe what he just heard.
"Yes, sir. Mr. Treemont apologizes in advance, but the reason for this precaution is obvious."
Ash pulled back his arm with the intention of hurling his phone off the portico into the forest below, but thought better of it. Instead, he grunted, defeat washing over him like wet seaweed, and he dropped the fried phone into his breast pocket.
"This is insane," Otto said. "You can adjourn to your room and await the outcome of the contest if you wish," Rogers said. "But remember, choosing to do so will—"
"Shut it!" Ash was out of patience. "How are you going to stop people from cheating?" Rogers beeped and sighed, but didn't speak. Sean let the empty rifle fall into his hands, and he flipped it, holding the barrel like a club. He swung, a powerful thrust that would have broken the bot in two had the swing not been a warning. The stock of the rifle sailed inches above Rogers' head, the bot's lenses jerking up as the gun passed. "Not now," Ash said, "though I wish you could." Sean growled but nodded. The man was incredibly rational for a ball of nervous muscle and angst.
"Failure to participate will result in ejection from the contest," Rogers said. "Do not forget the rules you agreed to when you accepted the invitation to come here." "Things have changed. 3 people are dead," DePauli said. "Let us try to keep the number at 3, the bot said. Rogers paused before saying, "Good luck to you all." 6 people looked at each other as the bot floated from the terrace, but they could find no words to say. Otto was the first to rise and leave the group, and that started the rush. Ash held back, and Candace waited. Sean stopped at the door to the house, looking over his shoulder, frustration painted on his freckled face. "What? We're giving them a head start," he said. Candace looked around as if expecting to find someone hiding under the table. "Do you think it's safe to go down there?" she said. "No," Sean said, "but is it any safer up here? And we're still in this thing, aren't we? We're here." Ash was torn. On one hand, Sean was right. Until they figured out a way to break the cycle, find Treemont or escape the valley, why not stay in the game and keep an eye on things? Try and direct things in their favor. But the other side of Ash's brain, the one that usually won, kept screaming that the last 2 people that went into the basement were dead, to say nothing of the fact that the entire task, not unlike the valley itself, was a trap. "You both know the rules," Ash said. "We have to participate or measures will be taken. We can participate, but how hard do we need to try?" Sean looked at Candace, then threw up his arms. She stared blankly at him. Ash knew the look well. It was in most women's arsenal of facial weaponry. It said she thought Sean was a dumbass. "I get it. The game, the prize," Ash said. "If we're gonna play, why not play?" Sean said. "We can't all win." "But we can all lose," Candace said. Ash and Sean nodded. "How about this? If it's down to the 3 of us and you think the game is still underway, it's every person for themselves," Candace said. "Agreed," Ash said. "We'll go down there, stick together, and be careful. If we need to pull out or back off, we can." Candace said, "We might not win, but we'll be alive." Ash nodded. Sean frowned, his blue eyes straying to the stone floor, but then he nodded. The trio made their way through the house to the back of the main staircase where a pocket door led to wooden steps that trailed down into blackness.
Sean flicked on their only flashlight, the beam swaying as the Scot inched down into darkness. Shards of light bounced off the walls, flecks of quartz in the blue granite reflecting the harsh LED light. Cool air floated up from below, and the scent of sour milk and rotten fruit pumped through the doorway. Ash held out his arm. "After you, madame." Candace squeezed through the opening, her jeans riding down on her butt, revealing the top of her pink panties. Ash felt a stirring he hadn't felt in a long time, and he stood gaping like a 10-year-old who'd just seen his first Playboy. "You coming?" Candace said. She was several steps down, staring up at him, backlit by the glow of the flashlight which faded as Sean delved deeper. Ash took a deep breath and slipped through the door, sliding it closed behind him. A steady thrum, like the beat of a giant heart, echoed up the stairwell as they climbed down into darkness. It got colder with each switchback, which came at 20-step intervals. Ash had counted 60 steps when Sean came into view, standing in the cone of the flashlight beam at the bottom of the steps. "Damn," Ash said, as he and Candace climbed the final section of steps. "Much deeper than I thought," Sean said. "Augie didn't say shit." Awkward silence, dripping water, the faint push of the wind, and that steady thrum. "You know what I mean," Sean said. "He didn't say anything about us having to travel to the center of the earth." "You just had to say that, didn't you?" Candace said. "What, you didn't like that one?" Sean said. "Which one, Jules Verne?" "If at every instant we may perish, so at every instant we may be saved." "You can look that up," Sean said. "Based on my count, we're at least 50 feet deep," Candace said. "Try more like 100, Ash said. 6 narrow tunnels ran away from the steps in erratic directions, the roughly hewn walls of blue granite coated in moisture. Sean panned around the flashlight. All the passageways ran straight on, and Ash saw no difference between them. Candace shivered and hugged herself. "Oh, much colder down here." "Sure is. Must be like an icebox in the winter months," Sean said. "What now?" Sean asked. "I'm thinking of a number from 1 to 6. What's my number?" Candace said. 6, Ash blurted. Sean sighed. "Just pick a tunnel, will ya? You Americans, always trying to make a game of everything." Ash looked at him and raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. "So, what was your number? Damn," Sean said. 1, I pick 1. 6 it is, Candace said. They all laughed, and amidst the chaos that was their current reality, it was a welcome sound, and suddenly Ash felt lucky. What if Sean and Candace hadn't come, or weren't invited? What if he'd been truly alone? But he wasn't. They might not be best mates, but Candace and Sean weren't killers, and whatever was going on, they weren't part of it any more than he was. Sean shined the flashlight into what he considered the 6th tunnel, but Ash and Candace felt it was the 1st. Ash and Candace had numbered the tunnels right to left. The tunnel was tight, 10 feet across, the ceiling random and jagged. The passageway was hand-hewn through sandstone and granite, and they all looked the same save for the coloring of the granite. The trio soon found themselves lost, but thankfully for Ash and Sean, Candace had eyes like a cat, the memory of a supercomputer, and a better sense of direction than a sea captain. She backtracked to the staircase several times, and that allowed the party to avoid retracing their steps and recalibrate. The companions fumbled around in the darkness for 3 hours before they found the center of the maze. At first, they didn't even notice they were there because as the walls fell away, there was nothing to see in the darkness. The trio stood in the blackness as Sean methodically scanned the area with the flashlight, finally finding an empty display platform. The prize statue was gone. "Ah, we're too late," Sean said. "Damn, I told you we shouldn't have waited." A rock tumbled to the floor with a crack, and Ash froze. Before him, a massive form sat atop a boulder in the darkness. Sean swung the flashlight, putting a cone of light on the creature. Candace gasped. A giant bat sat perched atop a stone, wrapped in its black, leathery wings. Dark eyes shined under the harsh flashlight beam, and the beast spread its wing, pumping the air and screeching. Let's head back," Ash said. Ash turned back the way he'd come, but froze. Hooting and screeching filled the tunnel, the pounding of many wings. Sean swung the flashlight, its wobbly beam slashing through the darkness and finding the tunnel mouth. A cloud of bats roared down the passageway, their squeaking and flapping drowning out the pounding of Ash's heart. 15. "Run!" Sean screamed. He pointed the flashlight toward a tunnel and ran, head down, left arm holding the rifle at its side as it hung from its shoulder strap. The screeching and crying bats and the pounding rumble of their wings engulfed Ash like water. He searched for Candace. She was double-timing it after Sean. A massive vampire bat watched Ash with curious eyes, still as the statues on the monument. Ash took 2 slow steps toward the rock the beast sat on, the glow from the flashlight fading. The creature watched him, but didn't move. Ash slipped behind the boulder the creature was perched on, shielding himself and disappearing into the shadows. Still, the creature above didn't move. Its eyes had tracked Ash, but the beast's attention turned to the cloud of its smaller brethren filling the tunnel. The swarm of bats moved as one, and they shrieked and cried as the flying rats tore past the massive vampire bat, who looked on with disinterest. When the flock was gone, the bat searched for Ash. He eased out from its hiding place, light filling the cave. The outline of the massive bat didn't move. "Wow, that was close, eh, mate?" Sean came striding back from the tunnel he and Candace had hidden in. "You've got bigger blarney stones than I thought." The glow of the flashlight lit the chamber, and for the briefest of instants, Ash locked eyes with the bat. The eyes were... Ash rubbed his face with his palms. The eyes looked human. "It's still here!" Candace screamed. Ash jumped. Sean swung the flashlight, its beam finding the giant vampire bat atop the slab of gray sandstone. The beast squawked and launched from its perch, wings pounding the air. Sean brought up the rifle, remembered it had no bullets, and let it fall to its side. The bat sailed overhead, let loose with a glass-shattering screech, and disappeared into the darkness. Sean did an about-face and started back toward the staircase. "You're leaving?" Candace said. "Excuse me?" Sean and Ash said at the same time. "Impressive," she said. "Stop and think for a minute." "Why?" Sean said. "I know what I need to do. Get the hell out of here." "Agreed," Ash said. "But I think I know what she's thinking. All those bats, including the big ones, seem pretty determined to go in that direction." Ash pointed down a tunnel that led away from the stairs. "So?" Sean said. Candace sighed. "At what age did you start drinking beer? 'Cause I'm thinking you killed a few brain cells, really." "There's probably another way out," Ash said. He felt like Dad stepping between brother and sister. "We haven't found the mine yet, so I'm with Candace. Let's track those bats." The flashlight beam wobbled in the blackness as Sean's shoulders lifted and fell as he argued with himself. "Fine," he said. "But you take point for a bit." He handed Ash the flashlight. The party passed storage rooms with old empty crates and ancient furniture covered in threadbare sheets. The guano path was clear. The only thing missing from the nasty trail of white and black bat shit was the arrow. "Watch your step," Ash said. The party walked for what seemed like an hour, but was only 15 minutes before they came to a chamber cut from the bedrock. "There's something here," Ash said. A skeleton was propped against the wall, a green cap sitting askew atop the white skull, tattered clothes covering bones. A backpack sat next to the remains. Candace gasped when she arrived. Sean said, "Did you check the pack?" Ash darted toward the bag a little too fast as he said, "Was just about to." Ash felt Sean's eyes on him as he went through the backpack. There was tattered and moth-eaten clothes, a weather-beaten copy of On the Track of Unknown Animals, empty food wrappers, and a bone-dry and cracked water skin. "Nothing of use," Ash said. But as he went to drop the bag, he felt weight in its front pocket. Sean rubbed his face with the palms of his hands and leaned against the wall, watching Candace, who chewed her nails, her eyes darting around like she'd just done a line of cocaine. Ash slipped his hand into the bag's pocket, cognizant of the fact that it might get bitten, but when his fingers wrapped around the cold steel of the revolver, he almost hooted with joy. He tossed the old backpack to the floor with a little extra force, dust rising from the ground and drawing Sean and Candace's attention. Ash slipped the gun into his pocket. The trio hiked another 20 minutes, and the tunnel took a turn, and they were forced to go around a large stone that cut across the passageway like a gate. Candace called a halt. "Back it up," she said. Sean shined the light on her, and she pointed at a gap between the tunnel wall and a large slab of stone. He panned the light up. A blue streak of granite ran through the gray and brown sandstone. The jagged edge where the slab of stone had broken off, glistening in the flashlight beam, quartz refracting and splintering the LED light into a rainbow of colors that spilled through the darkness like sun rays. Cold air pumped from the gap like an AC on full blast. "This vent goes deeper, but it looks like it's blocked by the slab of stone," Ash said. "Shine the flashlight on where it broke again," Candace said. Sean complied. "No," she said. "See those channels that run vertically through the broken area? Those were drilled. Someone broke off that piece of rock to block the tunnel on purpose, no doubt." "Can we get back there?" Sean said. Sean poked the flashlight into the gap and inched into the gap, Ash behind him. The space was 2 feet wide, covered in cobwebs, but there was room to push through. The space beyond was cavernous. Sean panned around the flashlight. "We found the old mine," he said. A rusted cart track trailed away into darkness, and mounds of blue and white rubble lined the walls. A stack of blue slabs with white streaks rested in wood rack, and next to it there was a pile of granite bricks. A layer of dust, dirt, and bat shit covered everything, and Sean slipped and almost fell in the nasty white guano. "I wonder how many men died down here mining the stones for the house," Sean said. He panned around the light. "Looks to me like they took more stone out of here than they used." Granite lacks any internal structures and is hard and tough. Like most stones, it's a natural source of radiation, and even granite countertops can be toxic. Breathing granite dust sure was. "Probably sold stone to pay the workers. It's amazingly unique," Ash said. "What? Haul it out a pebble at a time?" The Scot had a point, so Ash said nothing. "Sure is cold in here," Candace said as she emerged from the gap in the wall. Their breaths clouded in the flashlight's beam. "The mine opens up on the opposite end," Ash said. "Give me the light." Sean sighed and handed over the flashlight. The party was halfway across the chamber when the low gurgle of a building growl echoed through the mine. A tall shadow fell across the blue granite floor, and a hulking white figure disappeared behind a pile of blue rubble. The growling ceased when Ash pointed the light at the floor. "What are you doing?" Sean's tone was a restrained scream. "Trying not to scare it," he said. Ash pointed the flashlight up at the ceiling, the cone of light blossoming outward and gently spilling across the mine. The Yeti stood in the shadows. It was covered in long white fur that glowed in the faint light. Ash almost giggled. He was looking at a white Chewbacca. The beast's ape-like face, not unlike Tallboy's, stared through the gloom, deep red eyes shining in the half-light. The beast raked its claws over a stone and screamed, a thin, powerful wail that made Ash jump. "It's fantastic," Candace said. "Definitely a Sasquatch of some kind." The beast barked and took a long stride forward, its long hair dangling like snakes, sharp fangs glinting in the glow of the flashlight beam. "How can it?" Sean's voice trailed away. Despite what they'd seen thus far, Ash knew Yeti had only been seen in certain areas of the world. Known also as Bigfoot, Sasquatch, Kang Admi, and the Abominable Snowman, the tall humanoid-like creatures with white fur were always spotted well above the frost line. Ash had never heard of a sighting in the Andes, though the mountains were certainly high and cold enough. "Did you hear about the sighting up on Everest last year?" Sean asked in a whisper. Ash nodded. "Any truth to the stories?" Sean said nothing. "I met a guy in Nepal. Claimed he'd met a guy who was on that expedition," Candace said. "He said the stories are true. A Yeti took down 3 climbers, left one of them to die with claw marks across his chest and face." "They never found the other 2 climbers," Ash said. The trio fell silent as they stared at the hulking, 10-foot-tall apparition stalking the shadows. "Enough of this shit," Sean said. "What are you going to do?" Ash asked. "Sean," Candace said. It was the WTF tone. When the Scot didn't respond, she took it up a notch. "Sean!" "When in doubt," Sean said, "treat it like a bear."
The Scotsman let the rifle fall into his hands.
When I say so, shine the flashlight right on it. Try and hit it in the face.
Ash nodded, but Sean couldn't see him.
You hear me, Ash? 10-4.
Sean brought the rifle to his shoulder and aimed at the creature. The Yeti sensed something was wrong because it stopped creeping toward them, its nose lifting and sniffing the air as if it could smell the gun.
Now!
Sean yelled. He bolted forward, heading straight at the beast. He yelled, screaming and making as much noise as possible.
I'll shoot! I swear!
Sean thrust the rifle out before him, but it had no effect. Either the Yeti had never seen a gun or didn't give a turd. Sean screamed again, but when the creature didn't shift position or run, he skidded to a halt 10 feet in front of the beast. The creature's jaws flexed open, white teeth shining in the harsh light, slime dripping between stunted fangs. Long, talon-like claws extended from each digit of its hands, and the beast displayed them to Ash like a bird ruffling its own feathers. The Yeti sprang, 2 long, powerful strides that closed the 10 feet between Ash and the creature in the blink of an eye. Ash drew the revolver and squeezed the trigger. The cylinder spun, the hammer struck home, but the gunpowder in the old bullet didn't expand, and a click, a faint sparrow fart puff, and a small cloud of white smoke were the only signs the weapon had been fired. The Yeti swiped Ash aside like security clearing a path for a pop star. The creature's knife-like claws raking over his chest. Ash screamed as he went down, the pistol flying from his hand. He lay on his back, panting, and when his hand found his chest, he discovered blood leaking from scratches. It had been a glancing blow, but pain still ran through Ash. He rolled on his side, trying to push himself to his feet, but Sean planted a foot on his back and flattened him back to the ground. The Scot was swinging the rifle like Babe Ruth, grunting and wheezing as he tried to take the Yeti's head off. The beast feinted back, avoiding the blows and lashing out with its claws. The monster threw its head back and roared, anger rippling through its muscular legs and arms. Ash rolled and pressed himself to his feet like a surfer on a longboard, pain arcing through the scratches on his chest. He pulled free his karambit, flicked it open, and turned to face the chaos. Sean was losing the fight. His rifle swings were getting slower and less powerful as the Yeti pushed forward, dirty strands of white hair falling over the beast's monkey-like black face. A thin mohawk of gray hair ran down the center of the creature's head and spidered out to its appendages and snaked down its body. Ash whistled. The Yeti hesitated, its head turning slightly. Ash lashed out with the karambit, slicing off several locks of straggly hair. The creature growled and pulled back, its dark eyes going wide. Sean swung the rifle and caught the beast on the back of the legs, and the creature fell to its knees, a thin wail of pain escaping its lips. The Yeti reached out to grab Ash as it fell, and the karambit flashed, Ash striking out. The blade sliced through the creature's left hand, severing 2 digits and a chunk of the beast's palm along with them. The creature howled and convulsed on the ground in pain, rolling onto its stomach, grasping the wound with its other hand. Sean ran, angling away from the creature as he went around it, disappearing into the darkness. Ash clicked off the flashlight, and he and Candace backed into the shadows. They heard the Yeti rolling on the ground, whimpering, and they saw the faint shadow of its head shifting from Ash to Sean's pounding footfalls. It gurgled and spit, the wet slap of blood hitting the floor unmistakable. The massive beast shuffled in the darkness, heavy breathing and whining mixing with growls and snorts.
"We've got to go,"
Candace said. The beast roared and came at them, its huge shape rising in the blackness, teeth glinting, remaining claws extended. Candace grabbed Ash's hand and ran after Sean, angling into the darkness away from the Yeti, weaving around piles of blue rubble, old mining carts, and ancient rusted equipment. When she reached the far tunnel, she paused. Ash pressed his back to the chamber wall, his breaths coming in labored bursts.
"You okay, mate?"
Sean stood next to him in the blackness.
"Yeah,"
Ash said.
"Let's go then,"
Candace said.
"Not yet,"
Ash said.
"I want that gun."
"About that," Sean said.
"Later."
The trio waited in silence, the Yeti stalking around in the dark mine, grunting and hollering. Sean motioned for Ash and Candace to follow him, and the 3 companions slipped from the tunnel and hid behind a tipped-over mining cart.
Minutes slid by, and when Ash deemed it had been long enough and they hadn't heard any signs of the beast for over an hour, Ash searched the area with the flashlight without leaving his hiding spot. The gun lay next to a rubble pile, its dark gray metal blending into the floor. A little further on, sitting next to a puddle of dark blood, were the Yeti's 2 severed fingers attached to a chunk of the beast's palm. Ash collected the weapon and stood over the severed fingers. Candace and Sean joined him. "Seems like we've got our cryptid proof." "How you figure?" Sean said. Ash bent, flipping the karambit in his hand, the blade singing through the air. He sliced the fingers from the chunk of palm and picked one up. Blood, gristle, and bone sticking from its cut end, a foot-long curved talon with red stripes at the other. Ash handed the severed digit to Candace, then picked up the other for himself. He placed the finger in his jacket pocket, a red stain seeping through the fabric within seconds. With the front of his shirt ripped and blood-soaked, it hardly mattered. "So I get the chunk of flesh," Sean said as he picked up his proof. The patch of the creature's palm looked like lined black leather, and it was obvious where the 2 huge fingers had been cut. It would pass. "Quit bitching," Candace said. "Well, let's switch then," said the Scot. "We'll present all 3 pieces of evidence together, okay?" Ash said. That settled it, and the party ran on, the flashlight beam slicing through the mud-like blackness. Ash's heart galloped, his knees and ankles ached, and a hunger pain twisted his stomach. A large boulder loomed in the center of the tunnel, and the companions sprinted around it, and the tunnel gave way to forest. There was no path, and Ash worked his way through the vegetation, Sean and Candace struggling behind him. 16. The house glowed as dusk fell over the valley. The sun had passed beyond the rim of the southern wall of the valley, the blue sky bright in contrast. Shadows danced under every tree bough and behind every bush. The creatures of the day gave way to the beasts of the night, the screech of crickets, the hiss and chirp of birds, and the ever-present thrum filling the valley. When the trio got to the house, they were greeted by Rogers, who accepted their proof of Yeti without comment. When Ash asked who won the maze competition, the bot floated away without a word. The party separated, and Ash went back to his room, cleaned up, and tended to the scratches on his chest, which were already pink and puffy. He made a bandage from the torn shirt and slipped on a clean shirt. His stomach rumbled, and he considered seeking out a snack, but decided to take a fast nap instead. It was going to be a long night. At 6:30 p.m., he headed back down for dinner. All pretense of their group being social had been wiped away. The veranda table was empty, and Rogers had set out a buffet of food and drinks. Nobody was there when Ash arrived. He had the gun in his jacket pocket, though he had no confidence the remaining 4 shells would fire. He'd examined the gun, and it looked to be in decent shape. There were rust stains at the edges of the bullet's primer, but the cartridges appeared to be sealed. Moonlight angled in through the doors that led out to the portico, thin shadows dancing across the dining room. The scent of roasted meat and onions made Ash's mouth water. There was a stack of plates with silverware rolled in napkins in a basket beside them. He looked around like he was stealing before picking up a plate. Rogers floated into the room. "Sir, is there anything I can get you that's not available here?" "Where is everyone? No dinner party tonight?" "Some of the contestants have chosen not to socialize. There is no rule saying they must," Rogers said. Ash harumphed and filled his plate. When he was done eating and drinking a bottle of Muscat of Alexandria, he declined dessert and asked Rogers to show him to the library. The bot led through the sitting room and into a portion of the house Ash hadn't explored. Through the windows to his left, Ash saw the atrium entrance, and beyond the dark star-filled sky at the end of the valley. From his point of view, Ash felt like he could leap through the window and jump off the earth. Rogers stopped before a large set of double doors that stood closed. Flickering light leaked under the doors, and the rumble of conversation echoed from within. A wood sign with red lettering over a white background read, "So we may remember those who came before, and preserve their contributions, and understand our purpose." "Deep," Ash said. Rogers' head spun, the camera lenses that were its eyes telescoping in and out. "There are some rules."
Ash sighed. You may not remove anything from the library for any reason. You may not modify or otherwise deface anything in the library. To uncover a riddle or make something visible are not valid excuses to damage library documents or artifacts. Rogers paused, just like a lawyer would have. If you have a question, seek me out. I am the curator of the library. You may not take or otherwise restrict access to any materials. All members can see whatever they want. Basic manners as to the progression of materials is expected. Ash looked at the hallway ceiling. There was a spider web in an upper corner, and a black spider an inch wide stared down at him from the edge of its web. How all these rules would be enforced he didn't know, but Ash no longer doubted that Treemont was always watching. Do you understand the rules as they have been described to you? Roger said. Yeah, Ash said. How do I know other competitors aren't holding out on me, hiding pertinent documents and information? We operate on the honor system here, Mr. Cohn. You know that well. The bot paused, its head rotating toward the closed doors. And Mr. Treemont would know. The bot tapped a code into the keypad. The lock buzzed and disengaged, and Rogers pushed open the doors. Emeka and Otto sat around a small table, stacks of books covering its entire surface except for a spot cleared for a tray, atop which sat a decanter of brown liquor and 2 empty glasses. The room wasn't what Ash had envisioned. There were no grand bookshelves, no ornate display cases showing preserved artifacts. It was attic-like, and one that hadn't been cleaned or organized in years. A coating of dust covered everything, and wood crates and cardboard boxes lined the walls, along with stacks of books. What a mess, Ash said. You've got no idea, Otto said. You mind if I steal a glass? Otto chuckled. Suddenly I don't want whiskey anymore. Ash sat and filled a glass with 3 fingers of liquor. Otto studied an old yellowed copy of Atavism's Special Animal Sanctuary's odd pledge poem, the one printed on the monument. So you know about the poem? Ash said. Otto nodded. Ash glanced at Emeka, who hadn't looked up from the file of old maps she was going through. Otto nodded again. Thanks for telling us. So, that was it then. Everyone knew. Do you know who won the maze challenge? Otto shrugged. Not me. He lifted the paper with the poem on it. What do you make of this? Seems obvious. Obvious, Ash said. He went cold. Did you see the statue? The maze prize? Otto said nothing. Emeka lifted her head. I saw it. It's where the others were, she said. Ash didn't know what she meant at first, and apparently Otto knew less. He said, What do you mean the other ones? The statues. The ones atop the slab with that poem on it, she said, pointing at the sheet of paper in Otto's white-gloved hand. You're saying the remaining 5 statues are gone? Replaced with what? Ash said. You need to see it yourself, Emeka said. Ash didn't need to. He felt the trap closing around him. He knew now that he was in a fight for his life. Emeka rose from her seat, poured herself a glass of whiskey, and refilled Ash's glass. There was no question who was in charge as she prepared to take command of the room the way Ash had seen her do before. Emeka took a long pull of booze, draining her glass. She said, We've searched the house the best we can, but in the end, that means nothing. The valley is vast. Are you going somewhere with this? Otto said. Where I'm going, she said, and sighed. There are but 2 conclusions that can be drawn. Treemont, a designee, or someone who has assumed his identity is hiding in the valley and has plotted to kill all of us. Except maybe one, Ash said. We already know this, Otto said. We need to figure out how to save ourselves. Isn't that the most important thing now? I have yet to address the second conclusion I referred to. A second, much more likely option, Emeka said, her voice cracking. Is that the infamous Mr. Treemont is in the valley orchestrating this entire affair for injuries unknown and aggrieved. In other words, there's a distinct possibility that Mr. Treemont is one of the original 9 competitors. Ash almost spit out his whiskey, and holding it in, burned his nose as the liquor backed up in his mouth and throat. He coughed, his mind racing, heat spreading over his face. Can't be, Otto said. Why would Treemont go through all the trouble? If he wanted all of us dead, why not crash the helicopter?
And if he already knows who he wants to give the sanctuary to, why all the bullshit? Emeka turned a keen eye on him and said,
Denial isn't just a river in Africa. The facts are the facts. We're all screwed, regardless of which of my scenarios is correct. 9 people came to this valley, and either one of them is a homicidal maniac, or there's another person, or more, hiding in the shadows.
The thrum of the house, the gentle push of the air, and the faint echoes of the night chorus of insects filled the library, the tension so thick Ash's chest tightened. He said, Well, Snake, Augie, and Ito are beyond suspicion.
Why?
Emeka said. Ash laughed. You've got eyes.
I do.
She used them to stare through Ash. Are we missing something? Otto asked. The bluster had left his voice, and dark bags puffed out beneath his eyes.
I'm sure you are, Emeka said. Missing something. But you do have a point. I saw Snake's body, and he sure appeared dead.
Ash, you took his pulse, didn't you? Otto said. And cutting your own hand off to fake your death is pretty hardcore. Ash nodded, but as his mind spun, doubt seeped through him. There were ways to fake death, at least for a short time. Various poisons, venoms, and the like. He felt Emeka staring at him as he worked things through. Augie got ripped apart right in front of us, and Ito got flattened, so unless Treemont is Steven Spielberg, I think we can rule them out. Emeka said,
Yes, on the surface it would appear Ito and Augie can be eliminated. But where is Snake's body?
Roger said he buried him. Ash's voice trailed away, and he took a long pull of whiskey. The familiar burn, the heat blossoming in his chest.
Assuming the 3 presumed dead to be eliminated, that leaves Rogers, the 3 of us, DePauli, Candace, and Sean, and possibly...
Emeka's voice trailed away, then her eyes searched out Ash and Otto.
Have I missed anything?
Augie's remains were dragged into the lake, and Ito's corpse, or whatever is left of it, should still be in the spider paddock, so yeah, I think you've covered it, Ash said. I can't believe we were stupid enough to come here in the first place, Otto said.
Something like this goes beyond simple suspicion and caution,
Emeka said. Her eyes shifted from Otto to the tabletop. Ash said, I agree with everything you've said, but I can't help thinking none of it matters.
Really?
Emeka said, the indignity of her tone displaying her arrogance.
You don't want to know if you're breaking bread with a psychopath? And who might that be?
Thoughts on that? Otto said. Ash met Emeka's eye, then Otto's. He didn't know either of these people, and even if he did, he knew that meant very little when it came to an unhinged mind. Some of the most lethal murderers in history managed to keep their secrets from those closest to them. Ash said, We're all equal suspects, myself included. It would be easy, wouldn't it? Pretend to be one of us? Otto said.
Is Rogers a real threat? Ash asked. Could Treemont be remotely controlling him?
I thought of that. I don't think Rogers could have taken out Snake, but he certainly could have helped orchestrate Augie's death. He picked Augie last, Otto said.
And the bot led us into the spider paddock,
Emeka said. Busy little helper bee, Otto said.
Any ideas on the next verse? Emeka said.
Otto shook his head no. Well, does it matter any more? Ash asked. Mr. Doesn't Matter. Otto's chin dropped to his chest, and he stared at Ash over the rims of his reading spectacles. Why wouldn't it matter? Our statues are gone, Ash said. What that meant, he wasn't certain, and the more he turned the riddle over in his mind, the less logic he found. What he did know was when the first 3 statues were removed, the contestants associated with them were killed. Banish the volumes revered, sever from centuries dead. Ceilings the lamp flicker cheered, barter for stars instead, read Otto.
Ignore the library, i.e. the past, Emeka said. Banish volumes revered, centuries dead.
Maybe, Otto said. I rather think the stars part is important. With that, the conversation died, and the 3 companions read through old books, scanned maps of the valley or areas where cryptids had been captured or seen. There were journals from past club members, papers, magazines, printouts, pictures, fossils, but as Ash sat reading, a hollowness crept through him. If in a court of law, so far he'd been able to claim very little proof, and it would take days to search the library. Days he didn't have. He was about to call it a night when Rogers arrived. "Rogers, I'm looking for—" "It is time for bed. Tomorrow will be a long day," the bot said. The three competitors stared at the bot open-mouthed, but when Emeka got up and left and Otto followed, Ash figured pushing the issue would serve little purpose. Ash swayed on his feet as he made his way up the stairs, the whiskey going to his head. As he listened to the chorus of door locks beeping and clicking, a positive thought buzzed into his head. Nobody died today. Ash's stomach turned when he thought of the coming day. 17. Ash cleaned and dressed the scratches on his chest the best he could, and went down to breakfast early. He wanted to see everyone's face, look them in the eye. Pain lanced through him as he went down the stairs, his chest itching, the new bandages made of cut towel pulling and squeezing. Rogers had warned of bad weather coming through, so he wore his heavy coat, his long underwear, and he'd brought his gloves and a fleece hat. The atrium foyer was dark, black clouds pushing in through the open end of the valley like an invading army and obscuring the sky. The house was cold, and no fire roared in the stone fireplace in the sitting room, and when he got to the dining room, Ash found it empty. A basket with bread and pastry sat on the sideboard along with decanters of coffee and water. "Rogers?" Ash called. His voice fell dead against the poplar wall coverings. "What, no juice?" His voice echoed in the empty room. Rogers didn't come. Ash tossed his head side to side and cracked his neck, his wounds reminding him he needed to take it easy. He filled a mug with coffee, grabbed what looked like a donut with no hole, and headed for the terrace. A blast of cold air assaulted him when he opened the door, so he quickly closed it and eased back inside. Faint light leaked through the windows. The sky was ashen, and it looked like snow was on the way. Ash bit down on his donut thing and found it surprisingly tasty, a cross between a Danish pastry and chocolate donut. He stuffed the rest of it in his mouth and washed it down with coffee. "Morning." Ash jumped and turned to find Otto. "Sleep well?" You?" Ash said. Otto poured coffee, filled a plate with bread and butter, and sat at the table. Ash paced. "Have you seen Rogers this morning?" Otto shook his head no. "Strange, that, no?" Otto nodded yes. Ash sighed and grabbed another pastry. The two men ate in silence, and the other four competitors didn't come. He wasn't worried. Everyone needs food, and Ash was pretty sure he'd been the first one to take a pastry off the carefully stacked pile. "So I've had an idea I'd like to run past you," Otto said. Ash looked over his shoulders, around the room, then he shrugged. "Come on, I thought maybe we were past that shit," Otto said. Ash sighed. "Well, what's your thought?" "We offered to let the others search our rooms so we can search theirs." Ash felt that momentary zap of guilt run through him. He liked the idea, but any fool could see that Otto could have cleaned his room in anticipation of the search prior to making the suggestion. Still, it was just him and Otto. Sean, Candace, DePolly, and Emeka weren't around. "Well, let me spin it to them," Ash said. Otto's brow knitted, then he frowned as he nodded his consent. Sean might buy the idea from Ash, but there was no way he'd trust Otto. Emeka waltzed into the room, eyes scanning the food and locking in on the coffee. She headed straight for it without so much as a grunt. "Morning," Otto said, a little extra loudly. She waved a hand in his direction, got her cup of joe and sat, cradling her mug and watching Otto and Ash. When Emeka got up to leave, Otto kicked Ash under the table. "Emeka, wait up a second," Ash said. She stopped and stared him down like she was trying to burn him to dust with her eyes. "Do you want to go back to the library and take another look?" Ash said. Her eyes darted to Otto. "Excuse, sir?" Sean said as he wiggled past Emeka with Candace in tow. "Morning," Candace said. She attacked the coffee while Sean dive-bombed the pastries. "Listen, Ash, about last night. We had a little whiskey. That doesn't mean we're partners or sharing information or sending each other birthday cards," Emeka said. "Yeah, sure," Ash said. "But we need to do what I suggested. We have to." Emeka stared at him with a blank face. Sean stopped shoveling food into his mouth and asked, "What did you suggest?" That we search each other's rooms? Make sure someone doesn't have an advantage? Ash said. There it was. The pressure in his chest eased like a deflating hemorrhoid cushion. Stunned silence. 5 sets of eyes, each looking for answers but saying nothing. Outside, a crow cawed. What the hell are you talking about? Emeka said. What? You can search my room and I'll search yours, Ash said. He hated gaslighting the woman, but desperate times called for desperate measures. Are you in or not? DePolly entered the room and Rogers floated in behind her. She said, In on what? Ash sighed. Room searches. DePolly's eyes grew wide. For once, I'm glad to see you, Rogers, Sean said. Rogers beeped and chirped, then said, I cannot determine if that is a compliment or an insult, sir. That's called wit, dipshit, Sean said. Otto ate, eyes focused on his plate. I've got nothing to hide, Candace said. If Ash could have kissed her, he would have. What about you, Sean? Ash said. What about them? Sean gestured toward Otto, who still ate like there was nobody else in the room. DePolly stood frozen, holding the coffee urn, watching. She said, I'm in. All eyes turned to Otto. I see you have your gun, Sean, Otto said. Sean nodded. For all the good it'll do? Otto nodded. Still no bullets. Sweat dripped down Ash's back. Why was he dragging this out? Trying to sell it more? They were good. No bullets, Sean said and rolled his eyes. Ash, I've heard you have a gun, Otto said. Anger welled in Ash, and he wanted to draw down and put a bullet in the man's head. He locked eyes with Otto, the man trying to tell him something without speaking. Then it hit him. Otto was covering for him. He knew Emeka was the only one that didn't know about the gun, and by putting it out there, he'd be okay if it was found in his room. Or if he had it on him, he could put the speculation to rest. Ash pulled the old revolver and placed it on the table. I found it yesterday in the tunnels when I was with Sean and Candace. It's only got 4 bullets left, and I doubt they'll fire. That's true, Sean said. Anyone want to examine it? Ash said. Otto dropped his napkin onto the table and rose, a smile spreading over his face. Ash thought the man was having fun, playing to the crowd, enjoying an inside joke. Otto lifted the gun, snapped it open, and knocked the 4 bullets into his palm. He closed the gun with a flick of his wrist and put it back on the table. Then he examined each bullet, taking his time, turning each one over in his palm. Can we get on with this, sir? Rogers said. I have— Shut it! Ash yelled. Otto put the bullets back in the gun and handed it to Ash. I wouldn't fire it close to your face. Ash nodded. So, you in? Ash looked around. Everyone is up for a room search, are you? Fine, Otto nodded. I've got nothing to hide. The 6 competitors headed upstairs, where as a group they searched each room, even those of the deceased. They'd found nothing of note in Augie, Snake, DePolly, or Candace's rooms, but as Ash punched in his code to open his room to inspection, the icy chill of fear spread through him and his knees grew weak. Ash had forgotten about Snake's pin. It was hidden in his rucksack, which was sure to be searched. His lungs emptied and he sucked for air. He felt lightheaded, the edges of his vision going blurry. Time. He needed time. He typed the last digit of his code incorrectly and the lock beeped, but the light stayed solid red. He took a deep breath and said, Sorry about that. He cracked his knuckles. If he could get Candace, or Sean, or even Otto to search his bag, maybe they'd keep what they found therein a secret. Outside, a creature roared its displeasure with the icy rain that pelted the closed shutters and stone roof. Did it matter? Ash looked over his shoulder at the 4 faces. Rogers floated in the background, lens eyes telescoping in and out. Ash tapped in the correct code and pushed into his room. He had to make a split-second decision. Otto was his partner in crime, at least in the current caper, so he leaned in close as the man entered the room and whispered as low as he could, Hurry, search my bag. Otto's nod was barely perceptible, but it was all for nothing. Sean went right for the rucksack, and within seconds he was holding the gold pin that had adorned Snake's turban. The coiled serpent wrapped around the pin, its green emerald eyes staring at Ash along with the other competitors. What's this shit, mate? Sean said. Ash tried to play it off. I'd forgotten all about that. I found it under my pillow, Ash said. Emeka spoke up. Under your pillow? Yeah, what? I was the one that suggested we search the rooms, Ash said, his glance straying to Otto. Why would I do that if I was hiding evidence here? To that, nobody had anything to say. The silence stretched out. Finally, Sean said, And you chose not to tell us? Again? Just like you tried to hide the gun when you found it. The evidence is backing up against you, mate. Don't be an ass, Otto said. Ash felt an inrush of gratitude, but it faded. Why was Otto defending him? If Ash is Treemont, he's done a half-assed job of it. The gun is useless, Otto said. Maybe he has bullets hidden, DePauli said. Why let you know I've got the gun at all? Surely I could have hidden it better, gotten it when you and Sean weren't around. All true, but he felt his anger growing. A red herring, Emeka said. We done here, Agatha? Ash said. For now, Sean said. The party moved on and searched Emeka's room. They found nothing. Can we proceed with our day's task? Rogers asked when the search was complete. The bot had said nothing during the presentation of evidence in Ash's defense, and he wondered if it had been the robot that put the pin in his room, or one of the other competitors. The Treemont is one of us theory was messing with his head. Nobody spoke. The next challenge is simple, Rogers said. You must make a choice. Follow me, please. The party followed the mechanical butler like a chain gang, and Ash found himself admiring the back of DePauli's head. The house creaked and moaned as wind swept up the valley like a funnel, pounding the house. Rogers exited into early morning snow, the tiny ice pellets having been replaced with snowflakes as fine as dust. The wind whipped tiny white cyclones spinning across the thin strip of turf between the back of the house and the tree line. A small green canvas pavilion had been erected on the grass, and it snapped and twisted in the gale, but the area beneath it was dry. A table sat at one end of the tent, but there were no chairs. The bot floated toward the pavilion without pausing, gusts of wind pushing it around like a boat on a storm-swept sea. Sean laughed. Like a garbage can getting blown down the street, eh? Emeka lowered her shoulder and pressed into the cloud of snow, head down, arms tied at her sides. Sean chased after her. Candace and DePauli followed. This is a trap, Otto said. I was going to say nuts, Ash said. Rogers and the others had reached the pavilion and were staring back through the snow in their direction. Sean put his hands on his hips and Candace waved them on. Guess Rogers is waiting on us, Ash said. We can head back in, grab a bottle and lock ourselves in your room, Otto said. Rogers' tinny voice, elevated by his speaker mouth, boomed through the snowstorm. You have 1 minute to join us or retreat to your room and be eliminated from the competition. As fun as that sounds, Otto, Ash said, what could possibly happen? He tried to smile and failed. Otto sighed. Let's go. Ash and Otto ran to the tent, and when they arrived, they were greeted with a series of taunts, complaints, and jokes that left Ash feeling almost normal. Until the monstrosity inched from the forest. Meet Mira, everyone, Rogers said. The creature was half machine, half flesh. 6 steel, multi-jointed legs supported a torso of metal, circuits, wires, blood vessels, and flesh. The beast shuffled forward in a spider-like sideways gait, legs churning. The transition from metal to flesh was a bastardization that reminded Ash of tangled fishing line. Blood vessels and muscle, encased in wires and intertwined with circuits and metal supports, gave way to a short torso. 4 arms hung loose, 3 long talons protruding from the ends of each. A pumpkin-like white head with 4 dark, glassy, softball-sized eyes sat atop a saw-blade slit of a mouth. Oh, shit, Ash drew the revolver. You will not need that, Rogers said. Says you, Otto said. You keep it out, Ash. The spider thing came to a stop across from the table, just outside the protective covering of the pavilion. Its bulging eyes searched the party but gave no sign. Mira, are you ready? Rogers asked. The supports in the beast's chest creaked as it wagged its head up and down. Snow gusted under the tent and Ash hugged himself. The weather was getting bad. Rogers said, Otto Landon, Ash Cohn, Emeka Sassi, Dipali Singh, Sean McCrary, and Candace Stockton are present. Who will go first, Mira? Me, Emeka said. She stepped forward, transfixed, staring at the creature with longing. Biomecha is her thing, Sean said. Really? Ash said. Pain shot down his spine. Mira boomed. Mr. Landon will go first. Please step back, Emeka. Fascinating, Emeka said as she retreated. Mr. Landon, step forward, please, Mira said. The voice was more human-like than Rogers, but it still had a noticeable metallic twang. Otto inched forward, eyes never leaving the monstrosity that stood before him. He glanced at Ash, but there was nothing Ash could do to help him. He'd been chosen to go first. Hopefully he'd get extra credit for that, like you did in grade school. When Otto stood on the opposite side of the table, he paused, shifting his feet. Two of the creature's serpentine arms snaked from behind its torso and produced a statue of a Jersey devil with wide wings, the one that had sat atop the monument with the others. Mira placed it on the table and with another arm produced a knife. Emeka gasped. The 12-inch clipped blade was made of black carbon steel, with a full tang and a notched back. The handle was dark wood with gold and brass mosaic pins. Mira placed the knife on the table next to the statue, and in its booming mechanical voice, the creature said, Choose one. 18. The choice was a simple one. At least that's what Ash told himself as he watched Otto wrestle with the decision. Mystery behind door number 2 or a guaranteed way to defend yourself. A gust of wind tore through the pavilion, snow pelting Ash's face. Something glinted in the forest beyond, and Ash thought he saw a tall boy hiding behind a tree. But when a cyclone of snow tore from the woods and cleared, the Sasquatch was gone. Otto stared down at the knife and the statue of the thin, lanky figure with wide wings. Ash knew very little about Otto, but his M.O., as described by Sean, was he was an American generalist, specializing in Bigfoot and Chupacabra, Jersey Devil, anything cryptic or exotic found in the U.S. Treemont was from Jersey, and the Jersey Devil had started his obsession. Otto reached out, took the statue, and stepped back, never taking his eyes off the creature towering before him. When he bumped into Ash, he slipped behind him. Mira said, Who will be next? Emeka strode forward. The spider thing's metal legs shifted and stomped, the creature's 4 black eyes doubling in size as they bulged, slime dripping from 2 curved fangs. You will go last, Emeka Sasai. The tone of the creature's voice was so harsh, Emeka flinched and hurried back to the group. The creature left the knife and produced a statue of the black dragon-like creature with its wings spread. Candace, what do you choose? Sean and Candace exchanged glances. So that's how it was. Ash had always known when the bullets started flying, Sean and Candace would stick together. They might not be marriage material, but Ash didn't think they'd have a problem coexisting if they could somehow win as a team. Ash looked over at Otto, who hiked his shoulders. Candace stepped forward, took the statue, and faded back, all in one smooth motion that lasted 3 seconds. The arms of the creature's torso rotated, producing a statue of the Loch Ness Monster. Sean, said the bio-cryptid. Now they'd come to it. Would Sean take the knife so the team had one of each? Should he take the knife for the same reason? Thing was, Otto wasn't his partner, and if he took the knife, he'd end up protecting the man. Sean didn't move as fast as Candace, but he was confident and quick. He took the knife. The creature's 6 legs bent, and the beast lowered its head to the ground, rocking forward until the slime dripping from its open maw smacked the table like big raindrops. The thing rotated its arms and replaced the knife with another, exactly the same as the one Sean had taken. A mecha claw covered in skin and wires snatched the statue of the Loch Ness Monster and produced the figurine of Bigfoot, and Ash had no doubts it was the one from the monument. Mr. Cohn? To Ash, it sounded like the monster's shrill mechanical voice was full of derision. Ash inched forward, trying not to look timid, but also trying to buy a last few moments to think. The statues could be nothing more than a trick, or they could be of great importance. The knife required hand-to-hand combat to be truly useful, and based on some of the creatures he'd seen so far, Ash didn't think the knife would be of much use. Roll the dice, or play it safe. Ash lifted the statue of Bigfoot and turned it over in his hand. It was finely sculpted, and the dark marble was cold to the touch. He stepped back and joined the group. The spider figurine was placed on the table, and DePauli took it. That left Emeka. The woman's face was beet red, and Ash was enjoying watching her seethe. She so much wanted to examine the cryptid she'd forgotten where she was, that she was being manipulated and not very subtly. To Ash's surprise, Emeka didn't step forward. She stood rigid, shaking with rage, and when Mira called her name, Ash definitely detected the ring of sarcasm. The spider bot pulled back, moving away from the table until 20 feet separated it from the group. Its mechanical arms rotated and pulled free the statue of a biotech creature that looked to be more of a monstrosity than the spider thing. The beast extended its long arm and placed the statue on the table. Ms. Sasai. Emeka shifted on her feet, cheeks puffing out, face turning a deeper shade of red. Ash thought the woman might turn and bolt, but instead she strode forward and took the statue. The creature moved further back. Ash chuckled, and Emeka looked over her shoulder and shot him a look that could have wilted fresh lettuce. Mira was messing with the woman, making it hard for her to see the creature. Emeka harumphed and turned, but as she did so, she reached out with her free hand and snagged the knife from the table. The biobot shrieked like the woman had stolen its child, legs going straight, the beast's body lifting above the pavilion's roof. The creature charged forward, head down, mouth open. Snow gusted beneath the tent, and Ash drew the revolver. He held it at his side like a gunfighter, preparing to draw, and fired, squeezing the trigger 4 times in fast succession. 4 taps as the hammer fell, 4 puffs of smoke, but none of the shells fired. Emeka rolled on the ground, vaulted to her feet, spun and faced the creature, knife out before her. The spider bot pulled up short, stabbing at Emeka with the sharp tips of its legs. The creature pushed beneath the tent, pulling up its stakes as it jerked and heaved. The green canvas flapped in the wind, then tore away, exposing the group to the snow squalls. The creature pulled itself up to its full height, and suddenly Emeka looked very small and frail. The urge to help her, that primal feeling that makes a stranger help another, rose in Ash. He rolled his shoulders as the beast danced and swayed, coiling to strike. Emeka rocked on her feet, and the blade looked like a kid's pocket knife next to the sharp tips of the beast's metal servo-driven legs. Ash dropped the gun in a pocket and flipped the statue in his hand like a football. He gripped it with both hands and pulled it tight to his chest, lining up his throw. He brought his arm back, flexed and twisted his hips, feet firmly planted. The creature bellowed, and Emeka thrust her knife forward, but the beast was quicker. It knocked aside the blade with one leg, another leg stabbing at her. Ash torqued his hips, twisting and building strength as he brought his arm forward. He released the statue at the highest point of his throwing motion, capturing maximum velocity and power. The statue spun off his fingertips and spiraled through the air, striking the creature in one of its 4 bulbous eyes. The beast screeched and bucked, pulling itself upward and back. Emeka crab walked backwards until she ran into Sean, who lifted her to her feet. The mecha spider surged forward with a hiss, mouth open, fangs exposed. Mira, halt, now. It was Rogers. The bot had faded into the background when it had ceded control of the proceedings to Mira, but the mechanical butler was controlling everything. The spider bot pulled up and froze. Rogers turned to Emeka. Give Mira the knife back. Emeka looked around, searching for help, but found none. That's what happens when you don't even say good morning. She backed up like a cornered animal, holding the statue in one hand and the knife in the other. I'm not going anywhere near that thing. You will give Mira the knife or you will be— It tried to kill me, Emeka screamed. Rogers beeped, chirped, and hummed. The bot said, "You must comply, or you will be excused from the competition." "Fine." Emeka took 2 steps and threw the knife. It landed 5 feet in front of the bot. A crackling that sounded dangerously like a sigh escaped Roger's speaker mouth. "Mira, take the knife." The beast inched forward. To Ash, it looked afraid. It scooped up the knife and scuttled away into the snow, then disappeared into the forest. With the pavilion gone, the group stood in the swirling snow, freezing. "What will that thing do if we encounter it in the wild?" Otto asked. Rogers didn't have a chance to respond because a steady trumpet blast echoed through the valley. Ash sighed. The day wasn't even half over and it had already gone to shit. Tiny shards of ice bit at the company as they made their way around the side of the house and down to the monument, which was where Rogers said the horn blasts had originated. A thin coating of snow covered the ground and the yellow stone path, icicles hanging from tree branches and shrubs. The wildflowers were struggling in the cold, but they were weeds, and the blossoms that got destroyed would sprout 10 new buds. Rogers buzzed through the thinning snow, swaying like a drunkard as the wind pushed the bot around. When the party arrived at the monument, what Emeka had asserted the prior night was confirmed. The 8 figurines were gone, replaced with one slightly larger statue. Ash eyed the statue of Bigfoot in his hand. The new solitary statue was an amalgamation of the 9, like the cryptids that climbed and crawled over each other to reach the top of the monument. The figure was 2 feet tall and made of blue granite. It was an amazing work of sculpture, the finery of the beasts as they intertwined an incredible display of patience and time. The 6 surviving guests and Rogers stood in a half circle in front of the monument, the wind roaring, pinpricks of dancing snow twisting and writhing, biting Ash's face. He'd put on his hat and gloves, but he was still cold. It rarely snowed in Stony Creek. That was one of the reasons he liked living in Northern California. "Now we've come to a most important challenge, one that will test your physical and mental stamina and abilities." Rogers paused, snow and ice building up around where his telescope eyes connected to the bot's face. Wind gusted. No birds or insects sang. "As you have no doubt already surmised, there are 9 statues representing the 9 competitors. This task involves collecting as many of the 9 as you can. Those wise enough to select the statue instead of the knife already have 1 point. Mr. Snake, Mr. Chambers, Mr. Van Charlen, Mr. McCrary, and Ms. Sasai's statues will be hidden within the valley. Find the..." Emeka blurted. "Wait, what about my statue?" "Because you failed to comply with the rules set out for the last task, you have been assessed a penalty." "By who? This is bullshit. I'm not..." "You will give me your statue immediately," Rogers wailed over the howling wind and gusting snow, "or you will be removed from the competition. You agreed to abide by the rules set forth by Mr. Treemont, did you not?" Emeka stared at Rogers in disbelief, snow pelting her face. She tossed the statue at Rogers, but unlike Mira, the bot deftly caught it. "You will collect as many statues as you can. A horn blast will mark the end of the contest, and the task will be completed. Food and drink will be continually available in the kitchen and in the dining room at regular times. Per Mr. Tremont's instructions, the basement of the house is henceforth out of bounds. Good luck. I hope to see you all at the completion of the task." "That's it?" Otto yelled. "No other rules?" Rogers spun and floated down the path, disappearing in the white haze of snow. There was no mad dash this time, no scrambling to get the upper hand. The 6 cryptid hunters stood in the freezing cold, snow pelting them as they watched Tremont's robotic emissary leave them to fend for themselves. "So that's it then. Every man for himself?" Otto said. Emeka, Candace, and DePauli turned their lethal stares in his direction, and Otto flinched. Sorry. Person for themselves?" Emeka said. "Ash, any sign of a way out of the valley when you were in the tunnels?" "That's what I was thinking. Treemont doesn't want us down there," Sean said. "Seems too simple, and no," Ash said. "The main tunnel dumps into the valley, but there's gotta be a footpath out of here. Has to be." "Unless it's been blocked or otherwise destroyed,"
Otto said. Ash hadn't thought of that. A faint buzz, like a giant bee approaching, stuck in Ash's ear like a worm. The wind howled and he focused, eliminating sounds. There was something there, and it was getting louder.
Do we think this competition is legit in any way at this point? Emika said.
I have serious doubts, Dipali said, her bracelets jingling as she rubbed her hands together. That's an excellent question, Ash said, one he'd been asking himself over and over as he thought about what he was willing to do to win and how he might justify it to himself. Ash was no killer, but he was desperate. If he could bring Ophelia to the valley, show her the creatures that live there, that would fix everything. Proof. Living, breathing proof. Ash laughed at himself. Those types of thoughts were what had gotten him into this mess in the first place. Are we going to stand out here and freeze? Otto asked. None of the six wanted to be the first to leave, to forsake a possible alliance that could save their life, so they stood in the snow, shivering from lack of movement.
We could do both, right?
Candace said. Nobody spoke, but they all stared at her. The buzzing sound was getting louder.
We could search for the statues and a path out of the valley. Agree not to go after each other, and if a way out is found, tell the group, Candace said.
Sean looked at Otto, then said, How do you plan to ensure compliance? Can you ever assure compliance? Ash said. The buzzing reached a crescendo, and a drone appeared out of the thinning snow, flying low and circling the group. It was dropping something. Shiny brass items that stood out against the white when they hit the snow-covered ground. The drone was dropping bullets. 19. In the swirling snow it was difficult to see, but Ash watched the drone spin and twist in the gusting wind as another bullet fell from its undercarriage. 4 rotors spun and buzzed, a camera head turning atop a sleek fuselage, 2 cord-like arms hanging motionless. The flying robot circled Dipali and Emika, who stood close to the monument. More bullets fell, and Ash was slow to react. Sean and Candace bolted toward the first bullet to hit the ground, but they were the furthest away from it. Otto stood still as stone, snow wrapping him in its embrace, mouth hanging open as he stared up at the craft as it dipped and dived as it was blown around. The drone's engine whined as it cycled up, and the black craft flew in a wide circle and headed back up the valley toward the house, disappearing into the fog of snow. By Ash's count, 6 brass shells had been dropped, 1 for each of them. He jerked into motion, veering sharply and heading for the bullet closest to him. He slipped in the snow, arms going out for balance, but he managed to stay on his feet as he scooped up a bullet. Dipali and Emika claimed a bullet each, and Sean changed direction and barreled down the path toward a shell that lay 10 feet away from Otto, who was still gazing at the drone like he'd never seen one before. "Otto!" Ash yelled, and the instant the word was out of his mouth, he wished he could have it back. Otto wagged his head, brushed snow from his face, and looked at Ash. Sean was halfway to a bullet that lay by Otto, and Candace had collected 1 shell and was headed for her second. Ash lunged forward, throwing himself into an awkward run, slipping and sliding in the snow. Otto was still staring at him as Ash's mind spun. If he pointed to the bullet, Otto would get it, and he would definitively and irreparably harm his relationship with Sean and Candace. Do nothing and Sean gets a bullet, which would effectively give him 2 because of Candace's. Ash ran harder, skidding to a stop feet from Candace as she beat him to the bullet. Ash spun, shouted, and pointed. "Otto! Otto, look! The bullet!" Otto hesitated, confused, then he began searching the ground around him, arms out like he might fall. Sean skidded to a stop and picked up the bullet, straightened, and turned to look at Ash. Ash ignored him and scrambled, searching the ground. When the others realized what he was doing, they joined in. Ash was pretty sure only 6 bullets had been dropped, and they'd all been collected, but he was buying time, trying to think of a story to tell Sean. He didn't know why he'd called out. "Hey, Ash," Sean shouted through the wind. "What the hell was that, mate?" So much for stalling. Ash didn't respond as he continued to search. "So that's it then, huh? You're with him?" Sean said. Snow pelted the man's red face, but the disappointment and pain he saw in the Scotsman's blue eyes hurt more than Ash would ever admit. I'm not with anyone, Ash said. That sounded ridiculous. I'm with myself, he added. Oh, much better. You think I'd shoot you? Sean said. The snow had eased, the dark clouds breaking overhead. I don't know, Sean. Things have gotten out of control, Ash said. Says the guy who had his first victim's pin hidden in his room, then hid the fact that he'd found a gun. Now I'm the one who can't be trusted. You Americans are so full of pig shit. The guy had a point. Ash sighed and decided to put it all on the table. He snuck a glance at the bullet in his hand. A .22 caliber rifle shell, useless for a revolver that took .45 caliber cartridges. Ash stopped searching and faced Sean. DePauli, Emeka, Candace, and Otto stood watching, heads jerking from speaker to speaker like they were watching a basketball team pass around the rock. So you're telling me that if it came down to Candace or me, you'd choose me? You think this guy is going to help you when times get tough? Where the hell you been? Sean said. At this, Otto stirred and stepped forward. Ash put up a hand. I know he acted like an ass when we first arrived and that he withheld information, but I can't say I trust him any less than any of you. What about me? DePauli said. She brushed snow from her hair and her bracelets tinkled despite her gloves. Emeka crossed her arms, looked up into the swirling snow, but said nothing. Here, Sean, Candace said. She made a show of giving Sean the 2 bullets she'd retrieved. He couldn't be sure, but based on the fast glance he got through the pelting pinpricks of snow, Ash thought the 2 shells were the same as his, long and narrow with a silver point. Now Sean had 3 of the 6 bullets, he, Emeka, and DePauli the other 3. Anger rose in Ash, burning the pit of his stomach like when someone passed him on the highway. He said, Emeka and DePauli, let me see your bullets, please. Both women held out their shells, basic .22 caliber. The snow stopped, but the wind still pushed around the thin coating on the ground. The 6 people stood there, suspicious glances moving among them like poison. Sean strode purposefully toward Ash, who spread his legs and braced for an attack. The Scot let the rifle fall from his shoulder into his hands, and he pulled back the slide and dropped a shell into the firing chamber. The crack of the bolt slamming home echoed off the cliffs and resounded over the valley. Sean stopped a foot from Ash, who was doing his best not to shake like a little boy going on his first roller coaster. Good luck, mate. Stay away from me. Sean looked back at Candace, who stood behind him. Us, mate. Stay away from us. Sean slung the rifle over his shoulder and stalked off in the direction of the house. Candace shot Ash a look that was mostly disappointment, but part anger. She eyed the rest of the group as she followed Sean without a word. When the pair were out of earshot, Otto said, Thanks. For what? Ash said. I made things worse. Maybe, Otto said, his gaze searching the ground. He lifted his head, the black bags beneath his eyes making his brown skin look darker. DePauli came forward and gently took Ash's arm the way she had when they'd first arrived. That seemed like eons ago. What now? She asked. Emeka, feeling the odd man out, took a step back as she eyed the 3 competitors. Ash said nothing, and he deftly untwined his arm and DePauli's. The woman's dark eyes appeared to well with tears for an instant, then they turned hard and cold. This was the moment. Most of the lines had been drawn, and Ash needed to pick allies with care. He was attracted to DePauli, but what did that mean? She wasn't a good fighter, and he'd end up having to protect her. What would he get of value? Emeka was tougher, but there was no way he could trust her. But she could be of help in a pinch. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer and all that. That left Otto, who everyone assumed he was paired off with thanks to his own stupidity. Ash said, What do you think, Otto? I've got no substantive ideas of where to start looking. Otto's gaze shifted to Emeka, then DePauli. Emeka huffed. You better hope you don't need me. The woman turned and stalked down the path, heading back in the direction where the helicopter had landed, toward the open end of the valley in the east. DePauli shifted on her feet, her honey-colored cheeks going red. Otto looked everywhere but at DePauli, his eyes rolling around like marbles. A beast howled in the distance, a mournful cry that sounded like a wolf with a cold. DePauli took Ash's arm again, her grip vice-like. She whispered in his ear,
I know you don't owe me anything, and I'm not rich, but I do know some things that you don't.
Ash rolled his eyes and started to pull away, but she tugged him in close. He smelled her perfume, felt the heat building between them despite their heavy jackets.
Trust me now, and we can win this, she said.
Ash had always been a fool when it came to women. He could be hard as nails with men, but all a woman had to do was cry, and most of his defenses were rendered useless. But this was a special circumstance. This was life and death, and he couldn't put his own life in danger for anyone, not without getting something equally as important in return. He harumphed, knowing it didn't really matter how he felt. There was no way he could stop the woman from following, but he said nothing. Otto threw up his hands. "Three's a crowd," he said. "Then hit the road," Ash said. He destroyed his relationship with Sean without thought, and now he was alienating Otto for no good reason. Otto's head jerked back and his eyes went wide. Ash went into damage control mode. "Look, I'm sorry, okay? I didn't mean that." He sighed and made a show of throwing up his hands. "I'm an ass, talking out my ass without thinking." The anger fled from Otto's face and his eyes shifted to DePolly. "She's with us," Ash said. "That okay?" DePolly, realizing the make-or-break situation, went to Otto.
I know you don't trust me. None of us can trust anyone. But I promise to help in any way I can. Please. This isn't about the contest anymore. If we win through, or I do, you can have my share. I never want to see this place again.
She took Otto's hand and the man's face softened like he'd just eaten a thick piece of cake stacked with icing. Otto nodded. DePolly smirked. Ash got that feeling again, like DePolly was lying. The three companions stood in the cold, the monument looming behind them. Wind tore through the valley, but it was letting up. The mountains sang and whistled, their snow-capped peaks obscured under clouds of white. Otto said, "I think we should start at the paddocks, specifically ones relating to the missing statues."
I thought of that. Seems too obvious, no?
DePolly said. Otto looked at her like she had no right to speak. "Me also," Ash said. "But without any clues, maybe it's that simple. I don't know which paddocks are which anyway, do you?" Otto shook his head no. DePolly crossed her arms and looked defiantly at Otto, who hiked his shoulders. She said,
"May I speak, Your Grace?"
Ash chuckled. Otto looked at his feet. DePolly waited, reveling in Otto's discomfort. The wind blew, trees bent and creaked. Ash's breathing echoing in his ears, his stomach churned and ached. "Okay, what?" Otto said. "I'm sorry, okay?" DePolly pursed her lips in triumph and said,
I know where each paddock is.
Ash and Otto exchanged glances but said nothing. A sneer ran across DePolly's face as she commanded her audience. "How?" Ash blurted in his frustration.
I've got this.
She produced a yellow, folded piece of paper from her tunic pocket. "And that would be," Otto said.
A map,
she said. "So you stole that from the library?" Otto said. DePolly's face tightened, her credibility and worth again being drawn into question. She recovered quickly.
I borrowed it, and now we have it, she said.
"I'm gonna tell Rogers," Otto said, imitating a child's taunting call. "Let's get under cover and take a look," Ash said. "Aren't you worried Treemont will know?" DePolly answered with a wry smile. As the three co-conspirators walked toward the forest, Rogers inched out from his hiding place, his eye lenses telescoping in and out. Ash found a tall conifer with wide-spreading boughs, and the trio slipped beneath the ice-laden branches out of the wind and churning snow. DePolly unfolded the paper and handed it to Ash. The hand-drawn map reminded Ash of the Atlas of Middle-earth at the beginning of The Lord of the Rings. The Andes were clustered triangles with curved tops, and they surrounded the interior of the valley, which was most of the sheet. The house, monument, and lake were marked, and multiple paddocks had outlines with dark lines that spidered through broccoli-like trees.
We're looking for a serpent, the seal dog, Sean's Loch Ness monster, a giant bear, and Emika's biomonstrosity. That's right. Does that account for all the figurines?
Ash did a fast count. He'd retrieved the Bigfoot statue, DePauli had the spider, Emeka gave hers back to Rogers, Otto had the Jersey Devil, and Candace the Black Dragon. That made 9 in total.
Seems clear the Loch Ness statue and the bunyip would be by the water. Makes sense?
DePauli offered. Otto and Ash nodded. If anything, it seems too easy, too logical, and I've got a good guess where Emeka's statue is, Ash said.
With Mira, wherever the hell her hole is,
DePauli said. The paddocks on the northern slope would be the best snake and bear habitat. Otto pointed at the map. See these 2 paddocks? They appear to have structures of some kind.
Bears like caves, right?
DePauli said. They do at that, Otto said. I think she's onto something. Otto smiled at DePauli and she smiled back. Had Ash made a love connection? He felt some of his tension drain as he allowed himself to think of normal things, like life and love, for a minute. Things he himself hadn't paid any attention to for far too long. We're looking for a path out of the valley. The largest caves would be notched in the cliff face, I think, Otto said. Plus, we could also search the forest as we make our way north to the valley wall, Ash said. And based on what happened to Augie, I don't want to see that bunyip thing again. Tangling with a giant bear or a 40-foot snake might be just as bad, Otto said. I can run faster than I can swim, Ash said. We should grab some food and supplies, just in case we get, waylaid, Otto said. DePauli nodded so vigorously Ash thought the woman might hurt her neck. Ash's stomach gurgled at the possibility of a drink and food. His nerves stretched tighter than piano strings. Pain arced through his groin. He had to take a pee. As the small party walked the slick yellow path to the house, Ash scanned the hillsides for sniper roosts. If Sean picked the right spot, he could knock off the 3 of them any time he wanted if he was a decent shot. Thankfully, Ash didn't think the man was a killer. Ash frowned. Was he? 20. The air was brisk and fresh, the sun a white orb in the dissipating storm, blue sky with a mask of tattered cotton candy clouds stretching across the eastern end of the valley. Ash led, and he pulled the straps of his rucksack tight as the party plunged into the forest. He'd brought food and water, a bottle of whiskey, some towels, a flashlight, and 6 dull steak knives and 3 forks. His hand dropped to his pants pocket, and he traced his folded karambit through the fabric. His nerves bounced and stretched, and every few seconds a chill cut through him like an electrical shock, but knowing the knife was there, feeling its presence, eased his tension. Nobody had questioned him about the knife yet, but he knew the next time it appeared he'd have to explain another lie, another example of Ash holding out. Ash followed a thin path shown on the map that meandered northeast through a tangle of silver fir and juniper. The trio was heading to Paddock C, the one with a small, coiled snake drawn in its center. It was the smallest of the paddocks and would be easy to search. The vote had been unanimous. DePauli followed Ash, bracelets jingling, her perfume tickling Ash's nose. Otto watched their backs. He held the sharpest knife at his side, but it was comical. The 2-inch serrated blade would barely break the skin, but it was better than nothing. Ash and DePauli held onto their own bullets. They hadn't addressed the issue as a group because there was no reason to. If they had a gun that could take the bullets, maybe they'd combine the ammo, but they didn't. DePauli said,
Ash, I'm thinking the statues would be displayed prominently.
Do you always talk like that? Otto said. DePauli eyed him with derision. Prominently? Otto mocked. He pranced like a pony and stuck out his jaw. Ash laughed, and she turned her smoldering gaze on him. Ash stopped laughing.
Do you morons know what I mean or not?
DePauli said. Easy. Sorry. Never say easy to a woman unless you want to get punched. Sorry, Otto said. Ash lifted an eyebrow. Sorry. Ash hadn't thought the man knew the word. You're saying the statues are small, and if Treemont wanted to hide them where we'd never find them, that would be easy enough to do, Otto said. And? You guys think that means he'd serve them up on a silver platter? Ash said. No, but if they're hidden well, there'll have to be clues, Otto said. The brisk breeze pushed around the dusting of snow, and there were small footprints in some of the thin drifts around boulders and trees. A scream pierced the day, floated down the valley on the wind, hung in the air, then faded. That was human, Otto said. It was Emeka. I'd bet good money on it, Ash said.
Any idea what direction it came from?
Dipali asked. Ash looked back down the path the way they'd come, toward the house and the lake beyond, then ahead at the mountainside. There was still no sign of the paddock, but Ash said nothing. The small party picked their way through the forest, traversing wide conifers and thin oaks with hand-like deep green leaves. Spiderwebs hung under tree boughs, and a small rodent and bird tracks marked the remaining patches of hardpan still covered in a thin coating of snow. Look here, Ash said. He knelt before a set of footprints that trailed northwest. The prints were 2 feet long, with 5 toes ending in sharp claw-like points. The beast was moving fast, Ash said. He'd seen Bigfoot tracks before. I agree, Otto said. See how the footpad is so narrow? Because it was barely touching the ground. Ash nodded. Running from us? Let's find out, Otto said. Ash looked at Dipali, who shrugged. The paddock and the cliff face are in that direction anyway, right? Dipali nodded. The trio lost the trail after 5 minutes, but continued northwest. Though the weather was clearing, a stiff breeze still pushed through the valley, rattling leaves and pushing around snow. The terrain and underbrush were thick. It was slow going, and the party hiked for an hour before the wall of paddock sea appeared in the dense forest. The ground was covered in brown pine needles, and the fence was a sun-worn wood of similar color. The way the ground blended into the fence made the paddock wall almost invisible. A low gurgle rumbled through the woods and echoed off the wall. Ash dropped his pack and put his back to the fence. Shit, Otto said. He held a knife out before him, but his hand shook so violently Ash thought the man was going to drop it. Shush, whispered Dipali. She grabbed Otto's arm and pulled him against the wall next to Ash. Shadows danced in the forest as the afternoon sun fought through the cloud cover. The wind whistled, and the insects went still. Grumbling, panting, snarling, like the biggest dog ever to walk the earth, was frustrated and angry. A tall shadow fell across the fence to the south. Move, Ash spat. He sprang forward, hurling himself into the forest, slammed into a tree, and fell on his ass. Cracking branches, pounding feet, gurgling and grunts. Otto yanked Ash to his feet. You okay? Ash rubbed his forehead, a kaleidoscope of rainbows dancing in the air. A roar boomed through the forest, followed by a cold inrush of air. Otto? Ash rubbed his eyes. Otto? Ash's vision began to clear, blurry images moving between dark sticks of black. Be quiet. Blood ran into Ash's eyes, his head pounding in rhythm with the scratches on his chest. In that moment, he wanted to drop to the ground and go to sleep. Otto urged him forward, tree trunks and dense underbrush coming together like a puzzle as his vision cleared. Another roar pierced the day, a big animal that was very angry. The party took cover beneath the thick boughs of an evergreen, its small pointy leaves poking and scratching at the trio as they slid under the tree's branches. The shadow on the wall shrank as it got closer, the grunts and gurgling getting louder. Time stretched, like nature itself was waiting to see what would happen next. And when Ash saw the creature, his chest hurt and his knees went weak. Tall Boy was a teddy bear compared to the beast that came into view along the wall. The creature was smaller than Tall Boy, but looked more muscular and furious. The Bigfoot's brown fur was matted and dirty, and it slouched as if carrying a heavy weight. Its eyes burned like cinders from within deep sockets, the beast's ape-like face twitching. 2 long fangs hung from a mouth full of teeth, and the dime-sized nostrils of the creature's flat nose pulsed open and closed. Little imaginary mice crawled up Ash's spine onto his shoulders, and he tossed his head, cracking his neck, trying to shake the angst. The Sasquatch bent, dropped to a knee, then leaned forward as if kissing the ground. The beast sniffed and sighed, its claw-tipped fingers raking the ground where the party had stood. It sniffed again and threw back its head and howled, a long, angry cry that carried up the hillside and echoed through the valley like a gunshot. The beast moved in a blur, lurching forward in an awkward gait, nose sucking in air like a vacuum, eyes locked on the pine needle-covered ground. Branches snapped and cracked as the Sasquatch surged into the forest, smashing into the conifer tree the party hid under. The flexible, sap-laden evergreen branches accepted the beast like a trampoline, flexing and stretching, building force. They bent, but didn't break, and the beast was pushed back a step as the branches resisted. Otto screamed and lunged forward, plunging the steak knife into the Bigfoot's leg, then peeling off and disappearing through the tree boughs without breaking stride. The Sasquatch howled in pain, a cry that sounded oddly human. DePauli ran after Otto. Ash pulled his blade. The beast gurgled and coughed, arms outstretched, branches snapping, trees bending and swaying. Ash ran, this time with his eyes up like a running back picking his way through a defense. He jumped over fallen branches, dodged underbrush and bushes, and cut around tree trunks. Ahead, Otto veered north, and when he reached the wall, he made a right, DePauli on his heels. When Ash got to the paddock, he turned and put his back to the wall, knife out before him, heart galloping. He searched the forest, but didn't see the Bigfoot. He'd seen the Yeti tall boy, yet the creature he'd just seen was very similar to the one that had changed his life. In many ways had destroyed it, but it was real. He wasn't crazy. It was real. The forest stayed still, and no grunts, gurgles, or howls echoed from within. It appeared the beast had given up the chase. Otto had stabbed the creature. Ash could hardly believe it. The man had stepped up. Ash knew it was